1, 2.
Check, yes, Juliet. 3, 4. Are we good? Have the the goofiness finally ended?
The goofy never
Doth
ends.
the goofinesses?
The goofy don't end till the grind stop, and the grind never stop, as they say. Okay, we're here.
We good. Yes!
Yeah!
Yes! Oh, we did it. We did it. We're live.
Day 4.
It's here. It's hip. It's happening.
It's for real.
It's
No
hippity
cap.
hop. Yoinky sploinky.
On chickens.
Yeah.
Extra spicy. Yum.
Welcome to day 4 of the Rubik's
Welcome to day
WCA
4 of the
Oceanic.
Rubik's WCA
Oceanic.
Championship. If you can see on the screen right now, we've got our lovely caricatures that were just done at the venue. Well, they're not actually us. They're of Jose and Miguel Sanchez.
What do you reckon? What do you think, guys? If we
look pretty good, eh?
There's a bit of glare here. Let me just take it out of the... What do we think about this?
Getting
What
a
do we
bit of a
reckon?
zoom on that.
Get a look there? How's it going on? I quite like it, to be perfectly honest.
I think we look pretty awesome.
I think he's really captured all of our best features.
That's right.
Most of our best features.
Yep. For those that are, for some reason, watching inside the venue, got characters from 9:30 to 12:30 today. They're super, super awesome. You can just kind of see. You can just kind of see there. It's pretty good. The guy's a bit of a legend.
Yeah.
So
if you're in the venue, I would definitely recommend, or even if you're just anywhere in the city of Perth, just rock up, get a spectator badge, and come get a caricature of you or yourself and your loved ones. And he's doing pretty well.
He's doing awesome.
I would say he's very popular at the moment. So get in while you still can.
Yeah, we were actually just the second people to go and see him. It was before it was announced to all the crowd, so I'm sure he's pretty busy now with a long line behind him, like face painting yesterday.
Yeah, I was very busy competing in 3x3 blindfolded, and then pretty much the second I get out, I get a hey Michael, come over here.
Yeah, I actually called him. I was walking back from my coffee and I saw the guy. I knew it was happening today. I didn't know it would be this early, so I just called Michael and he didn't answer. And then I sprinted across the venue and said, "We got to go.
We're going to get some.
We got to do this."
And we did. We reckon they did pretty well. But anywho, we have begun the day. Sorry that the stream was a little bit late. There were a couple of issues to get us up and running, but we're here now, and we don't intend on going anywhere. So we've just done our first 2 groups of 3x3. And then we're getting faster as we go along. So hopefully we're getting some good times, particularly in Group 4 of our second round. We've also had the second round of 3x3 blindfolded. And pretty much as you would expect, Charlie Egan 7 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Oof. And over half the time of the next fastest Oceanian. So a bit of a goofy round altogether. Charlie Egan's a 13.24 second single. And then second place, Theodore Chan of Singapore, 20.95. Third place, Ferstian Fishada, 25.7. And then the next Oceanian is actually Felix Samuel Williams of South Australia with a 28.35, 4th place overall.
And our qualifying time for finals this year was a success of 1 minute 17.84. In a moment, we'll compare that to last Oceanic, see how it compares. But yeah, we're getting ready for Group 3 of 3x3 Round 2.
We already have some of our competitors starting to sit down. Notably, we see Conan Mo on station number 2. Conan Mo was second place in clock at the World Championships last year. So if the name sounds familiar, that could be one of the reasons why. Also on station number 1, right next to him, is Seth De Silva with a 10.06 from the first round. And everyone who got faster than that will be in the last group that we've got coming up after this one. So that's all of your top seeds, all of your projected Oceanic podium places, and people who just are general going to get good times.
All right, so just taking a look now at stations 1 and 2.
So there we see Conan Mo and Seth De Silva both receiving their first cube. We are having a couple of display issues on station number 1, so we'll hope that they get resolved before too long. But Conan Mo on station number 2 is underway at the moment. Dallas. Dallas is meant to be on stream. Dallas is going to be guest commentating on stream. If he's available.
Okay, Seth De Silva. I've got a view of the display there. Just finishing up his first solve. We just had Conan. He's practicing his card shuffling. He's been doing that the past 2 days after our poker game. He's, I think he's practicing speed dealing, which is definitely an interesting skill to be
Something
working
different,
on.
isn't it?
Yeah. A little bit of something different.
That was a 15.24 we saw for Seth De Silva. You just get it. We should not be allowed to commentate together.
Sorry,
it never goes well.
difficulties. Okay. Anyway.
Good Lord. I'm sorry, everybody. We're off the rails. Tick that off of your bingo card. Jody Brewster and Michael Tripodi going off the rails.
That's right. Okay, on station 3, we've got Olivio Effendi going up for his solve. He got a 10.08 average in the last round. So let's see what he can pull out.
It's got Seth on station number 1. Doing solve now. 10.83 for that one.
Having a few display issues on station 1. We'll get those resolved shortly.
Any delegates are around, they might get them fixed up.
And 10.63 for Conan Mo.
Just pretty much continuing on where we left off with the stream.
That's right.
We finished doing States Cup, or rather Rubik's Relay yesterday. New Zealand won, took out the dub there ahead of Victoria won. New Zealand won, and Victoria did not won.
Yes.
And then in silver was Queensland won.
No,
they
didn't.
won the. In bronze was Queensland won.
They didn't.
They didn't.
They didn't won.
They didn't won? I don't know, man.
They won.
They won. Who were they against? I don't remember.
NSW won. No, they didn't.
New South Wales
First team.
won. They should call them A, B, and C.
Yeah,
New South Wales A.
That's right. Okay, we've got Seth De Silva doing his solve. Bit of trouble on the F2L there. He's moving through. What's that? F double sexy. Oh, and he misrecognized the PLO, and he's doing it with one hand to finish.
And in fact, just DNFing.
Oh, that was a practice solve.
Practice
Okay,
solve. What
we're
are you
fine.
looking at, bro?
all
Conan Mo
good.
was doing an official solve. That was an S move OLL. I saw an S move in there. 14.58. 14.58. Frank Walker from National Tiles.
Frank Walker from National. Okay. Time to commentate.
There's no one solving at the moment, though.
Yeah. And we've got Ashiel over on Station 6. Doing some practice solves, I think.
Looks to be practicing. Either that or the judge isn't paying any attention. Looks like now we're getting Seth De Silva on station number 1. Doing an official solve here.
Here he goes. Had some troubles with the front display on that one.
All right, and taking away the old display to the graveyard.
Right,
Bye-bye,
like
Mr. Display.
Looking like a pretty good yellow cross on this scramble. So I reckon he'll opt for that. Oh, no, he's gone for the white cross with a few rotations. Ooh,
Possibly a white cross only solver.
Potentially. Struggling to find F2L pairs. Oh, lefty S moves.
Love to see it. And the AUF there, 14.22 for Seth.
Over on station 3, we've got Olivio getting ready for his solve. He got a 9 flat on his last one. So looking pretty good compared to his 10.08 average from last round.
So Olivio Effendi, WA local on station number 3. Looks to be solving pretty well to start off with.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Oh, it's the wrong OLL. And straight into the PLL. Pretty pauseless recognition. 10.08 with 2 OLLs.
Tying his average from the last round, so pretty satisfied with that. Then Amy Smith on station 4. Got a 10.10 average in the last round. Oh, going for a blue cross. Okay. Bit of trouble finding those F2L pairs, but pretty smooth through that last layer. That was nice. 10.12. All right, and now we've got Conan Mo over on station number 2.
Got Conan Mo, yep, station number 2. We're looking at him now from the top-down view. PLL, 13.23. So these groups will be moving along, and then after this group, we'll hopefully be getting the fast group, including yourself, Mr. Jody. Where did you place in the first round?
Really badly, actually.
Oh, no.
I got a 7.92 average, which is really not what I was looking for. So I believe I'm the 16th seed for this next group. So we'll be just directly behind Station 1. So I'll be sitting behind
so we'll see ya.
Toby Soyfeed. So
Soyfeed.
I'll be doing a bit of waving. I'll
it's fine.
I'll do some dancing.
It's a bit of a wiggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the wiggles.
Yeah. The results from the last round we had Toby Soyford and Riley Dexter actually tied for the average, but Toby getting the nod over Riley Dexter by single. That 4.58 is the fastest single ever done at an Oceanic Championship. So a new Oceanic Championship record, as I'd like to put it. I'd like to get that lexicon in circulation. Riley Dexter second with the same 6.34 average, but 5.78 was his best single. And then behind them was Dwayne Ramos, the defending Oceanic champion, starting off better than he did last Oceanics. Remember last Oceanics, he started off with 2 9-second averages.
That was pretty rough.
And then clawed it way back to win it all. The 6.48 to start, already off to a much better start. David Epstein, he will be on station number 4 in the next group, coming 4th in the previous round, 6.78 average. He's capable of a bit better than that. He's one of the shoo-ins for the Oceanic champion title. And then in 5th place, rounding out the top 5, Alexander Vucic netted himself a PR average of 6.81, and that was actually worst possible average. He locked that average with the first 4 solves, with all sub 7 times, and then got a 7.76 worst possible solve on the last.
All right, we've got Amy Smith doing her next solve. Got a 10.12 on the last.
I don't think she started the timer. Oh, no, that timer is not running. The green light's not flashing in the corner, so that's going to be a DNF for Amy.
That's unfortunate. Oh, very unhappy with that. Hate to see it. Oh, O'Sheel over on station 6 with a 7.99. I believe that's got to be pretty good for him. Possibly a PR single.
Some pretty good results this comp. Another one of the Western Australian locals.
Very well known.
What are your expectations for this round then, Jody? You've got a cube in your hands at the moment, just doing a bit of warm-ups.
Yeah, look, I honestly can't expect anything too crazy for this. I really just want to get through to that final and hopefully pull out something good in that round. But, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Just want to have fun
You just had a fun time with the boys this comp.
Bit of fun with the guys.
The fellas, if you will.
The lads.
The lads.
You may.
The boys.
The boys.
Da Vinci.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever you reckon.
Whatever toots your boat.
Toots your boat.
Yep.
Whatever floats your horn.
Yeah.
Seth De Silva on station number 1.
And Conan Mo on station number 2.
Both solving.
Conan making a start on Blue Cross. Looking like a very smooth F12. Ooh, nice OLL and into an F perm. It's 12.23.
Very nice.
Really considering.
Very nicely done.
Nice. I really like it. It's good. 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 Yum.
Yum.
All right, Seth De Silva. Oh, with a T-perm finish, 9.54. That's nice.
That's great.
Okay, then Olivia over on station 3. Making a start.
As is Amy Smith, station 4. Unfortunately, DNF the last due to not stopping the timer. It's 10.98. It's going to be a counting stall for Amy. 9.83.
Which is a +2, unfortunately.
Oh, it is.
11.83 for Olivia.
Just sub 10 becomes a just sub 12. Oh, well. Top 48 from this round go through to the next round. So all of the competitors that are top 48 are actually going to be in the next group. So now that this group's finishing up, kind of gearing up, and we're going to be seeing all of your competitors that are expected to make the next round, or at least were seeded top 48, which will make the next round in this round. So we're going to be seeing a lot of red hot solving, trying to endeavour to capture it all for you. And I believe that is your group that you're going to be in.
That is certainly my
I
group.
believe that you're one of the top 48 solvers in
top
Oceania.
48 solvers in Oceania. So should we
so
kiss
should
or
we
like Oh, the stream's on it. Yeah, we can't
Oh,
do that.
no,
Yeah,
never mind. Okay.
That was that was a joke,
Think
guys.
of the children,
that was
Jody.
a joke, yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it was a joke.
Unless. Right, Amy Smith getting ready for her last solve, I believe. Had a bit of a rough one this round with the DNF. Okay, looks like maybe a red cross this solve. Yeah, opting for that red. Didn't know that Amy was colour neutral.
Looked like a little bit of keyhole going on, or like some pseudo F2L stuff.
Oh, and wrong PLL. That's a DNF average. Oh. Very, very unfortunate for Amy. That's all right though. It's not Amy's main event. She's got blind to worry about. Already getting a podium so far. Correct?
Yes, in 5x5 blind. I believe she was 3rd in 5x5 blind.
Very nice.
With a new PR. In fact, all of the 3 competitors getting in themselves a new
in
PR.
both 5 and 4 blind.
Actually, I don't think in 5x5 there was a triple PR. But yes, definitely in 4 blind. 3 NRs.
All records, yeah.
Which was very cool. Getting the comp started with a bang. Quite literally, it was the first solve of the entire competition. First scramble received by anyone.
That's right.
It was a juicy scramble, I tell you what.
Oh.
Pretty juiced.
All right. Well, that is my group called. So I'm going to make a move.
Jody's going to make a move so that he can make many moves up on the stage. Both on cubes and
Ka-chow.
With his body. Getting a little boogie on.
I'm moving different. Biting the
fart bubbles in the bath.
You
can't say that on stream.
Can't say that on stream. All right.
You got to know where your limits are.
That's right.
So that we can break past them and then call it comedy. All right. Go up.
Goodbye.
Go compete. We're subbing out Jody Brewster, and we're going to be bringing in a very special man, one that's been doing quite a lot this competition. The president of Speed Cubing Australia. If you know him, you almost certainly love him. Going to be bringing on Mr. Dallas McNeil to come say some words with us. The mics are hot, just like the boys.
Hey.
Good morning, Dallas.
Good morning, Michael.
It is morning out here in Perth, Western Australia, even though where we're from it is definitely afternoon at the moment.
Yeah, I'm getting a definite afternoon vibe.
And my tummy is grumbling. It must be time for lunch, but it's 10 past 10 in the morning. So
yeah, I'm a little bit peckish.
Yep, we might need to cop some food later. Staff lunch can't come soon enough.
Best event?
Greatest event. I'm not sure when it is in this schedule. We've got, before the lunch break, we've got this group of 3x3. We're also going to have second rounds of Skewb, Pyra, 2x2 and one-handed, and then the semi-finals for 3x3. So depending on how this goes out here, these are the people that you will be seeing in the semi-finals. And then after that, we go to eat some food.
Yes.
I love eating food. It's my favorite pastime. Do it all the time.
Love it.
Love some food.
Yes.
Dallas, you're wearing an orange shirt. What's that mean?
Orange shirt is for team leaders, so people that are making sure that the event is running on time, smoothly, and all properly, I suppose.
So if you're watching the stream at home, you almost certainly know the structure of the WCA. You know that a delegate is someone who kind of oversees a competition and makes sure that all the rules are adhered to, makes the tough calls if any particular judge is unsure. Dallas gets to boss around the delegates.
Yes, at this comp, I suppose.
At this competition,
right.
Delegates are in the blue shirt, and Dallas is another level above the delegates, so you're delegating the delegates.
Yes, sir.
How's
As all
that?
good delegates do. We like to delegate.
Do you feel like the power's getting a bit to your head?
No, I think I've got a moderate amount of power. I think I could do it a bit more, honestly. Yeah.
That's sure.
You know? Yeah.
So you sure it's not getting to your head?
No, couldn't
even
go
a
to my
little
head at all. No.
Okay. You just competed in 3x3, didn't you? One of the previous groups?
Yeah, we did. We were in the second group. So it was an okay average. I'm a bit disappointed. It was probably a low 15, which, you know, I was hoping for maybe to get a 13 somewhere, but no, didn't eventuate, I'm afraid. Even a bit of warm up didn't help me.
Oh, that's okay. Did you think you had a chance of making the semi-finals? Or was this your
No.
finals?
I
This
don't
was your
have that
final
big of a
dance?
head. No. This was my final event for the competition, I'm afraid.
Oh, really? So you're just kind of standing around and having
No, and I'm just watching, making sure you do your job, and the rest of these delegates run a good event. But no, she's gone really well. I'm very happy. This is a phenomenally smooth operation here.
Yep, easy. It's one of the major competitions on the Oceanian calendar. The biggest one for this year, certainly. And having it down here in Perth, Western Australia, although it's a bit of travel for most of the organisers and whatnot to get here, it's been a lovely competition, if I do say so myself.
Oh, I love Perth. The local team here, they are fantastic. Some of my favourite delegates around the country, and look, the effort they've put in before to make this whole event run is really shown.
Yeah, fantastic. It's been a lovely competition, all things considered. It's just the vibes are pretty high over here, I reckon. I reckon we've got some good vibes.
Good vibes.
And good vibes makes for good competition.
Indeed.
So you might be able to see on your screen in front of you, we have on stations 1 and 2, that's Toby Seufert and Riley Dexter. We were referring to them who have tied average in the previous round. Toby getting the better by single, which was the new Oceanic Championship record. And also, we move over to stations 3 and 4. You'll see some more familiar faces over there. So Dwayne Ramos representing New Zealand as the current defending champion. He won last Oceanics over Felix Zemdegs with a sub-7 average. We'll be hoping that he can pull out some good times as well, maybe defend that title. At the moment, David Epstein on station number 4 has got his first cube, starting his inspection now. We're also having a look at Riley Dexter and Toby Seufert. Toby Seufert has received the cube but hasn't started inspection just yet, so David Epstein starting now onto his PLL 6.53 there for David. We're looking at Toby Seufert now on station number 1. Bit of an underdog pick, was not at the very top of the psych sheet, but he's one of those competitors that's improving very rapidly and is actually quite consistent in his solving as well. So I reckon he's a bit of an underdog chance in this Oceanic Championship.
Well, he did win Australian Nationals 2023. You can't underestimate Toby.
Does have that major title under his belt of Australian National Champion, beating such big names as David, Riley and Felix Zemdegs.
And we
Great start from here, 5.60.
We didn't get a chance to see him at Osnats 24.
He was
So
away
this
in
is
Europe.
so this is the next major championship we've seen him here in Oceania, and he's had a whole year and a bit to hone his skills.
Dwayne Ramos on station number 3 is calling for a delegate, so we're not sure quite what's going on there. But it looks like we've got Riley Dexter. Yeah, Riley Dexter's just received his cue, but we'll keep our eyes on David Epstein for the time being. Started off with a 6.5. Alright, so we've got Riley Dexter on station 2 solving now. 7.56 for Riley there. These top 4 competitors should pretty easily be able to make the finals. We've also got Toby Swifford on station number 1. Ready for his second solve now. Started off right with a 5.60. Alright, and underway now. A little bit of a pause to recognise an F2L pair there, but solving well at the moment. 9.67 for Toby, unfortunately. That's not a time that's quite up to scratch with what we're known for him bringing. We'll hopefully see some better times in the coming solves for him.
It's fortunate that this is only second round.
Yes.
And any sort of poorer performance than we expect won't really affect their seeds when it comes to finals. I would expect all these competitors to make semis pretty comfortably, but you know, when it comes into semis, your position there is going to have a big impact on what those matchups look like for head-to-heads later.
For sure. So all in all, it's just about progressing through to the next round while we can. It's Riley Dexter with a 7.04 there. We've also got David Epstein on station 4. Doesn't look too happy with this solve, unfortunately. Yeah, 10.69 for David. Not what it would have been after.
No.
We'll turn our attention back to Toby Seufert on station number 1. He has a 5.60 to start. His average in the first round is 6.34. Is still yet to get a sub-6 average, but I would say that he's one of these competitors that's going to get it sooner rather than later. Sporting a brand new hairdo, shaved head, along with his Queensland compatriot Benjamin Worry.
I didn't actually recognise him at the start of the competition.
It was very odd, I thought.
It's not the I was expecting the afro from Toby.
From Toby, yeah.
Yeah, but it's gone now.
Unreal. Alright, so we've got Toby on your left-hand side of your screen. Got the top-down view for him. Finished F12. Oh, I had to fix a cross. And, okay, 8.96 for Toby. And unfortunately, that's going to be a counting time for him.
Oof.
Only just sub-9, so having that counting in your average is not that good. But
So
regardless, he's probably going to make the top 48. Top 48 in the previous round was a 10.06 average, so he's still well within that. And you'd imagine with the solves that he's got coming up now, he'll still very comfortably be able to get under that mark.
It's about the last round where this sort of performance can, you know, it's all right, but it'll become a bit tighter when we get into the semis.
Yeah, getting down to the business end. 7.46 for Dwayne there. And we saw a 7.25 for Riley as well. David Epstein just about to solve at the moment. We'll see if we can get his top-down view in inspection at the moment. Underway on the right-hand side of your screen. Gone for a white cross there. Onto his OLL at around about 6. That'll be at 8.29 for David. So that's going to be a counting time, given that he got the 10.6 on the solve prior. We've got Toby Seufert on station number 1. is unfortunately counting an 8.96 from the previous solve, but is still in relatively little danger of missing the next round. Underway for Toby. It's not a good solve for him either, just sub 8, 7.97, that's counting as well. So we know that he's locked an average in and around the 7-second mark. Not going to be in any danger of not making the next round, but still it's some way away from his best. All these competitors, first solves of the day mostly, so they'll get warmed up with their other events hopefully through the day and hopefully be able to bring us some good times just before lunch and even in the head-to-head finals. Riley on station number 2 has dropped to 7.32 as well. On station number 4 we've had David Epstein. And also Dwayne Ramos. David underway now on the right hand side. Seeing him get going now. It's not looking like a really good solve. Ah, no, this is not good for David, and that's going to be counting as well. 8.69. Got Dwayne on the left hand side as well. Looking to get started now. We'll see him. He uses the Roo method. One of the only top competitors here using Roo. Corners solved. Onto the last 6 edges now. 7.41 for Dwayne. Not sure who we're going to have as first seed going into the next round. It's all looking a bit topsy-turvy at the moment. Might be someone that we haven't had on stream altogether. On stations 5 and 6, we haven't been able to touch much on Alexander Vuzic and Chris Mills. But they're solving off to the side. They might have some good times as well. We've got Toby Seufert now. Last solve of the average, 6.6. It is going to be a counting time, so he's going to be getting around about a mid-7 average. Possibly even high 7. That's a bit unfortunate for Toby. He is one of our favourites coming into these next couple rounds of 3x3. But regardless, hopefully we'll be seeing him laying down some good times in the subsequent rounds.
The semis will equalise with everyone doing the same scrambles. That'll hopefully sort out those seeds at the head-to-head, and we'll have a pretty exciting few matchups later on.
Sounds good to me.
Got to ask, how's your day been so far, Michael?
Had a pretty cruisy day. First up for me was 3x3 blindfolded round 2, and it was a very, very important milestone for me. Actually, it was my 100th round of 3x3 blindfolded, and I managed to negotiate that and get through to the next round. So that means that I've kept my streak of 100 rounds with no triple DNFs. So very, very happy with that.
You've never had a triple DNF?
Never triple DNF'd yet.
Wow.
But now that I've got the 100,
now he's going to triple DNF.
Now I don't really care what happens. So if you see me on 2 DNFs in finals, actually you might not see me because I'll be on some way low station with the time I got in the first round. In fact, yeah, if I get 2 DNFs, I'm not going to really try and go safe. I'm still going to try and just
push it,
get the best time I can, and if that means a triple DNF, at least I got my 100 up.
That's it.
Hope I haven't miscounted rounds. Dwayne Ramos solves corners a bit before 6 seconds, 7.59 for Dwayne. Not quite the average that he got in the first round, but even still, he's got through to the next round pretty comfortably. We're not 100% sure what the top seed is. We'll wait for results to get entered. And then we'll be able to get you some more accurate information. So Mr. Dallas McNeil, it's been a pleasure having you on stream.
No, thanks for having me. I've got a newfound appreciation for the work that you commentators have to do running the stream. You sort of just watch from a bit and it's like, oh, seems pretty easy. It's like, no, I can see the real work you have to do.
It seems odd that this is the first time that we've had you on stream. I feel like we would have had you on before at some point.
Yeah, why am I being on earlier? Well, you guys are in control here, right?
Thank you very much, Dallas. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Michael. Tune in. There'll be some exciting finals to come later.
You could go now.
I don't want to go now.
Oh, hang on. Let me give you a punt. There we go. Bye, Dallas.
Bye.
Kisses to the missus. No, not yet. After dark. Hey, Loki. Loki. Are you competing? Do you want to come on?
Wait, what's now?
What is now? That's a great question, Mr. Lachlan Stevens. Skewb round 2.
I potentially am in this.
Ooh.
I could.
Okay, let's have a look-see.
Yeah,
Trying to find myself a commentary partner. Mr. Lachlan Stevens, you're potentially in Skewb round 2.
We'll have a look.
If you're not in Skewb round 2,
Ignore.
would you like to say some words with me? What was that?
It was an AI-generated Kanye video where he says, what does he say? I don't.
Peace and love to all nations.
Of course. Normal Kanye stuff. My phone is being oppish right now. Oh, it did load. That's not what I clicked. Okay, we're hopping on headset for a little bit.
If I'm about to be betrayed by you, I want it to be heard loud and clear for
Really
for
don't
everybody
want to
hear.
be. Oh
Lachlan
God.
Stevens, he is in.
Wait,
Skewb round
what seed am I? Because I low key might just throw if I'm. Oh, bro, I'm 44. I can't be bothered. I'm not gonna compete.
two. You're not going to compete?
No,
Are you
no.
sure? No.
Hmm?
I just want to make sure that do you consent to dropping out of Skewb to say words on stream with your boy?
Wait, who else is like available? Because I might just like have a meme average and then like, come straight here.
Philip's available.
Okay.
Yeah. You can compete. Go compete.
We can swap out after. Yeah. Are you in Skewb round 2?
Oh, I'll be in Pyro round 2, so I might swap with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy. There we go.
Good morning.
We made it. It is a good morning for pretty much everybody that's watching the stream, though. It's probably good afternoon or something like that or whatever, but it's good morning for us. Local time here in Perth is 10:27 a.m., but in my body clock, it's 1 p.m. and I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's all the insight that I have at the moment.
The purple shirt is the crew shirt here for Oceanic.
So we've all got very nice purple shirts on. All of your stream team, all of your lints
Hi, Dylan.
who are helping the stream out also have purple shirts on.
Yes.
Your
and
Ethan Prides, all of your ops, if you will, have the orange shirts on and the blue shirts on. But you're on our side. If
Yeah.
you're sitting here enjoying the stream, enjoying our company, then you're on the purple team.
Yes.
Because we can't do what we do without you guys. Or we can, but it would be kind of boring. And that's all I had to say about that. That was 3x3 round 2 that we've just finished up with. Results slowly being entered at the moment. We're not sure who's actually taken the lead this round because it's been a little bit
Yeah, so how did people do?
I don't think anybody really performed. There was nothing really notable. In fact, everybody seemed to actively do bad. So I'm not sure what.
Yeah, that always seems to happen in second round 3x3 morning, Sunday morning majors.
One result that has been entered, we saw Dwayne Ramos on station number 3, has been entered with a 7.49 average.
That's actually not bad.
It's not bad, but it is a second slower than what he got in the first round.
Well, yeah, like I said, second round, 3x3 at a major.
It's a little bit in between. Like it still doesn't really matter because you're not really trying to qualify for a finals.
Especially not here because it's top 48 that advance, and for everyone here, top 48 is
very doable.
It's
Like you
just
can
free. Yeah.
make a lot of mistakes and still get through pretty comfortably.
So we're watching Skewb next.
Skewb group. Oh, sorry, not group 2.
Round 2?
Round 2 is what we're on to now. So Skewb round 2. We had first Jim Fushada taking out the first round, as is customary.
Yeah, and we also had Eli Pineda, I remember, very consistent. Okay, so the round is not up yet.
We look at Skewb's second round, or rather the first round of Skewb. So Eli Pineda was the first Oceanian.
Yeah, Eli was very consistent.
Yeah, as he tends to be. He's the Oceanic record holder for Skewb average. Very consistent performer. It's probably been a bit overdue to get that Oceanic record, but did get that just earlier this year. with a 3.08 average is what he got in the previous round. So he's going to be a top-seeded Oceanian on station number 2 next to first gen.
Yeah, and these competitors will have to solve quite well to advance to the final, which is top 20.
Certainly.
And we're hoping that the best people do well, so that we'll be able to watch them during the final.
That'd be good. I'd like it if the people that are supposed to do well, because it gives us something to watch.
Yeah, it would be a shame if the best people got station like 19 way in the back. Yeah,
somewhere that we don't have.
we'd have to get a roaming camera in that case.
Oh yeah. Get send some minion out there with the phone cam and yeah. All right, so just got our competitors slowly filing in to the stations. We've seen Eli Pineda on station number 2, sitting down there, the current Oceanic record holder, as we've mentioned before. A couple stations down, we've got Phoenix Patterson on station number 4 as well. And on station number 3 is actually going to be Jonathan Charlesworth, a Western Australian. Now, what do you need, Mr. Phillip?
There's only one pen.
Oh, there's only one pen. Let's get
Yeah.
a second pen.
Yeah, there we go. We got to write down these times. Keep track of it. I know we have some keyboard warriors in the chat that are going to keep us posted, but you know, it's nice for us to see the times as well.
Be able to do some number crunching on them if needed.
Charlie Eggins, you know, I was just competing next to him in 3x3 round 2.
Yep.
He started off slow, but actually finished pretty fast, so.
Let's see, has his results been entered yet? Still awaiting some scorecards in 3x3.
Yeah.
So it looks like a lot of the
7:30.
stations that were off stream are the ones that are kind of showing up at the top at the moment. So Chris Mills at the top at the moment, actually tying with Riley Dexter. So that's the second time that Riley Dexter has tied someone's average in the 3x3 round this competition.
And lost the single.
And lost the single, yep. So 7.20
Looks like
for both Chris and
nearly
Riley.
everyone is entered.
Yeah, we're only waiting on around about 20 new scorecards at the moment. So the top 20 on WCA Live are all guaranteed to make the next round, regardless
That's a
of who gets
relief.
entered. So are you in that top 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, at number 11. There you go. But yeah, we did see our first seed from the first round, Toby Soifert. As the scorecards are getting entered, at the moment he's in 10th place. That might not be where he finishes, but that's the best possible place he could be.
I wouldn't put too much stock into this
No,
second round
absolutely.
3x3 result. I think everyone pretty much just does it as a matter of, it's a formality really. Although it's not like it hasn't bit people in the past, you know. Unfortunately, I remember Felix got eliminated at Worlds in round 2. So
it can happen to anybody.
it can happen, but fortunately here at Oceanics, the competition is not quite as stiff. Okay, so we have Phoenix on station 4 about to start a solve.
Yep, so we've got Phoenix on stream at the moment. So he's on the right-hand side of his screen in inspection at the moment. Johnny Charlesworth is just doing a practice solve, but Phoenix is doing his first official solve here.
Oh, a bit lucky turning, yeah, but it's not bad. 310.
310 for Phoenix there. Actually was a little bit lucky in that last algorithm there. It could have been quite a bit better. Eli doing some warm-ups at the moment. Got himself a 1.38. Wonder what kind of scramble that was. I think maybe he's just doing T-perms.
Yeah, T-perm 1.38. Oh, that's actually not great. He's probably just doing slow turning.
Calm turning.
Yeah, apparently Felix is in chat. Apologies. Yeah. Okay, let's see. We have Jonathan Charlesworth getting his Skewb. He's a Perth local, so he'll be looking to do well. Challenge for that Oceanic podium. We have him there on station 3. Let's pull that up. All right. A lot of moves. Oh, that's a +2.
Hard to tell. Is that a +2?
Yeah,
Let's
I
have a
think
look
so.
there. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's further over that line. So,
So unfortunately, that's going to be a 518 for Jono.
and then on station number 2, we're going to see Eli with his first official solve. We'll bring that up. So in inspection at the
Yes,
moment.
From Eli, we're expecting high 2s, low 3s. He gets them pretty much every round, including the first round of this competition. And he's a bit shaky, but so fast.
It's a 2.69 for Eli there.
269, yeah.
Couple of display issues still, but we can fortunately just see the time on the display from the overhead.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to watch these Skewb solvers. It's such an unusual puzzle. We see first gen there on station 1. Wow,
Looks like most
beautiful
of these
turning.
was
261 for first gen.
looked to be the same solution that Eli found as well. On station 4, we've got Pyraminx doing his next solve now.
Oh, that's a huge pause. Oh, and I did the wrong alg or something.
And it's a +2 to top it all off.
Oh my god. Okay, so that's a 713. Yeah, that's no good.
No good for him.
He's gonna try to move on from that as quickly as possible. Remember, the top 20 make it into the finals, so he's got to put that past him and just get on with the next solve.
We're about due for Johnny Charlesworth's next solve, so we'll wait and see if... there we go. He's just received his puzzle now. Johnny Charlesworth has had a couple close run-ins with the Oceanic record in recent memory. Last average was a 3.44 from the previous round. He's on the left-hand side of the screen from this top-down angle now. Inspection at the moment. This is the first one that we've seen, or not the first one that we've seen on the second scramble, but
Ooh.
335 for Johnny there.
Okay, so that's reasonable.
Turning, unfortunately, looked a little bit locky.
Yeah, well, it's
It's such an awkward puzzle to turn, though.
yeah, and it's still 10:37 a.m. Everyone's tired. We've been here for several days at this point. But you know, everyone's in a good mood, so that makes things easier.
The vibes are high. We've been saying this all weekend. The vibes are
Yeah.
immaculate here in Perth. I'll have a quick look over at station number 6.
His
It is
first-
Dwayne Ramos, the defending Oceanic champion, and was the OCR holder up until very recently.
Yeah, interesting. First gen practicing blind on station 1. Let's see. Here's Dwayne. Oh, that's that's not looking okay. 384.
Dwayne a little bit pausey in recognition. We've got Eli. Looks like Eli's just done a solve.
Yeah, so
2.62 there for Eli.
So
We just missed
far-
that. Apologies.
so far Eli has a 269 and a 262.
That's a
Eli-
great start. That's actually an amazing start. What's his Oceanic record average? I think his Oceanic record average is around about a 2.3, or maybe even a 2.2. 2.27 is the current Oceanic record average that Eli holds, so 2.6 is still pretty formidable. Got first gen on station number 1.
Oh, a bit lucky, a 333.
All right, we'll move our attention over to Johnny on station number 3. He's had a 5.1 and a 3.3 so far, so we hope for something good. His next solve. Haven't seen anyone do the third scramble yet, so here's Johnny Charlesworth of WA. 2.01, and the penalty, it looks solved. So that will be a 2.01, no penalty. See Pyraminx now doing that scramble as well.
Okay, so this looks to be a good scramble.
Looked like a couple moves to a sledgehammer, which is one of the most common algorithms that you'll find on Skewb, particularly in beginner's method.
Oh, a bit lucky though.
And it looks like Pyraminx plus 2ing that solve, so it's going to be a 4.49
that's really
for
bad.
Pyraminx.
That's really bad because Pyraminx has a 713 as well. So
Seen Eli a 1.9 on that scramble as well. We've just missed that, unfortunately. Must have been a really quick inspection and solve.
1.9 what?
1.90. Got first gen now, taking on that scramble. We've seen it. Station number 1. All of these top 4 competitors have found the same solution, and Firstian does as well. 1.48.
Flying through that 148. Yeah, so that must have been a great scramble. Just a few moves into a sledge. And Firstian's turning coming through for him there.
The fastest time in Skewb that we've seen in an Oceanic Championships was a 1.26 by Dwayne, which was actually the national record. That was from last edition of the Oceanic Championships. The Firstian nudging close to that was just a couple moves to a sledgehammer. Got to imagine if he could, if he one-looked that solution and took out that pause to recognise, could have even been closer to a 1 second or a sub 1.
Yeah, and so with that 190, Eli's actually got a chance for the OCR here if he does well.
Okay, so his Oceanic record currently stands at 2.27. So to break that,
He's only had 3 solves so far, so he's going to need 2 more good ones. Okay,
so a
we see
2.2
Jonathan Charlesworth
yeah.
on station 3. Let's get that over.
a 2.27 would make it possible. 285
Is that good?
appears to be.
Okay, so 285 for Jono. So he's looking good. As long as he doesn't count that 518, he should be safely through to the final.
I believe we've seen Dwayne on that third scramble that everyone's getting good times on, a 1.89 for him. Might be that there's only really one suitable solution for that scramble, and everyone seems to be finding that. So very well done by everybody. Alright, so we'll pan back over to station number 4. We've got Pyraminx Patterson there. And as we say that, we've also got Firstian in inspection now.
Firstian Fushada on station 1.
Eli
so far.
also receiving his cube as well.
Yeah, so Firstian has a 261, a 333, and a 148. So big potential here with a good 4th solve.
Pyraminx unfortunately not doing so well there. 3.88 we've got for him. Here's Firstian on the left-hand side.
Oh, and it looked like another good scramble. But
It was
is
a
that
2.59, but it is a
+2?
+2. Got Eli.
So Eli has some potential here.
Eli on the right-hand side. Remember, he needs a 2.27 for an OCR to be possible, and it's not going to be possible. It's going to be a 3.54. So
Is that a +2? It looks
and
close.
that looks extremely close. For mine, it looks to be just on the good. So 3.54 that is for Eli. So OCR unfortunately not going to be possible.
Yeah, but he's pretty much locked his position in the top few seeds of the final, so that's good to see.
Jonathan Charlesworth on station number 3.
Yeah, Jono's been looking good so far as well.
Pretty solid average so far. This is his last solve.
Oh no, solve the cube, Jono, oh no. Oh, so he's gonna count that 518 from the first solve. With his other solves, he still should make it to the final.
Well, top 20 from the first round was a 5.02
yeah.
average, so I would say he's still very comfortably under
He
that.
should be under that, but he's not going to be one of the very top seeds, unfortunately.
He's still got another round if all goes according to plan. So we'll hope for the best.
Yeah.
Stations 1, 2, and 4, however, still awaiting that 4th scramble. Don't quite know the quality of this scramble yet, given that we've only seen Johnny solve on it. We're getting Pyraminx Patterson receiving the cube now.
Pyraminx Patterson has a 713 looming, so he needs to make sure not to count that. His other times are 3.10, 4.29, and 3.88.
We also have Eli and Firstian on stations 1 and 2, so if need be,
Yeah,
we'll cut to those.
should switch over to Firstian
Well,
on
Pyraminx
your
is going.
left.
We've got Firstian as well, 2.44.
Firstian with a 244. Pyraminx Patterson with a 2.90. Is it good?
I can't quite tell from here.
Yeah, the cube cover is blocking.
Cube cover's unfortunately blocking Eli. Now solving on your right-hand side.
Okay.
Looked like a triple sledge to finish. That's good. A 2.52.
All right. So
Be a decent average for Eli in the
yeah,
end.
Eli, a very solid high 2 average.
Pretty much mirroring the result he got in the first round. Actually, no, he was not sub
Yeah,
3 in the first
and
round. So an improvement is even better.
Yeah, a bit shaky from the rest of the competitors, but everyone should be safely through to the final. Yeah, first gen will also have a high 2 average, so yeah, actually pretty good round from everyone.
Looks pretty standard, a lot like what we saw in the previous round. Although Eli just nudging that sub 3 barrier, which is probably pretty standard for him. I would
Yeah.
imagine that we'll be seeing something similar to that in the finals, but we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, we're still waiting on Phoenix Patterson for his last solve.
Are we?
Are we?
I believe he's
He
already
hasn't left.
done.
Or
yeah, he's done all
hang on,
5.
what's next? 2x2 round 2?
Yeah.
Maybe he's on station 4 again? No, he won the last round.
Next is Pyraminx, I think.
Oh, that's me. I'm in Pyraminx.
Yeah, so you better go compete.
I better go. All right.
Let's see if we can get someone back in. We'll get Lockie maybe.
Seems to be.
All right, so Lockie's going to join me for Pyraminx round 2.
I'll love you and leave you, gang. Leave you with my good friend Lachlan Stevens.
Okay.
Enjoy Pyraminx.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Okay, welcome back everyone. So we're just waiting for the competitors to come up to the stage for Pyraminx round 2. Let's take a look at how people did in round 1. So actually, Edward Burgess from the UK was actually first by a mile here, 197. Jiqi Ding was second with a 251. We had Oliver Hutchinson getting a PR, 255. Emmett Hobbs in fourth, 272. Jody Brewster with a PR of 289 in fifth. And Elias EU, the 304. So who are you most looking forward to watching in this round? I think
Emmett.
Okay.
He's fun to watch, and you can't help but root for him just because he's like such a chill guy.
Yeah, there he is putting on that hoodie, chilling out. All right.
That? Oh yeah, that's Edward. Yeah.
Right.
Where is Emmett?
Emmett.
Oh yeah, Emmett's
not here yet.
he's just coming up there,
Okay.
almost. And then Oliver's sitting next to him.
And the chat calling this cone. Have you ever heard that before?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe Edward Hollingdale gave a small speech about how we should rename Pyraminx to or
Yeah,
was it either Brad maybe? I don't know. One of them.
Sounds like one of Ed's speeches.
It does. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Perhaps we should start calling it cone.
I'm
Even
down to
though
call it
it's not really a cone at all.
I feel like if you round it, like not like round as in just make it round, but if you like approximate the shape of it, it does
Yeah.
approach like.
Perhaps if you only want to use 2 surfaces, you could go with a cone.
Yep. Do you think there's any promise for renaming it in the future? I think
No.
it does better describe the
There's no problem.
what does minx mean? What like
Yeah.
what's the relevance of the word minx?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
the-
not sure about that.
Yeah. So like FTO for example, that's technically classed as a minx because it's one of the like what do you call it? Platonic solids.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're not calling that a minx, then realistically we don't have to call Megaminx a minx, and we don't have to call FTO. We don't have to call Pyraminx a minx either. So I think we should just rename all the events to better suit their actual.
So Keaton proposes renaming Megaminx to Rubik's Big Ball.
Yep. I actually really like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Rubik's Big Ball.
Just call it the ball.
How you don't have to get that hyped every time we mention FTO. It's so good, bro. Corner toning dodecahedron. I like it. I don't think that's
Okay, so on station 4 we have Emmett Hobbs. On station 3 we have Oliver Hutchinson on your right. Then on station 2 we have Zichi Ding. And on station 1 we have Edward Burgess.
Hayden, I agree. I think we should name FTO Octomix. I've been a big supporter of that
Yeah,
since.
Octomix makes so much more sense.
I agree. But apparently an Octomix is already a puzzle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So I don't know
Okay.
why we.
I believe Zichi has just received his Pyraminx.
Doesn't look like his display is working, or maybe he just hasn't turned the
Yeah,
timer
but we
on.
can see it on the overhead. So
Yep.
let's swap over to the overhead cams. Okay. So here is Zichi Ding. On your right.
And we'll probably be able to catch Emmett and Oliver's solves after this one. They've received their puzzles as well. And Zichi for his first solve.
Ooh, that was a huge pause. And a lockup on the last layer. So 350. Let's move over to Emmett on your right. They're all looking at the same scrambles. So we'll see if you can do any better. Oh,
Some
okay.
good turning there.
Yeah, great turning at 255. We also have Edward on station 1. Let's jump over to that. Oh, even better turning, a 178.
And we've got Oliver going up for his first solve on station 3 very shortly.
Yeah, so Edward already showing separation from the pack. Let's see what Oliver can do.
Looks like a 2-tip, or actually a 1-tip maybe? It's hard to tell.
Oh,
Not
that
a
was
good solution.
excellent turning as well, and a 215 for Oliver.
He's very happy with that. Little fist pump there.
Let's see what Jody's oh. Let's jump over to station 6. Is that frozen? Okay, I believe station 6 is frozen, so we need to see that.
Yeah, but Elias got a 162 on that first scramble.
Yeah, so off camera we had Elias getting a 162. Okay. Sorry about the frozen camera. But we can take a look here at Zichi Ding on the right.
Thanks, Hal. Appreciate it. We're doing our best.
That was a lot of tips. Excellent turning at 281.
Did that look like a 4-tip?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah, so tips gotta be the stupidest part of Pyraminx.
I agree. I very strongly agree.
Oh, and let's swap over. We have Emmett.
And a bit of shaky turning there. 294 for Emmett. And Elias is about to start inspecting. Did you say we don't have an angle on Elias?
We do not have an angle on Elias.
That's all right. I'll continue reading out his times so you guys can keep track. And a 226 for Elias on the second scramble. So that gives him...
Yeah, so Elias EU doing very well. Let's swap over here. Take a look at Edward. So Edward the 178 on the first scramble.
big pause there.
Okay, a 341.
And Oliver about to start inspecting. He likes to take his time before solves, which is commendable. A lot of people rush straight in and suffer the nerves, but he likes to take his time, which is, it's very good.
We also have Zichi Ding receiving his cube on station 2, so we'll jump over to that as soon as we see Oliver's time. Pyraminx is such a short event, you gotta stay on your feet.
Elias has 162 and 226, that's correct.
Here's Oliver on your left. Ooh. Okay, it's 356. Gigi Ding. Oh.
Is that a +2?
No, it looks
No,
good
it's-
to me. A 241. Let's jump back over and take a look at Emmett Hobbs.
And Elias is in inspection right now. I'll let you guys know what he gets. And a 168 for Elias on
We
good pace.
actually finally have a camera on Elias.
Oh,
so
awesome. And Emmett in inspection now, in station 4.
a lot of tips on this one, but great
Ooh.
turning a 201. Emmett Hobbs locked in on that solve.
I gotta apologize, guys. I haven't been keeping too close an eye on Jody Brewster, so I can only say he got roughly a mid-2 on the first solve, and I have no idea what he's gotten on the last 2, or if he's even received
Yeah,
the
but
last
we
2.
do know that Elias EU is doing very well in this round.
He
We've seen
is.
2 mid-1s.
And I believe he was seeded as the favorite for round 1, so he's a bit underrated currently in the placing.
Yeah, well, with Pyraminx, it's such a high variance event,
Yeah.
so anything can happen. We're looking at Edward on the left there. Smooth turning at 222.
And Jody Brewster with an 852. He looks pretty pleased with himself.
So Jody putting down bad 3x3 times on Pyraminx. That's got to be disappointing. Okay, let's jump over to Oliver.
And ZG's just received his Skewb as well, so we'll cut over to him shortly. I'm glad you're impressed, Keaton.
Okay, let's jump over to Zichi, who's starting inspection there on the right. Okay, 3 tips on this scramble. Oh, bit of trouble doing them. Oh, and it looks like he made some mistake. Oh, this is terrible. 510. Okay, let's jump back over to Oliver Hutchinson there, who had a PR 255 in the last round.
Big breath.
Oh, huge lockups on the pickup. Okay, but a 308, so he clutched up in the end.
Seems
Okay,
pretty.
and that's Edward on your left, taking a look at scramble number 4, I believe.
And after this, we'll probably want to cut over to Elias. 433 for Edward. Really
And
upset.
here's
with that.
Elias on the right. Elias has been doing great this round. Jody solving as well.
Oh, 167 for
167.
Elias.
Elias is on fire.
So he currently has 2 1.6s that are counting.
Okay, let's jump over to Emmett Hobbs on the left.
Bit of a pause there.
Oh, no. Does he have any bad times? No, I
Not
don't
yet.
think so. Okay, so Emmett is doing okay. So Elias has been on fire. We saw at least 3 1s. Do you have all of his times? Yes. So
Yes.
Elias with a 162, a 226, a 168, and a 167.
So that gives him a BPA of, is it 165?
Something like that.
Yeah.
So mid 1.6 average coming for Elias if he can clutch this last scramble. Let's hope he doesn't get a bad one.
And even worse possible is still comfortably sub 2.
And here we have Zichi Ding in the middle stage. Zichi Ding on your right there.
How's the scramble looking? 3 tips.
Like 3 tips.
Big pause there.
Okay, 251. Jump over to Oliver.
And that gives Zichi a low 3 average.
Take a look at Oliver's warm-up under the table. He's like doing some turns, ghost turns. That's an interesting. Oh wait, he's actually turning a cube. We just can't see it.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see it
it's-
popping out of the table occasionally.
Oh, yeah. Looks
Oh,
like
I really thought he was doing ghost turns. It was so convincing. Okay.
And Elias has just received his puzzle as well, so might be able to.
Okay, let's jump over to Elias, who has
Yeah.
been on fire.
Looking for anything under a 1.62 for a BPA here. Oh, and a 195.
Oh, and the +2.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, I think that's a +2.
So that's going to count his 226. Oliver's in inspection
That's
now.
so unfortunate.
And Oliver with 345.
And what happened on station 1? That's a .13. That must have been a DNF. Okay, let's jump back over to Emmett Hobbs. Emmett had a 5 on the last one, so he needs to lock in. Oh,
Is
is
it
that good? I think
it's
it's
good.
good. Clutch 308, and he'll easily make the final. Okay, so in summary, Elias still had a high 1 average, but missed the best possible. Yeah, 187 average. Thank you to the chat. How did everyone else do? Let's see. Some bad counting times for Edward, so he's going to fall way down the standings. How did everyone else do?
So yeah, Zichi with a low 3 average, I believe. I didn't catch. Wait, no, Oliver still has one more solve.
Oh, Oliver's still going. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So we're waiting on Oliver.
So I'm gonna have to head off quickly for 2x2 after this, but
Okay.
we'll just make sure we catch Oliver's last solve. He's just received
Yeah.
it now. Swami taking a break from delegating to judge him.
Yeah, so Oliver has already locked a decent average. Worst solve of 356, so not too much pressure on this one. Also not too much potential.
It should just be a
Although,
best possible would be nice here.
yeah,
It could pull the average, I think,
could
slightly
pull it down,
sub
but
3.
it won't beat his PR from last round of 255.
No. Do you know if it's 2x2 or one-handed that's
So
next?
2x2 round 2 is next,
Okay.
and so we'll see some very fast solving there. A lot of great 2x2 competitors here at this competition.
Oliver for his last solve, the average now.
And so Oliver on station 3. Okay, 338. Wow, that was a very casual looking finish there. But yeah, so that does it for Pyraminx. Yep, round 2.
And I might have to swap out with Michael here because I have to go for 2x2.
Alright. Let's get Michael back in for 2x2.
I'll see you guys later for the other events I'm bad at.
Gee, long time no see, everybody.
Yeah.
Been a
Quick
while.
swap out. So there's fast rounds today. Every round is like quick, 15, 20 minutes. So it's going to be bang, bang, bang until the end of the day.
Fast-paced day. I think we're all a bit tired, so we're just trying to move through it as quickly as possible
Yeah,
and
so
succeeding in doing so.
yeah, it's been an excellent morning so far. Next up is 2x2. So 2x2 is going to be a high consequence event because any mistake and you could put yourself out of the final.
Yep, so we've seen most of our major players in 2x2 getting through to the top seeds, which is pretty cool. Phoenix Patterson, the former Oceanic record holder and top seed for this competition, naturally slotting himself in first. He had a 1.43 average in the first round. And in fact, his .90 single that he got in the first round was the first sub-1 at an Oceanic Championships. We somehow didn't see an entire sub-1 in all of the 2022 Oceanics.
That is probably more impressive than the .9.
Well, he also had the previous fastest. He had a 105 from 2022. That was the fastest at an Oceanic Championship
Yes,
prior to his previous round. Sub
so-
1's the goal, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you would hope to see some sub ones.
We'd like to see a couple sub ones,
Yeah.
a few more sub ones for Phoenix, and hopefully from a few of our other competitors as well. But if it's going to be anybody, probably
Okay,
Phoenix.
so on station 1 we have Phoenix. On station 2 we have Jody Brewster. Jody Brewster had a 163 average in the previous round. Do you know if that's good for him?
He has a PR of 144, which at the time he said that was second in Oceania. I actually believe that was earlier this year, potentially, at Melbourne Summer. But I could be wrong about that. I wouldn't take my words as gospel.
Okay, let's jump over to station 3 where we have Toby Seufert, who did win the first round of 3x3 and had a 179 PR, his first sub 2 in 2x2 round 1, placing him third, so he'll be on station 3. Right next to him we have Elias EU, who we just saw putting down a fantastic high 1 average in Pyraminx. Should slot him right into the number 1 placement for the final. And he'll look to keep that momentum going into 2x2.
Yep. And to touch back on Toby Seufert for a moment, you did mention that it was his first sub 2 average, but he's done it by a huge margin in terms of 2x2, a 1.79 average. That's a huge jump. 0.2 of a second is almost unheard of when you get to that point in 2x2.
Yeah, that's a massive jump. And on station 5, we have Alexander Vucic. Alex had a 188 average in the first round, and Jacob Joshi there, you may know as JJ, on station 6, 192 average. So all the sub 2 solvers from the first round are on the top 6 stations, and everyone else was just over 2. The margins are tight here though, so anyone from off camera could easily jump into the top and knock out some of our top players, so they'll have to remain locked in and focused and do as well as they possibly can, because any small mistake and they could be out of the finals.
Sprint events have a nature of being highly volatile, so we're looking to, well, we're expecting to see our top competitors still doing well, but
Here's Toby.
there's no guarantees. Toby Seufert.
Okay, Toby Seufert with a 188 starting off. Let's jump over to Phoenix. Phoenix Patterson there on your left. Wow, 116.
Amazing.
Phoenix
116.
is so fast.
That's right about near his PR average. His PR average sitting currently at a 114, which
Okay.
was the Oceanic record for almost 2 years.
Okay, let's jump over to Elias EU on your right. Elias had a 188. It's coming off a great Pyraminx round. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going. Oh, and that's great.
151 for
151.
Elias.
So everyone doing great. Let's go back to Jody Brewster on your right. Oh, and a very long solution for Jody. Still a 226. And anything in the low 2, even mid 2 maybe, but certainly low 2, high 1 range is going to be fine for all of our competitors.
Just off stream, we've seen on station 5, Alexander Vucic had a 3.66 on the first solve. And on station number 6, Jacob Joshi, or JJ Cuba, as many of you may know him as, a 1.90 sub 2 to start.
Okay, and we have Toby here. Toby jumping into his second solve. Oh, and it's a 163.
Go Toby! So maybe it wasn't a fluke in the first round. I was thinking maybe he just kind of
Yeah,
flicked
so
a good average,
let's
but
remember
maybe he's
that.
been practicing.
Yeah, let's remember that Toby is coming off a huge PR of 179, which was actually his first sub 2. And so it looks like he's still got it. It might even do better this round.
Phoenix Patterson has been delivered his cube on station number 1. Off stream, Alexander Vucic on station 5 is in inspection, but we'll stick with Phoenix for now. There's
Here's
a 1.82 it looked like for Alexander.
All right, and here's Phoenix on your left. Oh, a great solve, a 129. A very efficient solution, a nice case there on the last layer. Jody's in inspection there on the right. Looks like there's some decent blocks on this scramble. So competitors looking to get some fast times here. Yeah, Phoenix did have a big pause on that one.
Jody underway, pauseless.
Pauseless, but somehow a 264. I guess the TPS was quite low.
Might have been a couple awkward turns in there. Stations 3 and 4 have both received their puzzles and are getting underway. Elias here on station 4 first to start.
Yeah, so here's Elias inspecting on the right. And this looks like...
I believe this is Elias's second.
Yeah, and that's the same scramble we've been seeing. Okay, a bit of a different solution, a 199.
There we go. Toby on station number 3 has a 1.8 and a 1.6 so far, so hovering around that PR average mark that he set in the previous round. What can he do on the third? 226 there for Toby.
226. All right, let's jump over and look at Phoenix Patterson on station 1. Phoenix on your left. Wow, 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 wow. 122. Phoenix is on fire this round.
That's a counting solve for Phoenix Patterson. Has a 1.16 and a 1.29. For him to have a chance at his PR average, he's going to need a time around about a 1.0, high 1.0, 1.05, Roman has messaged in chat.
And here's Jody solving on station 2. Wow, and Jody's faster, 115.
Let's go, Jody.
So this looks like a good scramble, and the competitors are doing great on it. That means we see a few. I see Alexander Fuges with a 157 off stream. It's possible that there's some great solves on the other stations that we're not able to see, because it looks like we had a good scramble there.
I don't believe I've seen any of 5 and 6. We've been treated to some fast solves by these top 4 competitors. It's been hard to avert your eyes from that.
Yeah, so Jody Brewster practicing one-handed, which is coming up soon. Just after this.
We've got Jacob Joshi on station number 6.
Yeah, let's jump over that.
Solving at the moment. We might be able to see one of his solves on stream. I believe this is his 3rd solve, but there's a high chance we might have missed one in the midst of all of the low ones that were coming in from our other competitors. JJ underway. 154. Let's go, Jacob.
Okay, and here is Phoenix Patterson on the left.
Oh, really locky solution.
Oh, so lucky.
It's a fair bit away from his other times that he's gotten so far. That's a 1.90. Elias EU on station number 4 is in inspection now. We think he's a solve behind the rest, so we think this is the 3rd scramble that everyone's been getting good times on. 1.43 for Elias. I think Alexander Vucic off stream, a 1.36. We reckon that's likely on the 3rd scramble as well. But here goes Jody and Toby. They've both received their cubes, both yet to start inspection. Jody first to begin on station number 2. Jody got a 1.15 on the previous solve. Another sub 1 here, 1.59.
So he's locked in.
And here goes Toby on station number 3. Notably using a stickered 2x2. Not sure what cube he's actually using there.
They did
Go, 1.74.
And that looked like exactly the same solution. They're doing setup to Ortega there.
So his best possible average is right around that PR that he set in the previous round. I think it might even just be a little bit below. He's got a 1.1. No, never mind. He's got a 1.88 and a 1.74 counting at the moment. So
Wow.
PR is definitely on here.
Wow, and so Toby showing that it was no fluke, and he's right back at it, going for his PR in the 2nd round as well.
Here goes Phoenix. Could be in for a really, really good average.
Yeah, Phoenix has been on fire so far this round. 2 low 1-2s.
Phoenix has already beaten his Oceanics championship record.
Oh,
Great average, 1.66 on the final.
Yeah, a bit
That
lucky.
gets him an average of around about a 1.3 or a low 1.4. That's
okay,
the fastest average that we've seen in any Oceanics.
Let's jump over to Elias EU.
We saw Alexander getting a 1.7 on the last, so we're missing a solve in there. We're not quite sure what his average is, but either way, he looks pretty comfortably through the finals. We've got Toby and Elias.
Oh, that's a great solve.
Great time,
Elias is
1.31. He's
locked in.
pumped.
He's absolutely pumped, and he's safely into the final with 1 solve to go.
Toby in inspection at the moment. He needs like a 1.7 for a PR average to beat the PR average you got in the 1st round. Oh, so it's not going to happen.
No.
3.22 is going to be worst possible, unfortunately, but the potential was there. Are we seeing the birth of a new 2x2 king in Toby Seufert?
Yeah, Toby Seufert still not able to break his PR, but was that sub 2?
Oh, definitely sub 2, yep.
Sub 2 average, wow. So coming into this competition, he didn't have a single sub-2 average, and now he has gotten one in both rounds through to the final. We'll see what he can do. If he can keep this up, he'll have a chance at the Oceanic podium, which people may not have seen coming. Here's Jody Brewster.
That's an insane thought, that. All right, here goes Jody Brewster, station number 2. Counting a 1.5 and a 2.2. Sub-2 average looks on.
Oh.
Not going to be, though. 2.83,
Yeah.
that's going to be his worst possible average.
He didn't see properly in inspection.
It's not going to be under 2 seconds, that's for sure. Elias EU on station number 4, starting now. He's going to give up on that one. There was potential there for a really good average. Really, really good average. He had a 1.51 and a 1.43 counting prior to that solve, but now he's counting a 1.99 as well. It is going to be another sub-2 average for Elias. He's going to finish up with his worst possible average there, a 5.96 on the last.
Wow. So everyone doing great in this round. We saw Toby Seufert surprising us with yet another sub-2 average. Phoenix Patterson was fantastic. 2 1.2s and a 1.16. Yeah, so what was that average from?
The average at the start, that average was absolutely incredible. He started off with a 1.1 and then 2 1.2s. We're thinking he was infallible.
Wow.
And then it was a pure sub-2 average in the end, but he did balloon out to a 1.9 in the 4th. Calculating his average here. It's a 139 average, which is unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking it was around about that high 1.3, maybe 1.4 average. Phoenix dominating the competition, looks like he's continuing to do so.
All right, so coming up is going to be 3x3 one-handed round 2, and I'm going to hand it over to James. Give you the call.
We are back.
We are so back. The multi-boys are back in business right about now.
The multi-men are vibing. So how was 2x2?
We've just seen an electric, to steal Matthew Maynick's words, electric 2x2 round 2. So many people popping off. So many people defying expectations. It was absolutely crazy. We've got the times there in front of you. Phoenix Patterson is the main player. He set the new Oceanic Championship record of a 1.39.
Oh, wow. Smashing it, too. 163 before that. And was that from first round? Was that 163?
Well, no, I forgot to update the sheet. So it was a 1.43 in the first round. He's got a 1.39 in this round. So he's steadily trending downwards.
Yep.
But there's definite improvement from the form he was in 2 years ago.
Yeah. That's really exciting because Phoenix, obviously the former OCR holder, just recently lost it to Roman Rudikov. But for several years now, he's been sort of the main player in Oceanic 2x2 solving. And I think since he set that OCR, he's been a little bit sort of hit and miss, sort of struggling to find that really top form that he's had. But yeah, clearly peaking at the right time with a 143 average round 1 and then 1.3 this round. That's awesome. Who else did well?
Amazing stuff. So we've seen Toby Seufert. We thought his first round average might have been a bit of a fluke. That was his first sub-2 and sub-2 by a long way. But he seemed to deliver again in the next round. He was on station number 3 and had really good chances to get another PR average. But unfortunately, he had a 2.2 on the third solve that ended up counting.
Yeah, so couldn't quite capitalize on it.
Maybe the nerves got to him a little bit. But it is still another sub-2 average for Toby.
Yeah,
and
that's
given that he had none before entering this competition, maybe he's been putting in a bit of work.
Had a bit of a stealth 2x2 arc there. Yeah, that's something I didn't see coming, to be honest. In my sort of predictions for this competition that I did beforehand, I had sort of Brian, Phoenix, all those guys.
Same.
But yeah, Toby, that's a name that I would not have put on the podium, but now he's looking like a real force, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. We're moving on to one-handed now. The group has been called. Our competitors have sat down. Notable story from the first round, one of your very own, your compatriot Dwayne Ramos.
Yep, one of our favourites, one of everyone's favourites really, an 868 Oceanic record average in round 1. He's been in really good form recently. He's been dropping a lot of like mid-9s, low-9s. He had Oceanic record BPA last week at New Zealand Nationals. Didn't quite capitalise on it then, but capitalised in round 1. And if he can carry that form into round 2 and finals, we could be in for an electric show, again, to use Maynick's terms.
We love Matthew Maynick here.
And who else did we see in round 1 there?
Well, it was daylight to second place as Dwayne Ramos.
Almost a 3-second gap, it looks like. Wow.
So we had Benjamin Worry, who looks to have done his first solve, looked to be a 14 there, but he was the second place finisher from the second round. I believe we were commentating that group, and we mentioned his 9.99 that he got on the last,
Yeah.
not knowing that he'd already, like he was counting that 9.9 because he got a 9.8 on the first.
Yeah, that was because his PR is what, 9.6, and that's like his 6th or 7th sub 10 now.
Yeah.
So I think he's well due a low 9, maybe even an 8 at this point. Hopefully we can see him do that this round and get something really nice.
I'm looking forward to see these two Roo solvers on the first 2 stations, just bringing a bit of style into this competition.
I mean, it's a sign of the times, isn't it? I mean, the Revolution is well and truly underway, and yeah, 1 and 2, both Rooers.
It's made its mark in Oceania for sure.
Mm-hmm. Just waiting now for Dwayne to get his first cube, and the fireworks to begin.
So any predictions for this round? Do you reckon OCR could be on again?
Oh my, I mean, with Dwayne, when he's on, he's on. And, you know, clearly he's been having a good competition. 5x5 national record single, one-handed OCR average. And so, you know, when he's got that energy behind him, he's capable of anything, really. So I don't know if I'd say it's likely, but I'm excited to see it.
Keen for it. We have seen some of our competitors getting underway. That's Brian Eng on his first official solve at 12.42 it was for him. And Jody Brewster on station number 3, 16.67. So it doesn't look like anyone's really firing, but these are all CFOP solvers that we're mentioning.
Yep, and it could be that the Scrambles have something different in store for Roo. And here's Dwayne coming up for his first solve. Cube is delivered. He's prepping himself. Getting in the right headspace, getting in the OCR headspace.
8.68 was his mark in the first round. I repeat, 8.68. So we're going to be on OCR watch again. You can never be too sure when Dwayne's on, but anything can happen at any moment. I very much look forward to seeing this.
Seems to decide on something reasonably quickly.
And here we go, that's his first block done. Second block on the right-hand side finished up now.
CMLL quickly onto LSE. And it's 798. That's a sensational start for him.
Amazing start, 7.98 for Dwayne.
Sub 8, that's even sub world record average, not just OCR, world record.
Well, world record still stands at a low 8 second average by Sean Patrick Villanueva of the Philippines.
So in fact, there's no one in the world who could be unhappy with a sub 8. That's a sensational start for any average.
It's great, looks pretty fluid all the way throughout.
Yeah, and he just, oh, looking at Dwayne now, he looks like he's in a good headspace, he's having a good time. And that's what we like to see. When he's in that headspace, he's capable of just about anything.
We've seen Chris Mills on station number 4 with a 12.9.
And a 13.20 from Brian Eng. So a lot of people in that sort of 12-second, 11-second range. But Dwayne, absolute daylight there. Looks like he's about 4 seconds clear of the field at this stage.
All right, so we had Riley Dexter at 12.45. We are just seeing Benjamin Worry on station number 2. He's just received his cube now.
And a 13.27 from Jody.
Looks to be a duplicate. It's taken his earmuffs off.
Oh,
Or in fact,
I don't know.
is he right?
No.
Yeah, no, okay. It is delegates getting called, so we'll have to wait and see what the go is with that one, but it is possibly a duplicate scramble. Might have got the second one for the first attempt. But yeah, talking about that start from Dwayne, that's 7.98. No one in the world has a sub 8 average, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself just yet.
One solve in, you know.
But can you imagine a Dwayne Ramos WR?
Oh, I can imagine it. I've been imagining that for years. I mean, he's been so close so many times. His very first OCR average in one-handed was almost. I seem to recall the timer cut out for a sec, and we thought from the last time that was shown on the timer that it was world record average, and it just missed it. But yeah, he's been there or thereabouts for years now, and Sean's made it so tough recently. But Dwayne, I think he can rise to the challenge.
All right, so we're looking at Dwayne on station number 1 now. I've gotten off to a red hot start, a 7.98. He's only solved for the time being, but we'll see if he can extend on that.
I mean, even so, he's got a 7.69 on the display there from a warm-up solve he did. So clearly he's just in great form. Hopefully officially as well as unofficially.
All right, underway with his inspection. Got him on the left-hand side of your screen from the top-down angle. And as we say, that Benjamin Worry delivered the cube as well, but looking at Dwayne Ramos.
Second block.
Second block solving the corners.
Onto LSE, looking good, and 863, nice! And that's sub-OCR average once again, and that's now a count, well, it's not a counting time. That could
not
still
necessarily.
No, but it's either counting time or he'll have a counting time even better than that.
Yeah, but
This
that
is a-
is both times that he's got so far are sub his Oceanic record average that he got in the previous round.
So this is a very, very exciting start. I mean, there's
For
only
sure,
there's
for
only so
sure.
much you can say 2 solves in, but this is about as good as anyone could ask for.
It's got Chris Mills on the right-hand side. This is station number 4. Not sure what he's had on the first, but that's a sub 10 for Chris Mills. 9.70. Very nice. Very well done.
I believe that's the second best thing we've seen for anyone so far. And
I'm
there's
wondering what's going on with Benjamin Worry there. He's received the cube, but there's no time on his display.
Huh.
Because we did make note that he'd received the cube. I'm just not sure whether he did a solve or not.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like he signed off for it, so I imagine he must have. We just must have missed it.
We
I don't know.
probably missed it. Yeah, we were a bit distracted by Dwayne Ramos getting a good time and
I mean, it's
popping them into the calculations.
very distracting, isn't it? Hard to keep your eyes off it.
Jody Brewster on station number 5. That's going to be a counting 13 for him, unfortunately. So it's looking like the CFOP solver's not having such a great day, save for Chris Mills' sub 10 single just before.
Yeah. And here's Dwayne in for solve 3. This is a really key moment for him. If he can secure another time, then he's all but guaranteed an incredible average.
So his 2 times he's had so far are a 7.9 and an 8.6. They are both sub the Oceanic record that he set just 2 days ago in the first round of one-handed.
What's he going to do to solve?
On the left-hand side, he's in inspection at the moment. A good time here could just about guarantee him an OCR, but we'll have to wait and see.
Not such a sharp second block, but into CMLL, onto LSC, and a bit of a long LSC, 977. It's not sub OCR, but it's still sub 10. It's still sub almost every other single we've seen, and that does make that 863 counting. So he'll need a good last 2 solves in order to get around about that OCR territory, but he's very capable of it.
Well, if he happens to... I don't think he can lock OCR
No.
for the time being, but even still...
He can't lock it on the
he's still
third.
on good pace, because remember that solve may not even be counting in the
Exactly,
end. So
yeah.
we'll just have to wait and see.
But I would say one even semi-decent solve for his standards on the last one, and he's guaranteed first seed by a long way.
Oh yeah, it doesn't even look like it's close.
No.
Given that we've only seen one person getting a sub 10 single so far in this round.
Yeah.
And Dwayne's bad solve was still
But it looks
not
like
even that much slower than that.
it looks like there was an 11-18 from Chris. We didn't quite catch that on the stream, but that'll be yeah, a counting solve for him. So it looks like he's doing decently for himself. You know, we saw a 9, we've seen an 11. So he's possibly operating in that sort of 10, 11 second range.
Haven't seen much going on from Brian Eng, unfortunately, but might just have to keep a standby on that one. At the moment, we'll go to stations 5 and 6. We've got Jody Brewster and Riley Dexter. Remember, Riley Dexter just got his first sub 10 average at Australian Nationals.
Wasn't that an incredible moment? Skipping
His
10 seconds
first-
entirely, getting the Australian National Champion title.
His first ever Australian national title. Long overdue for one, and he just got one, so that was good to see.
Looks like
Got Brian Eng.
There's a 13 from Riley there, unfortunately, and an 11 from Jody. That's more like it.
Right, so we've got Brian on the left-hand side of your screen solving at the moment. Just off camera, we do have Dwayne Ramos being delivered his cube. We've got Brian onto PLL now. It's an 11.33 for Brian. Not a bad effort. We'll, for now, switch out to our top seed, Dwayne Ramos. In inspection at the moment on the left-hand side of your screen. Is already counting an 8.63, which is under his Oceanic record average that he set in the first round. Corners solved sub 7. Here we go.
Oh, such
it's
a
just
long LSC. Damn. And
massively
he's
long
not happy
LSC.
with himself
No, not at
there.
all.
So that does put OCR out of contention there.
Yeah.
His best possible average is going to be somewhere around a high 8, I believe.
So if we run the numbers quickly, here's if he manages to count that 7.98 at the start, then he'll be on for an average of 8.79.
Yeah, which is still sub OCR coming into this comp. So he still has an incredible BPA. But yeah, just not quite capable of that OCR he got in the first round. And yeah, even considering how unhappy he was with that 11.22, that does still put his worst possible average well clear of everyone else. In fact, is that? Yeah, that's sub 10 locked right there.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Given that he's counting an 8.63, there's a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, yeah.
You're seeing Chris Mills and 11.28, so looks as though he's starting to warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
Brian Eng on that station has also been delivered his cube, as has Benjamin Worry on station number 2. So we'll keep you posted on both of these. We've got Brian starting his solve now. Looks like we'll be able to catch both of these guys. It's Brian on the PLL, 9.50.
Very nice. So I think that's Brian counting a 10 and an 11 possibly. I haven't kept exact notes of times, but yeah, he's in decent form.
All right, so now we have Benjamin Worry on station number 2 underway, as is Dwayne Ramos. Both in inspection at the moment. We've got Dwayne on the left and Ben Worry on the right. Just waiting to see what Dwayne can do. OCR average is unfortunately not possible, but could still tie up a good average here. Sub 10 is definitely going to happen. Is Ben on LSE. 8.89 for Ben. Good solve there. And Dwayne Ramos, 9.67. It's a bit inconsequential. He is going to get that sub 10 average regardless, but
yeah, so that'll be a low 9
would have
average.
preferred a better time.
Yeah.
Here's Chris Mills on station number 4. Believe this to be his last solve. Got the ZBLL, or as he would call it, a ZBLL.
Oh no, hurts the ears really. And that's a 13.54 for Chris. I believe that might be his worst solve, but I think he's gotten some decent solves out of him.
All right. Thus concludes, actually, before we conclude the round, Jody Brewster on station number 5. Go Jody. Jody Brewster.
I mean, we all love to see Jody pull off those amazing times, don't we? And he's so capable of it as well.
All right, so there's Jody Brewster, station number 5, in inspection at the moment. And solving. Where are we at the moment? Looks like finished with the PLL a little bit under 9 seconds. Going to be an 11.50.
So it looks like there are a number of solves there in that sort of 12 second range. Jody will be one of them. Brian, I think, will be one of them. Chris, possibly going to be our second seed heading into the next round. I got the impression he was doing second best, but yeah, really hard to say, given we weren't precisely tracking things. And
so we do actually have Benjamin Worry with one more solve that we were not aware of. So that's him on the right-hand side there. Got himself an 8.8 on the previous solve, so solving pretty slickly. That's going to be a timer malfunction, it looks like.
0.02.
0.02,
yep, on the timer as well.
So that's going to be an extra, given that it's under the 0.06. So he's actually going to have another solve yet to do.
Yep. So that 8.8 on the previous solve, that would have been his PR single, correct? Finally got that, because we looked at it the other day. I think he only had 9.6.
Yes, no, that's right. And you were talking about
exactly.
He was probably due for a time like that, but
and
there you go.
Got it.
He's got it. No problems whatsoever. All right, so just awaiting on that extra scramble from Ben. And then after that, we'll be right into the 2x2 semi-finals.
I believe.
Oh, sorry, 3x3 semi-finals. We don't have 2x2 semi-finals.
No.
My brain's elsewhere at the moment.
It's understandable, to be fair. It's been a very full-on weekend.
My body says it's time for lunch. Your body's probably saying it's almost time for dinner.
Something like that, yeah. My body says it's time for food, one way or another.
Yeah, I love food. Food, my favorite. Yummy, yummy.
Here with wisdom from
tummy.
the Oceanic stream crew.
Sage wisdom as much as you'd ever need.
You know, we'll just see Ben Worry's final solve, and then I think I'll have to go for 3x3 semis.
You made semis.
I believe I did. I got
Let's
a
go.
9.5-ish average.
Stream team's kind of crushing it out here. Let's go.
Aren't we
Let's
the best?
Oh, not to toot our own horn or anything, but, you know, I think we're pretty all right.
Let me just double check that. I did. I was 34th best solver.
It's not an official solve. It might even be fortunate. But yeah, basically on every scramble set that they print 2 extras just in case like one of them is in place. What's happened here? Well, I don't know what's going on.
I have no idea, unfortunately. but-
.02 should have been an extra. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. But I'm not a delegate. I'm just some guy. I just
Yeah.
work here.
Oh, well, I think I've got to run now because I have 3x3 semi-finals to absolutely crush, hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
But
We'll be seeing you in head-to-head, won't we?
Oh, absolutely. Well, you'll be hearing me in head-to-head.
I hope, well, I was just realising, I hope I'm not seeing you in head-to-head because that means I'm commentating by myself.
Yeah. The rapport between Michael and Michael will be something else, I think.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
I'll see you all later.
Me and the voices in my head. Speaking of rapport between Michael and Michael, hi, my name is Michael, and I think I'm going to be commentating with Michael. Whatever, sounds good. Alright, so following on the results from last round, now that they have been entered, obviously they've been entered, otherwise we wouldn't have a third round, a semi-final to have. We've got Chris Mills and Riley Dexter tied their average, just as Riley did in the first round, actually, except instead of tying, obviously, with Toby, it's with Chris. A 7.20 average. Didn't look like any of the similar times that we saw in the first round, but hoping that we can see some times in this round that will put some good people through to finals. Just seen Riley Dexter on station number 2. That's a 5.88 for Riley. Got Alexander Vuzic on station number 3. 6.62 for him, so that's pretty good. No complaints there. Also on station number 4 beside him is Toby. Oh, sorry, not Toby, that's Charlie. Wrong Queensland young gun. We did also see Ferstian on station number 5, and we've also seen Dwayne, station number 6. So both of these competitors we will be seeing pretty regularly on the stream in the coming moments. But here we go. This is the last one of our semi-finals. After this, we're going straight into all of the finals at the end of the day. So we're having a quick lunch break, and then after that, we're just going straight through the finals. So we have Chris and Riley on stations 1 and 2, about to get ready to start. All right, looks like Chris has gotten started first on the left-hand side of your screen. 6.11 for Chris. Good effort there. I've also got Riley in inspection on station number 2. All right, onto his PLL. A little bit of a misturn there with the S-slice. It's going to be a 7.00 to follow up that 5 that he got on the first scramble. All right, looks like most of our competitors just getting ready. Oh, actually giving their cubes away to be scrambled. However, we do have Alexander Vuzic on station number 3 on the left-hand side of your picture now. That signature aggressive turning style. Not sure what PLL that was. Look like lefty moves and D moves and all that sort of stuff. That's 7.25. That will be. Alright, Chris Mills on station number 1. We'll just head over to see him now. He's on the left-hand side of your screen from this angle. Started off with a 6.11 as far as I know. Not sure if there were any solves before that, but we know he's got a 6.11. So recognizing the ZB, 7.80. Pretty sure my PB is faster than that, so I think Chris might need to speed up a little bit. Boom roasted. Alright, so we've got Charlie Eggins on station number 4 on camera at the moment. In inspection on the right hand side. Pretty smooth turning all considered. S moves. Charlie's pretty good with the S moves, being a world-class blindfolded solver. Has to do those quite frequently. Transferable skills into 3x3. All right, here's Riley Dexter on station number 2 on the right-hand side. We know so far he's got a 5.88 and a 7 flat. So potential for a good average is there. We'll see if he can capitalize on that. PLL now. 7.6 unfortunately, so that 7 flat that he got on the second is going to be counting. 7.63 on that solve. And now we also have Chris Mills on that station as well. Beginning inspection, he'll be on the left hand side. Alright, and here goes. He's done a yellow cross on this occasion. Pretty smooth, looking a little bit fluid. OLL now done at about 6, and there's a 7.94 for Chris. Alexander Vuzic on station number 3, finishing up a solve at the moment, 7 flat. Seen a couple 7 flats this round. The other one from Riley on his second. Alright, we've seen a 7.99 from Firstian, and Dwayne just doing a practice solve. Looks like all of our competitors here are solving well enough to make the finals. Finals will be top 20, if I do recall correctly. So we'll be looking forward to see who exactly makes the cut, what exactly is going to make finals. But you'd expect that these top 4 seeds are all pretty comfortably going to make it, and we'll be seeing them in the head-to-head finals at the end of the day. That's going to be on at 5 o'clock local time. If you're watching from elsewhere in Australia, in Melbourne particularly, that's going to be 8 o'clock local time to begin. And you can do the adjustments for yourself if you live somewhere else. I don't know, I'm not a walking encyclopedia or something. I just work here. Riley Dexter on station number 2. So he's on the right hand side at the moment. Alright, so here goes Riley. PLL now, and a corner twist to fix on the bottom, 9.1. It's not looking too good for him. It does look like he's going to pretty comfortably make the finals though, so 7.63 and 7 flat are going to be counting for Riley. That one a 9.18. Got Chris Mills on the left hand side. Believe this to be his 4th as well. And onto OLL. OLL's done it around about 6 again. 7.84 that is. Charlie Egan's off stream, we've just seen with a 7.3, and Alexander Vuzic, we're going to see if we can get his next solve on stream. Alright, so Alex on station number 3, he's going to be on your left-hand side. And underway. Believe Alex is a white and yellow only cross solver, so dual colour neutral. And there we go, 7.92 there for Alex. Just waiting around for a couple of people to get their cubes delivered again. Okay, so we have some real good intel here. Philip, one of our stream team members, is just sitting behind Charlie at the moment. We're going to see if we can get him on stream, but he's going for the series here. He's had a 5, a 6, a 7 and an 8. Can he get the 9? Nah. Boring. Boring. Unbelievable. Your regular programming resumes here. We have Chris in inspection at the moment, and also Charlie Eggins in inspection as well. Charlie's starting first. We're going to get as much of his solve as possible on stream. And Chris starting now. So 7:01 for Charlie. Cutting to Chris. 5.68. Lovely effort there. Good finish to the average. So 5.68. He's going to be counting a 5.1. Oh, sorry, 6.1. And then a couple of high 7s. But that's a good finish. And hopefully he carries that momentum into head-to-head finals, which he will be set to make. Right, on station number 3, we have Alexander Vucic on the left-hand side. Believe this to be his last solve as well. UPerm to finish 6.2. Good effort from that. I'm not sure his times yet, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the finals regardless. Right, so it looks like of most of our competitors, we are just waiting on a couple people to finish up. So Dwayne Ramos on station number 6. We're waiting his last solve, as well as Charlie Eggins, who sat next to Alexander on station 4. Welcome some very important members of the stream team. Just quickly, we'll catch Dwayne Ramos's final solve and then pan over to Charlie, who has just received his cube as well. Right, 7.42 there. All right, so Charlie Eggins is now on his final solve here. We'll be able to get all the good angles. So here's Charlie on the right-hand side. Our final solve of the 3x3 semis. Looks set to make it, but would like to get a good solve to finish. 7.17, so that's pretty decent. Good effort there from Charlie.
Yeah, I'll ask Charlie if he wants to do a Wednesday cube race.
We'll do that. Fellas.
Fellas and ladies, how are we all?
Fillets.
Fillets.
Fish fillets.
Fillet.
Filet mignon. I've got food on the brain, can you tell?
What have we got for lunch today, Michael?
I don't know.
Could we do a lunch review?
It does smell nice. Should we get a lunch review going?
We should get a lunch review going.
All right, maybe. Do you want to? Yeah. Okay. We'll get the stream producers to grab us some lunch.
We have our,
which is the least they could do
yeah.
for us. These guys do nothing around here.
They've done everything
They've
around
done
here.
literally everything.
They are
all
the
week.
goats. Yeah, if you might meet them a bit later today, but yeah. Dan and Lint and Mitchell behind the scenes, unfortunately not with us at this competition, but those three they've really built this stream, and Michael has been our fearless leader of commentators, putting this schedule together, keeping us all in line. It's been really, really brilliant to have such an awesome team working with us. And now we're moving on to lunch, and we're actually going to try and get a little bit of lunchtime entertainment.
Yeah, I'd be keen for this.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get in touch with Mr. Charlie Van Oren, who is one of the top Wednesday cube solvers, and we might even organise a little race between the two of us.
So Charlie is one of the orange shirts, the ops, if we've been casually referring to them as. The delegates of the delegates. So Wednesday cube race on stream looks set to go here. We're just going to try and get in touch with him. He's probably enjoying his own lunch at the moment in the staff room, but we look forward to... Oh, there's Charlie right there. Charlie, read your Facebook messages. All right, we've floated the idea ever so subtly to Charlie.
Okay, he's
in. We're going to get him on board at some point. All right, amazing.
That is brilliant.
For now, we are just waiting on a food review. Ah, here we go. Here we are. What is this?
We've got pies.
Oh, South Australian special apparently.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get some ASMR of the packaging.
South Australian special.
Yeah, rated by Dallas.
Insanity, that is. Do we have sauce?
So we have the Villies Family Bakery founded 1968 pie.
You've got
Not-
a beef
this
pie.
is not sponsored.
I've got a chicken pie. So we're gonna
pie.
chicken pie.
Beef
Yum.
pie,
Can Hey Lynn, is there sauce in there or is there no sauce?
You have so many demands, Michael. Sauce, yum.
Sauce.
Ketchup, yum.
Jody, how was your semis?
My semis. Actually, I drank coffee this morning, and since I haven't eaten any food, I just felt all of it in that round. But I did my best to lock in, and I actually ended up with like a 6.6 average in that round, which I'm pretty satisfied with, especially given my immense nerves. Could have.
Okay, so Hayley Eggins, famous mum of Charlie Eggins, has sent me her stream bingo, and Jody does something random is on there.
That's a free square.
That is a free square. Pop that in the middle, bro. What is going on? Are we waiting for some sauce? Sauce. Yum. Good.
Maybe like 5 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Pie review.
Pie review.
First bites.
We can have a
Actually,
a bite
pastry
of
smells
each
good.
end.
Yeah, I think we should share. I think we should share these. So
Yeah.
maybe a bite of
A
each.
sniff test first.
You just like blew the loose bits of pastry.
Yeah, I meant to
everywhere.
only suck in, but I accidentally blew out.
Yum.
Yum. Oh, how's this for lunchtime entertainment?
We're going off the rails right now.
Okay. All right.
Right. First bites. A cheers. Chicken pie. Yum.
Mm. Oh.
I just got straight pastry. I didn't get any chicken, so I'm going to take another bite.
I got some beef. I might take another bite too. You guys heard that crunch?
There's some mad crunch there.
Mm. It's just a mukbang now.
Yummy. Yeah, do you want to pass that in? Yep. We'll get that.
Doing some sneaky signatures behind the scenes. All right, so a little bit about this beef pie from Villies. It's quite magnificent actually. It's got a really rich beef flavour with some nice stock happening there.
I'm just going to pinch your beef pie real quick and have some food. It's very soft actually. You should wait until you bite into that pie. That pie is extra crunchy.
Firm. There we go.
Firm
No worries.
pie.
Okay, let's try this chicken pie. See what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I'm definitely rating the beef pie.
Oh,
I do think I got the better deal though.
hold up. Yeah,
I
that's.
think the chicken pie is pretty magnificent. I think Dallas
and
was pretty
I
bang
think,
on.
I think shape-wise, that works. Like, it the deformity. You can see this beef pie. Got something going on out there.
Uh-oh.
This beef pie.
In the
it's-
staff room, have we seen a new Wednesday Cube record? That's the only thing that goes on around these parts.
No way.
Brian Eng doing some celebrationing over there. Who knows? I've got no
Got
idea.
a very happy staff room happening.
I'm
But
just
yeah, you
eating
see this
some
beef pie
pies.
deformity. It's a little bit saggy in the middle, but look at this chicken pie. It is strong, tall, like a statue.
Like Jodie Brewster.
Like Jodie yeah, no.
Tall and strong. 6 feet tall and super strong.
Yum, 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 yum.
Where is... Can you pass the caricature back, sorry? I'm just getting the text to do everything. So let's just pop that back.
We're
where
just
it
very
belongs.
lazy today.
Feeling very goofy and lazy.
Whoa!
I know, but like the vibes are there.
Yeah. I feel like knowing that it's there is good enough.
It's good enough for me.
Good enough. Good enough to get you home and by 5.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Can't complain whatsoever.
Zooey mama. That's what I say about pie.
Zoo-wee mama.
Zooey mama. So Michael,
Oh, mama.
Have you competed today?
Yes, I have competed today.
What
I
have you
competed in my
competed
100th round of 3x3 blind today.
And how did it go?
I've still not triple DNF'd a round. So that was a little personal goal that I wanted to achieve, and fortunately came off. But now that I've got the 100, I don't really care.
You don't really care? You're going to triple DNF finals, are you?
Yeah, I intend to triple DNF finals. I intend to like memo half the cube and then guess the rest.
I see.
Because that's really the only way I can beat Mr. Chegg, can I?
That's right. And this is your 50th competition, correct?
49th. I think it's Dallas's 50th though.
Oh! We're all hitting 50 these couple past months.
Coordinated it so that my 50th will be Melbourne Summer.
That's right.
Because that was my first competition in 2021.
See.
And it'll be 3 years on. 4 years on. Yes, 4 years on. So let's have some more pie.
Pie is good.
I like pie.
Pie, yum.
Good.
Hot chips, yum. Michael's gone.
Can't just be looking at me and laughing. You see this? All right? This is us.
That's the
This
Sanchez
is-
brothers right there.
We are brothers, okay?
Mm.
We have each other's back and each other's mustaches.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It was just, I don't know. It was just like a moment. It was like, you know those moments that just happen and you just laugh? Like jokes?
Mm-hmm.
It was one of those.
Like one of those ha-ha funnies.
Yeah, it's like, it gives you a reaction that like makes you
It's pretty
breathe out
visceral.
really weirdly.
Yeah.
What's your favourite sound, Michael?
Oh, I tell you what though, I can do a pretty mean Minecraft death noise. Actually, I don't know if it's death noise or if it's like the damage noise because I don't play Minecraft. But it's like, that was good. That was good.
Can you do the villager sound like? We've still got 106 viewers. I'm really impressed that people are sitting through this and not leaving. Yeah. What other noises can we make?
Guys, there's nothing happening at the moment.
There's nothing. There's no competition. We're just eating our pie. If you're at home, go and grab a drink of water. Maybe grab a pie if there's one
you're
nearby.
not really going to miss out on anything.
I'm a pretty fly guy. This
pretty
is
fly for a meat pie.
this is one to die for.
This chicken used to
I'm
be
gonna-
able to fly.
Did you get the chicken?
I got the chicken.
Got the chicken.
Literally, I got
That's
the
a
chicken.
throwback.
Wow. Can't remember the last time we got the chicken together, Jody.
It would have been Ballarat like 2 years ago, maybe.
Did we get the chicken at Ballarat this year?
No.
No.
I don't think we did. I think I went to Subway.
Wow.
And you
And
went to
I
like
probably got the chicken.
you probably got the chicken. We haven't gotten the chicken together in a long time.
This stream is not
No.
sponsored by the chicken, just FYI.
The chicken should sponsor this stream. Did someone say KFC?
I don't care. I love it.
I don't
Isn't
know
it crazy
I
that
don't know
she
any
made-
more of that song.
Isn't it crazy that she made Brat?
That's right.
Like, that was a huge song.
Mm.
And now I'm living a Brat summer because of it.
Dude, my uni, there was like student council elections,
Mhm.
and they made Brat Summer posters. It was like in my Brat Summer voting era. It was crazy. And there was another one that was like, you know what, Sigma voting for student council.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It was crazy.
That's actually unbelievable.
Yep. All over my university building. It was just, yep. Sigma. If you want your higher is to be alpha, you got to vote for student
That's
council.
at university.
That's at university.
I don't understand
Any-
if that's
any-
like at a primary
Any
school.
UTAS students watching, you know what I'm talking about.
What up, UTAS?
What up, UTAS?
Given that there's literally just you from Taz, the sole rep of Taz at this competition,
Mm.
You better be representing in big numbers in chat, all right? That's all I'm saying.
You better be here, Ari.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this pie. It was a great pie.
My pie's just about gone. I'm a bit sad about that.
There's a bit less pie now than there was.
No more pie.
Sad. Bad. Mad. Rad. It's not rad.
It's not rad at all.
It's really not
There's
rad.
no more pie.
Unglad.
Unrad.
Thank you. Pastry.
Yum. I hope no one knows what we're quoting. It's pretty bad.
It's empowering.
It is empowering. Yes,
It's empowering for the subject.
that
It's
is right.
probably
It's a person,
it's probably less empowering
not a subject.
when
a
we
person.
do it. A person.
Yeah.
Like every time we do it, it's like a little. It becomes a little less novel.
Yeah,
That
that's right.
becomes novel in its own way.
Yeah, it's like double novelty. Yeah.
Very much so. Very
Indeed.
interesting. Very cool. What are they doing to our stream setup? No,
Oh,
hold
no.
on a second
Oh,
here.
heavens. Oh, good.
Guys, wait, they're taking down all the cameras. What's going on here? You guys.
Ruining our beautiful setup. Oh, is Zach? Zach making a nice little appearance. Will he go for a second one? Who knows?
We get Zach
there
Kenny's
is-
butt.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
We don't have no idea.
We don't know what
you're
you
saying.
said.
Let's say it again.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what's going on.
Let's
Mr. Kenny.
let's leave these delegates to their work that they're actually doing while
Well,
we're.
What's
making
Charlie
them
doing
up.
all the way over there when he should be here for a Wednesday cube race?
That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
What's he up to? Can we call him later? Does
I
he think
sure
about
hope
me?
so.
Does he know that I dream about him?
I need to get those
sometimes?
digits.
Yeah. Those digis.
That was beautiful. Yeah, look, who knows what they're doing right now.
Oh, they must be setting up for finals. Because right after lunch, we're going to get into 7x7 final, I believe.
My favourite event.
The worst event in the WCA, as said by Ed Hollingdale.
Right, so here's the deal. Here's what I'm going to do, right? I might cut to lunch. But then, as soon as Charlie feels like he's ready, we're going to come back for a Wednesday cube race. Yeah, he's over there. He's setting up for finals. What does he think he is? An op? He's an op.
Charlie!
Do we
Right.
have 2 Wednesday cube?
Charlie will be bringing 2 Wednesday cubes ready for this match.
All right, sounds good to me.
And I reckon we can move our beautiful caricature just aside for a moment.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Well, we'll leave you guys to your foods.
And
Now
we'll be
that we've
back.
had our foods, we'll be back soon.
We'll be back in about 2 minutes, ready for this Wednesday cube match, just as soon as Charlie arrives back.
Ba bum bum ba da da. Never mind, we're back, boys.
All right, we are back, ready for a little race. Hey, Lint, if possible, could we get a little zoom out on the camera? How are you doing, Charlie?
I'm going well, thanks. How
How's
are you,
it-
Jody?
I'm doing well. How has delegating been today?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Busier today than other days.
Yeah. Definitely.
but no, it's going good. Going
Nice.
good. I'm tired on day 4, but it's good.
As we all are. Have you competed today?
Yes, just 3x3.
Well, it's time for the real competition, actually.
Correct.
We're going to have, if you're not already aware, the present, well, in the goodie bag for everyone was the Rubik's Wednesday cube, modelled after Wednesday Addams from Addams Family. But if you can see, it doesn't really have a lot of contrast on the cube. It's just all white and one blackish side. So naturally, it's quite difficult to solve. But Charlie and I, we've had a few races now, and I reckon we can have a pretty solid race now for you all.
And you are the reigning competition
Only
record
just.
holder.
Only just. Okay. Now hopefully we've got a view on both of our cubes. We can do the same
All right,
scramble.
yep.
What do you reckon? Best of 3?
I'm down for that.
Sounds good. Okay. Let's have a little inspection.
Not a good scramble.
Not a good scramble at all, but that's okay.
That's not too bad. All right. Ready when you are?
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, what am I doing? Oh no. This is horrible. This is really just horrid. I don't even know if I'm really solving it. Oh, I've been smashed.
I think there's a lot of for the viewers that haven't tried a Wednesday cube, there is a lot of trust that you have to have in yourself when you're doing it. Like you think you see an F2L pair, and you just need to trust that it's actually an F2L pair, and not overthink things, and not double check everything.
Oh, and I haven't solved it yet.
That look the exact same.
Yep, almost identical. All right, here we go. I've already lost the match, but we're going to just do one more for good luck. And we do actually have a top-down camera now. So
Wow.
you'll get to see this from our perspective. Let's give it a go.
All right, awesome. And I hope that the WCA competition events working group is watching the stream right now.
Okay. Do you feel ready?
I do feel ready.
Okay. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, unbelievable.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Doing too well.
I've
Oh,
got
what even is this? Oh, is that a T-perm? Okay.
Nice,
Oh.
nice.
Good
Thank
match.
you, Jody.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
this
beating me.
opportunity. I hope people enjoyed watching people solve black and white cubes.
Yeah, definitely go and try one if you haven't before. It's a really interesting challenge, and I think it could be practiced to recognize these colors, but it can always change depending on the lighting. And right here we've got a lot of lighting towards us, and it makes it, I think, a little bit easier to see the colors. In the staff room we had okay lighting, but if it gets any darker, there will be no chance at solving this well.
Yeah, they do also come with a little zombie hand
that's
stand that holds up
Yeah.
the cube, which is a nice touch. Stops it from just being a black and white Rubik's cube.
Yeah, they're very, very
That's
cool.
awesome.
Comes with a lot of cool stuff, and I believe you can buy it in most of the department stores, Target, Kmart, Big W, or if you're in another country somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for hopping on, Charlie, and
No
I
worries.
reckon we will just take a short break for lunch, and we'll be back very shortly with 7x7 final.
Awesome. Thanks, Jody.
heaps. See you soon. One meal. If you don't like tacos, you gotta go. And that's gonna seal the deal.
Goodbye.
Tacos, yeah, they're good.
straight in. Tacos. They're crunchy and good. A flavorful explosion on my tongue.
That's in my mouth.
Eat them. You definitely should. Praises to them should be sung.
I will sing them.
Tacos. They're the food of the people. You gotta get them fresh and on sale.
That's a good price.
Consuming tacos makes everyone gleeful. And if you don't like them, you're gonna go to jail.
That's where my dad is.
Since the 17th century of Mexico, tacos have been the #1 deal. If you don't like tacos, you gotta go. And that's gonna seal the deal.
Goodbye.
Tacos, yeah, they're good. Tacos, yeah, baby. This episode of Oceanic Championships 2024 is sponsored by Taco. Hello. Thank you for Taco.
What did I just witness, Michael Tripodi?
Tacos.
I witnessed
Look up
tacos.
Hazchem Music on YouTube. Season 1, Episode 1 of Music Tech Go Burr. I think it's Season 1, Episode 1. I could be wrong on that. But Jody oozes a certain kind of confidence.
Perhaps, yeah.
Kind of vibe, in fact, you know, and just felt like it was right to capture that, especially because if you were on stream for the lunch break, you might have caught some of that. So we're about to begin 7x7, Chris.
7x7!
I love 7x7.
7x7 finals.
It's my favourite event to watch all the time.
Who is going to win 7x7 finals?
Kieran Behan of Ireland.
Who
But
is
he's
going to
not-
become Oceanic champion then?
Probably Dwayne.
Probably Dwayne?
Probably Dwayne. I don't think there's anybody else who's going to take over that spot.
I reckon my fish pick, per se, Henry Isles. Gonna
Henry
win.
Isles.
Henry Isles, Oceanic champion.
He double PR'd in the first round. Has he been putting work in?
He's been putting work in.
Oh, yeah.
You
Love
see that average there, that 228?
Yeah.
That's the same as his average of 100 at home.
Ooh, okay. So
Okay.
that's pretty standard. We
pretty
can
standard.
expect that.
So he's going to get that 221 3 times.
I believe it.
Jackson Foster, WA. Another WA local, Amy Smith, on 19th seed.
Announcing the seeds now. We should have a camera on this.
You probably should. Another WA local, Joshua Hounslow.
We're going to be seeing these stations filling up relatively quickly.
Are we going to chant Kieran's Behan's name?
Yeah.
We're going to do it?
Take the headsets off for it though.
Yeah.
Called Big Dave as well.
Brian Eng, crew member from Sydney, 20th seed for 3x3 finals. Another Sydney sider, Harrison.
Mr. Four Names.
Mr. Four Names.
Harrison Jonathan Newbury Chun. WA's very own Tyler Williams
One of
making
the
the finals.
One of the organisers of the competition.
The
team
ops,
leader.
if you will. More WA locals. Olivia Effendi used to represent Indonesia in the WCA, but has changed to Australia as of this year.
Riley Dexter. I judged his first round. Jamie Otsui PI'd, very consistent. Jibbity Swooster.
Jody Bazooka! Jim Bizba.
Jim Bryan.
Big Dave! That was David Epstein. Could you tell?
My pick, Henry Isles from Dunedin.
Deng Zhengping representing Singapore. And then your top three, Dwayne Ramos was your top-seeded Oceanian in the previous round, 222. We've got Fersian Fashada of Indonesia.
Are we ready?
And one name only for the first seed.
That was Kieran, if you didn't know.
You can keep up with your results yourself on WCA Live if you weren't sure.
We've got live data entry, at least I hope we do.
We will have data entry going live on WCA Live, so if you're looking to keep up with the results as they get entered, possibly even be a bit ahead of stream, please feel free to head over there. And we
might get a few spoilers.
Yeah, just a couple, so do be wary.
Oh, look at Benjamin Worry.
Little Benjamin Worry on his picture. Looks a little bit different in person now, doesn't he? All right, and as always, Zach Kenny calling out for some judges, necessary and required.
So our top two seeds, it's worth noting that they are not Oceanic competitors.
That's correct.
Flown out from their respective countries, Kieran from Ireland and Fersian from Indonesia.
Fersian has been living on the east coast of Australia for most of this year.
Oh, really?
So he's now studying at the University of Melbourne.
Exciting.
And will be here for the next 3 years, more or less. So
good to have him over here.
Yeah, good to have another really top-level speed cuber. Almost filling the absence that Felix Zemdeg's left when he moved over to the UK.
Although he is back now.
He's back. And he's at home watching this. He's just seen Jodie Brewster and I singing a lovely little song about tacos, I hope.
So we have cameras on stations 1 through 6, and we've got some overheads on the stations 1, 2, 3, and 4. So even if our top competitors are solving under the table, we will be able to watch them. So you can see here, just warm-up solves right now. No one has got their cubes yet.
Alright, but we will obviously have data entry going on WCA Live. Here we go. About to get underway. We have Kieran Behan on station number 1, top seed for this competition in 7x7 in inspection now.
Your 7x7 European champion currently does not hold any of the big cube European records though, as Timon Koleshinsky has been stealing those in recent times.
Says Kieran on the left-hand side of your screen, currently solving. We will give you more updates.
Kieran will be looking for sub 150s. He knows that he can get terrible times and still win this competition for 7x7 because he's so far ahead of the pack. So he'll be looking to set records, which is a bit different from the other people in this round.
Is Kieran our only competitor that has got their cube at the moment? At least of the ones we have on stream.
Let's have a look at his solve. Not looking great so far, about 50 seconds in. Still pairing those centers. Kieran known for using the Yao method on big cubes, one of the first top speed cubers to use that for those 6x6 and 7x7s. Nearing the last 2 centers now. So quick, really efficient. And we'll be moving on to edges very shortly. He's at 110. Not great. Ooh, making some mistakes at the end. Looks like he might be pretty nervous. Just solving that last cross edge now.
Just quickly, we might cross over to Dwayne Ramos and Deng Xingping on stations 3 and 4. They've just started their respective solves. It's Dwayne on the left-hand side in the running for Oceanic champion, so we'll keep you updated as much as possible. But for now, we will switch back to Kieran Behan.
He's at about to cross 150, and he's not even finished edge pairing. This is not great for Kieran. It looks like he'll probably be getting around 210. very poor for his standards, but for everyone else's standards here, incredibly fast. Oh, never mind, he's finished a lot quicker than I thought he would. 2:05, well recovered at the end. But I don't think we'll be seeing any mean records from him, but he can still break some singles.
Cutting back, that's Dwayne Ramos. Just on the left-hand side of your screen there. As it stands now, his 7x7 national records are a 2:16 mean and a 2:09 single, so we'll be keeping a watch out for those. Noting as well, he is one of the competitors that's using the Maya method. So if you're thinking Yao is kind of the customary big cube method for CFOP solvers, solving a couple of cross edges before you finish your centers, Maya is like the same thing but for Ru, where you solve a block instead of just those 3 cross edges.
Yes. This solve's looking quite good for him.
Dwayne's going to be one of those rare competitors that, as Hayden's pointing out, he's solving over the table, so he might not even need the overhead angle, but nonetheless, good to see from point of view what sort of times we're looking at. It's him on the left-hand side, still underway. He's just crossing that 2-minute mark now. Still a couple of edges left to do. Looks like just those 2.
Oh, and not a parity case, maybe?
He had double parity, it looked like. He's onto his 3x3 stage now, though, so in and around that 2:16. It's definitely doable. Onto his last 6 edges now.
Nice.
2:18.78 for Dwayne.
That's solid. That's better than he was getting in the last round. He got a 2:22 mean last round, which was fastest Oceanic competitor, and that's 4 seconds faster than that already, so on pace. Can we see what Henry Isles is up to, please, on stations 5? Well, we can't see, but he's not solved it. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
2:29. That's solid. Just 1 second slower than his PR average in the last round.
Got first gen for Shada, just finished up on station number 2, 2:10 for first gen. As the results coming in, we can also see Brian Eng, a 2:28 PR single for Brian.
Nice.
Great start.
He is not on one of the stations we have a camera on. David Epstein.
2:36.
Nod of the head. He's satisfied with that.
2:36 is going to put him 3rd Oceanian at the moment.
So
my apologies. That is not right. Be 4th Oceanian, given that Henry has got a 2:29 as well.
So far we're looking for the Oceanic podium. We've got Dwayne 1st, Brian 2nd, Henry 3rd. But we've still got 2 solves to come. Kieran obviously a few seconds ahead for the overall podium, 2:05, first gen 2:10. Kieran's 2nd solve now. Should we watch Kieran's top down for now?
None of the other competitors have received their official scrambles.
There we go.
Didn't know what you were doing for a sec.
I was trying to watch Kieran.
Kieran's the only one worth watching at the moment. No one else has even got a cube yet.
It's always worth watching Kieran, cube or not. Harrison started with a 2:53, not great by his standards, and not going to be put him in contention for that Oceanic podium. But as Big Cube's a mean of 3 event, if you just get a couple of average times and 1 great time, that can give you a pretty good mean.
Every solve does matter though.
Exactly. 1 pop can cost you everything. This solve's looking better for Kieran, nearing the end of centres, and will be swiftly moving on to that last cross edge.
Just quickly, we'll pan over to Dwayne Ramos, who started his second solve. Get back to Kieran in due course, though. So Dwayne currently leading out of the Oceanians with a 2.18, not that far off his national record mean of 2.16. For the time being, we will head back to Kieran Behan.
Still not a great solve. Going to be similar time to his first.
It's just finished off his edges now, so he's got his
Maybe
cross ready
sub
done
two?
with Yao solving the
Ooh,
last
I don't
bit
think
now.
so. Very close. Strong finish. 201.
201 for Kieran there. Heading back to Dwayne. Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand has gotten some good results for himself this competition, and I'll hope that something good lays in for big cubes as well. And I mean, definitely still possible here. 2.18 for his first, which is only about 2 seconds off. It's Dwayne solving on the left-hand side here. Solved his first block, just finishing off the centres now. His last 2 centres to do, and then after that we'll get into pairing the rest of the edges.
Few pauses on this last 2 centres here. But still looking strong.
There we go, centre's done for Dwayne. It's on to pairing the edges now at around about 140. He's got some time in the bank.
Ooh, pausing towards the end, but I think this is going to be a pretty good time.
We'll see, not many edges left to go now. He's got to cycle a few of them around. He's just crossed that 2-minute mark in real time now. So go, that's edges finished there. Heading back to 3x3 stage. Here he goes.
This is good.
Looking pretty good last 6
That's
edges.
really good.
2.11, that was such a short last 6 edges stage.
He is on pace.
He's well on pace for a new
NR
national
mean.
record here.
216 is the current New Zealand national record mean. 216.79. And he's got a 218 and a 211. He is miles ahead of the rest of the pack in terms of Oceanic competitors. Try and figure out what time he needs on the last to get that national record.
So on the last, he needs a 219.89 or better for a national record mean.
So basically, sub 220, and he's got it.
It's going to take a lot for him to lose now. Pretty much sewed it up.
But as we've said, something like a pop or a really bad solve, you just lose focus, then your mean's over. So nothing's set in stone yet. But as is, Dwayne is in the lead.
Just got David Epstein solving on station number 6. Has turned tack to big cubes quite recently. Hoping to lay down some good times. On station number 2. Very familiar face. You'll be seeing a lot of him in the events upcoming. Kieran Behan. This will be his 3rd solve here.
Third and final. A disappointing solve so far by his standards, but still the fastest overall competitor.
It's not been a great round by any stretch of the imagination. His PR mean / national record mean, well sub 2, nearing sub 150.
Brian Eng, who got a very quick PR on the first scramble, 228, got a 259 on the second.
Oh, that's a fair way off the pace now.
So that's going to leave the podium up for grabs. Henry Isles must be nearing the end of his solve.
Quickly pan over to Henry. Nearing
Ooh.
230. We'll see that cube come up hopefully sometime shortly. There we are.
That's good.
234. So still a little bit off the pace that he set in the first round. Head
But
back and see what Kieran's up to.
That's the second fastest Oceanian so far. I think he's happy with that.
So it looks like Kieran's on his last 2 centres. Very quick. There we go. We're about to start. We've started the edge pairing now. Dwayne taking a bit of time to compose. He's got national record on the line here, but the win's all about done.
What do you think's going on in his head? Is he focused on the win, or is he focused on national record?
Dwayne is such an enigmatic character. I couldn't have a single clue as to what's in his head. We'll quickly head back to Kieran. He's just about finished up. Pairing a couple of edges now. And Dwayne started his solve just off camera. About 10 seconds in at the moment, but we'll pan back to him very, very shortly. There we go. There's Kieran, a 154. That's a better solve by his standards.
There we go. That means going to be in the low 2-minute range. I think he'll be satisfied to at least get a respectable solve on the cards there. And then he'll look ahead to 6x6 finals, which is in about 30 minutes.
Here's Dwayne, 40 seconds in. He's finished his first 2 centres. Is just making those edges and the corresponding block.
Looking good. He's turning fast, not pausing much. Looks like he's in the zone. That's what we like to see from Dwayne.
That's what you want, especially during centres. You just want to be turning as quickly as you possibly can. Solutions are usually pretty straightforward, so the quicker you can turn, obviously, the faster you can get on to doing something else.
Like square one, which is coming up next.
Dwayne would have made square one finals as well, so got a lot on his plate for the rest of the day after an already busy 4 days spent competing.
Okay, finishing up centres shortly.
Looked like a pretty quick last 2 centres.
I think that was better than his last solve.
Only had a minute 30.
Dwayne Ramos very much on pace for national record mean. As we stated before, he needs just under 220 to secure New Zealand national record mean and secure the title for Oceanic champion.
Specifically, 219.89 is the mark to beat. So he's got about 20 seconds in the bank. We'll see if he can pull it off.
It's going to be tight. It's going to come down to parities.
That looked like the last 2.
It's going to come down to parities.
Here we go. 3x3 stage. Oh, he's got it for sure.
He's locking up. He knows it's close.
Here we go. Solving the corners here. He's got 5 seconds in the bank. He's got it for sure.
Oh, but he's got parity.
There
And that's
we go.
215. That's
National record.
mean. He knows it could have been faster, but he's won. And he's got NR. NR. I don't know what he's trying to show, but he got a national record.
He's asking about NR.
Yes, national record. Yes.
And I love you too, Dwayne. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Taking a selfie.
So there we go. Dwayne Ramos, national record 7x7 average. And a pretty convincing win. Not all results are in yet, but time being, Jody Brewster has finished up with a 248 mean.
Now we'll see who can take second and third. Because unless someone gets like a 130, I don't think anyone's topping Dwayne for the Oceanic champion title. So it's going to be between Henry and David and maybe Brian. Jody Brewster 248 mean. It's going to be tight. Let's go to David and Henry. Currently Henry at around the 232 mark after his first 2 solves, and David around the 240 mark. So Henry should be able to slot into second here without a disaster.
And it is confirmed now on WCA Live, Dwayne Ramos NR mean with a mean of 215.48. So that takes about a second off of his existing mean.
Okay. We want to see that cube in around 20 seconds from Henry. But I think he could get a 240 and still get second. Maybe even a 250. Because he's quite far ahead of third. We've got a 224 from first gen off stream. I think he'll still beat Dwayne. 228 from Henry. That's it. He is almost certainly in second place. Not a PR mean, but pretty close. New Zealand 1-2. That's what we like to see.
It's just up to whether it's going to be David Epstein or Jody Brewster. Looks like it's going to be David, given
Or
that the
Brian
Solves
Eng.
pace he's on so far.
Brian Eng's better than Jody.
Or Brian Eng has now beat Jody. So unless David Epstein has a massive blowout here and ends a time of around about 250.
Yeah, David will need a sub 250 to beat Brian. And, ooh, I can see from here that he's got a few edges left to solve. I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Still has got about 20 seconds left if he wants to beat that time. Beat that mean set by Brian. Looks like he's doing parity on an edge now. So he's on his 3x3
I
stage.
think he's got it. Without disaster, he's got it.
And 3x3 stage, his strongest part of the
That's
solve.
third place
There we
for
go.
David Epstein.
Looks like third.
Third place. We're trying to signal that he got third. Shaking his head. He is not looking over at the stream.
Nah, he's got more important fish to fry.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit disappointed with his performance there. But still, third place on the Oceanic podium. I enjoyed that.
It was very lovely.
New Zealand national record. Oceanic champion, Dwayne Ramos.
We thought we'd be seeing some national records
And we
in
did.
this final, and it's the first event, and there we go. One ticked off.
We love to see it.
Well, there we go. Finals number 1, done and dusted. And your two New Zealand compatriots going 1 and 2.
1
Dwayne
and 2, that's what we like to see.
Henry Isles finishing in second place of the Oceanians, just a bit over a 230 mean for him, and then in first place, taking the Oceanic champion title, Dwayne Ramos in a new national record of 2 minutes, 15.48 seconds.
I told you guys to look out for Henry. I was picking him to win, but
Really?
obviously Dwayne, you
You
know,
were really picking... Oh, I don't think you could bet against Dwayne ever.
we can never bet against Dwayne. Well, I wasn't betting against Dwayne. I was betting for Henry. I was betting for Henry to pop off.
Okay. Sure
And he
thing.
didn't pop off. He got around average times to him, and that was good enough for second. And then Dwayne popped
Right.
off and got
Yep.
a national record. So, It's good
In
to see.
terms of overall, Dwayne has finished third overall. Second place and first place are the two usual suspects. First, Jim Fushada of Indonesia in second place with a mean of 2:14, and Kieran Behan just over 2 minutes for his mean. That is 7x7 finals done and dusted. We are now moving on to square one.
Moving on to square one. And our 20th seed representing Australia, Amy Smith. 19th seed representing Australia, Brian Eng.
All right, and we have roaming camera out there
18th seed representing
showing our
Daniel Wang.
showing our finalists walking out.
17th seed representing
who's your pick to win?
I am so happy to say that I reckon Benjamin Warry is going to take this one home. But I would like to see my boy Zaid Chowdhury, who finished second Oceanian last round. I'd love to see him get a good time as well.
You know
He's
what I'm
been
going to
due
say
for
again?
something good for a while. What do you reckon?
Henry Isles is going to win.
In Henry Isles?
Henry Isles, he's going to be stoked with that second place in the last round. Knowing that it was going to be very difficult to beat Dwayne, he did as best as he could. Now, he's going to be in a good mood, and he's going to win square one. It's happening. You heard it here first.
Believe it.
Sadly, he'll be off stream, so he won't get to watch his greatness.
But do keep your eyes on WCA Live. It's the place to be for all your Oceanic needs. If you're not on this stream, maybe you could use it to supplement the stream. Have us in the background, have WCA Live up. But no, I reckon it's going to be Benjamin Warry. He's been pretty dominant in the first 2 rounds, winning by just about a second.
Man, the myth, the legend, Henry Isles. right there.
Ori, 2. 7C, representing Singapore, Andrew Tan Bang.
Adrian Wolverhampton giving love to Bora in chat.
Hello, Mr. Mayton. Thank you very much.
5C, representing Australia, the defending Oceanic champion, David Epstein.
They have called David
Big
out as the
Dave.
defending Oceanic champion.
Kind of dropped square one in the last few years. Not really his focus anymore, but still defending Oceanic champion.
He's had
And
great
OCR
success in
holder.
other events that he's taken up, though. Here's Zaid Chowdhury. I love Zaid Chowdhury.
I love him too.
First seed representing Australia, Benjamin Worry. Let's go.
I'm excited.
Here we
This
go.
is
It's all here. It's all happening. Competitors are sitting down. Square one finals about to get underway.
Honestly, I think anybody in these like top 5 Oceanic competitors could take the win. It's going to be really close. It's going to come down to who makes mistakes, who gets parities by accident, who doesn't, who does CSP correctly. I don't know. It's going to be close. Benjamin
one
definitely
small
the favorite.
mistake like that. One small mistake like that, like if you're an elite solver, you know, you mistrace your cube shape and you accidentally get parity. That adds so much time to a solve. And that leaves you only one more mistake you can afford to make. Now, these solvers are pretty good. You can't be expecting them to make too many mistakes like that. But this is just such a volatile event by nature. We can't rule it out from happening.
Alright, Benjamin Worry, Station 1, about to do his first solve right next to First and Vashada. 3, 2.
3 is nothing now. Here's Benjamin Worry of Queensland being judged by fellow Queenslander, expert cuber in Charlie Eggins. We've got first gen on Station 2 solving now, the former Asian record holder for Square 1 actually.
8:51, solid start.
Alright, so we've got Phoenix on Station 4, who's also off stream, just starting his inspection now, but we're going to be keeping track of Benjamin Worry. Here's Benjamin Worry, he's off. Oh no, it's
made a mistake.
It's one of those mistakes that we were talking about. Can't afford to make too many of those. 11.53, living dangerously early.
Dicey.
Very dicey. Got on Station 4, Phoenix Patterson, 14.34. Time for his first solve. But now we have Zaid Chowdhury. Can you imagine Zaid Chowdhury, Squan Oceanic champion? Would go so hard.
But this is what we were saying. Like, the favourite, you got on 11 on the first. You could go any way.
Might notice Zaid Chowdhury trying the hair back. New strat that he's just started trying out this competition. That's Zaid on the left-hand side of your screen. Looks like he's messing up the cube shape as well. This is not a good start. It was like a 5-second cube shape.
Really feeling the nerves. The 12.
12.2 for Zaid. So it looks like none of our top Oceanic competitors are
Let's
firing
go
on
to
this
David
solve.
Epstein.
We have actually seen off stream though, Jodie Brewster has got a 5.8 on the first.
For David Epstein.
So Jodie Brewster starting off really, really quick.
He's in the lead. Jodie Brewster.
Jodie
Square
Brewster,
one.
potential no practice PR coming right up.
Potential no practice Oceanic champion coming up.
Can you imagine?
Stop the count.
Stop the count. Jodie Brewster is my Squan Oceanic champion. For sure. Put it in the books.
Jacob Joshi started with an 8.12.
That seems pretty around what Josh is. What
Henry
Jacob
Isles,
is used to.
8.16. Good.
Yeah, so we've got some of the really top competitors faltering a little bit early. but leave space for...
Not Henry Isles. Elias EU 699 PR single.
Let's go.
Big upsets on the first solve.
Alright, so here we go. Got Benjamin Worry. Didn't start off too great. Got an 11-second solve on the first one. Here we are. He's on the left-hand side of your screen here. He's your top seed. Predicted Oceanic champion. Has won both the last 2 rounds. Onto his PLL +1 now.
Okay, is it going to be good enough?
Oh, no, he's got parity. That's what we've been talking about.
Benjamin Worry.
11.8, another 11 for Benjamin Worry.
It's not over yet, though. Although he's counting an 11, he's got the potential to get like 3 6s.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's given himself a hard challenge.
He's given
that's for
himself
sure.
one heck of a task, hey?
Doing finals in hard mode.
We also have Zaid Chowdhury on station 3. Left-hand side of your screen here, underway. A lot more fluent cube shape than last time. OBL done sub 4. Here we go.
Good.
That's a better time for Zaid, 7:71. That's much better.
But with that 12 on the start, he's got the nerves.
Also got Phoenix on station number 4 just beside. Started off with a 14-second solve. So not great for these guys.
He's turning fast.
As Phoenix often does. Doesn't know cube shape parity, so it looks like he's got parity there.
11.
11.43. Here we go. We've got Jody Brewster now on station number 5. Got a 5-second solve on the first scramble, so we'll see what he can do here. Looks pretty good. OBL before 4 as well. This is looking great.
It's going to come down to parity count, and he's got parity. But still a 9 with parity. That's crazy.
9.8. Alright, we've got David Epstein also beside.
Jacob Joshi off stream got another 8 on the second. That's putting him in a good position.
Could we have an underdog win here? David Epstein turning super quickly.
That's a counting 10 for David Epstein, the Oceanic champion. The reigning Oceanic champion is counting a 10. That's not a good position to be in. Potentially your 2 favourites, David and Ben, both counting souls over 10 seconds.
Alright, here we are. I've got Benjamin Worry. Trying to keep in mind that he has won pretty convincingly the last 2 rounds, but he's falling flat a little bit in this round, unfortunately. Here he is on the left of screen. It's an awkward cube shape. Here we go. It looks like just a PLL case. That's
639. That's what we're saying. If he's counting an 11, it feels like it's over. But if he just got 2 more solves like that, all of a sudden he's back in it.
Here he goes. Also got first gen just beside on the right hand side here. Has got an 851 and a 981 to begin, so doesn't look like anyone's really firing as yet. But here we go, 756, trending downwards.
We don't know Henry R's the second time. Not sure if he's done it yet. He is off stream and not entered yet. Zaid Chowdhury, station 3, is receiving his 3rd cube now. He's got a 12 and a 7.
Alright, here we go. We've got Phoenix on station number 4. Starting his solution now. Looked like he was holding that shape differently to how Benjamin Worry did. Parity though. It's going to be a 10.7 for Phoenix.
Dwayne started
the
with
pitfalls of not learning parity.
So Dwayne Ramos, the 7x7 Oceanic champion, started with a DNF and a 19 and then couldn't be bothered to do the rest, so was left.
Alright, so Zaid Chowdhury on station number 3. 9:36, it's counting time.
Shaking his head, feels like it could have been faster, but so far, times like that might be good enough for a podium. Jody Brewster, station 6.
Still has the fastest time out of all of the finalists. 5.83 he got on the first on that scramble that everybody looked to falter on. He's underway now. Done his edges.
He's got parity.
Oh,
Turning
Jody.
decently. 973.
9.7.
It's not bad.
It's like I've seen a disproportionate amount of parity on across all of these competitors.
Henry R's got a 10 on the second. It's going to be really tight. So close. I don't know who to say is going to win.
I don't think anyone's out of it yet.
No one's out of it. No one's secured anything. Apart from Dwayne.
Yeah, he was pretty guaranteed. Right, it's on the overhead. Benjamin Worry. This is his fourth solve on the left-hand side here. Bit fumbly on the cube shape. Second block done.
Has he got the right case? 778. Okay, I think his best possible average could place him well. Even with 2 11s.
Bold statement there.
David Epstein got a 947.
Sub 10.
And a DNF for Thurston Fashada. Didn't realise he had parity. Made some mistake near the start.
And it was a 7.17 as well.
Elias EU with 6.14.9. That could go either way for him. What's going to happen? I don't know. This is crazy.
It's so tough to call. Such a close race, and yet nobody's solving well, but I feel like because nobody's solving well, have they given up?
Yeah.
No one's out of it.
I think everyone in their head is going to be like, I can't win. But really they can. Even Elias EU could win right now.
972 for Phoenix. Alright, we're starting to see some best and worst possible averages now that some of these competitors completing their fourth solves. We wait to see an Oceanian entered. But if you're keeping up on WCA Live, that's a new addition that's been made. They're now showing best and worst possible averages when we enter the first four.
Jody Brewster getting his 4th scramble now. One of the fastest in the finals. Got the fastest single and then a couple of 9s, both with parity afterwards.
I think everybody's feeling the pinch a little bit right now.
Here we
I
go.
don't think there's a single competitor that's got a clean sheet. I don't think anybody's made 0 mistakes so far. The real question is, at
He's
what
got
point?
parity again. He's getting so unlucky, but another 9. Zaid Chowdhury, Station 3, 4th solve coming up.
Question we're asking here is, how much does it take for you to give up?
It's
3
not
slice
bad.
OBL for Zaid.
It's good. It's good. It's
7.8.
780.
This is good.
It's going to come
Zaid's
down
managed
to
to
the
claw
last
it back. That's a counting time. Benjamin Worry's best possible average in 8.57.
I think Zaid's going to have, well, maybe the best BPA, but then we've got Jody with a 5, so that's going to skew it. Zaid in a great spot.
Jacob Joshi, 8.55, best possible average as well. He's in the mix. And in fact, of the competitors that we have entered so far, he's been so consistent that his
Henry
worst
Isles got a
possible
6.
average, his worst possible average is a 9.14.
This is going to be so close. Michael, I can't handle
I
this.
can't call it. Cannot call this final. Everybody's still in it.
Henry Isles, even Elias is in it.
This is going to go down to the wire.
Jacob Joshi has the best worst possible average right now. So if everyone bombed the last, Jacob Joshi is going to win.
All right, here we go. Here's Phoenix Patterson.
Not really in the running.
Not in the running, but our first of our competitors who's going to finish their average. On the right-hand side of your screen here.
Zaid does have the best BPA out of all of our competitors, even better than Jody.
8.08 for Phoenix.
That's going to give him a solid average.
That's his best possible average, 10.64 it's going to be. Here's Benjamin Worry.
He's got a solid BPA. 857 if he gets a 6. But he's going to be nervous.
Benjamin Worry on the left-hand side of your screen.
good start. Oh, lock up. This is good. Oh, that's 704.
704 for Benjamin
Worry.
Worry. He's going to be the top of the Oceanians for the time being.
That's going to be like an 8.7 average, 8.8. Some people can beat that. Jody
It's
can
still
beat
possible.
that.
Jacob
Zaid can
Joshi
beat
can
that.
beat that. And Jacob Joshi's been so consistent throughout this entire round.
But here's Jody. He's going to need maybe a 6 to beat that.
It's going to take a lot. And given that he hasn't been tracing parity, it could be a 50-50 shot that he's not going to
This
get it
is really
whatsoever.
good.
But this is so fast.
But it's not fast enough. He's
780
not going to
though.
beat Ben. It's really good. It's putting him in a solid position for the podium. But I think it's going to be second place. I want to see Henry Isles. I want to see Jacob, but they're off stream.
They're off stream.
We're
Okay,
just
but
gonna
we
have to
have
wait for the
we do have
numbers.
Zaid Chowdhury.
Yes, Zaid. Here he is.
Zaid on the left of screen. Has been solving well. Has potential to take over.
Ben's in the lead. Zaid could take it though. Oh, this is pretty good. Oh,
Is it, I don't think it's going to be. No.
I think he gave
No.
himself parity. But Zaid maybe is still the podium. He's getting worst possible average. It's going to be so close. Benjamin
Nobody's
Worry at
leaving the
first.
stations yet.
Jacob Joshi got worst possible. 9:14.
9:14.
Elias.
So Benjamin Worry's still in the lead. Who can beat Benjamin Worry?
Henry. Henry can still win. Henry can win. Like I predicted. But he's got to get.
Jacob Joshi can
A
still
7.
win.
No, Jacob can't.
Oh,
He's
wait, no,
done.
sorry,
He
who
got
am
a
I looking
16
at?
on the last.
Okay, so it is still Benjamin Worry for the time being, but
Jody
Henry
Brewster
Isles
can't.
could take it. Henry's counting a 10 though. It's going to take a lot for him to get close to his BPA. It's Henry Isles. All the way off stream. We do not have cameras on Henry Isles.
We're just going to have to eyeball it from way over here. Henry's got a 14. Henry could miss the podium or he could win. It's really hit and miss. He's been practicing a lot. He's learned a lot of AUX. He's learned CSP, OBL, PBL. Is it going to pay off? We'll find out right now. It's 2, 3. He's solving. Tyler Williams is in my way. Oh, and he's got a 7? What is that? That's going to be really close. I don't think it's going to be the
super
win.
close.
7:37 for Henry. I'm going to have to do some quick maths on my calculator if nobody else beats me to it. Henry Isles, 10.38 counting. 7:37 counting. Plus 8:16 counting. That's 8:64. He's the Oceanic champion. Henry Isles is your Oceanic champion. I predicted it. I called it.
That's unbelievable.
He's won. He just
Henry's
realised.
won.
Oh, what?
He realises he's just won.
Won! Oh my goodness. What a final that was. He won by 0.1 of a second. It came down to the final solve.
What was that final?
Everyone
What was
bombed.
that final? Jody Brewster, 908. That's going to get him third on the podium. Benjamin Worry in second. And Henry Isles of Dunedin is your Oceanic champion
He's
in
not
square
in
one.
WCA live yet, but he got a 7 on the last. There he is.
What a final.
I'm speechless. Honestly, speechless. That's back-to-back wins for New Zealand, Michael Tripodi. Back-to-back.
Benjamin Worry was looking completely infallible.
There it is.
There it is. Officially announced by Ethan Pride, Oceanic champion for square one is going to be Henry Isles.
Your second place, Benjamin Worry, 0.14 behind, and your third place, Jody Brewster, 908.
What a final. I have no words. I'm the commentator. I'm meant to be speaking words that can convey the meanings that I want to convey, but I have none.
And I have to leave you because I'm in 6x6 finals.
And I'm warming up for clock, so we're going to do a swapsy.
We got to do a swapsies.
Got a big old swapsy. We've
Thank
got
you.
Philip Lewicki on the sidelines. Have fun in 6x6, Mr. Mills. Do New Zealand proud. Hello, Philip. I'm warming up the clock somewhere. Someone needs to replace it. Do we get way on commentary?
I can talk about data because we're doing live data right now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Sounds good. 6x6 finals, baby.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So, so we have Wei here from the data team.
Hello.
Do you want to tell us about how you're doing the data entry so fast?
Oh my. So basically the cubes, they usually go back into the scramblers, scramble them and they come back out. But this time, as they go back, the data team is grabbing the scorecards, entering it in, and then passing it off to the scramblers. So it's a bit hectic back there because our hands going everywhere. Scramblers are trying to get stuff scrambled, we're trying to get data put in, but we haven't messed up yet. We haven't sent out the wrong scorecard with the wrong cube yet. So I think it's going pretty well. There are 4 people doing data right now, but every round one person has to sit out so that you can double check afterwards. You're not allowed to enter it in and double check. So it's my turn to double check.
All right. So we're about to check out 6x6 finals.
Exciting.
Yeah, so if you check out live.worldcubeassociation.org, you'll be able to see the times entered basically as soon as they're done, as Wei just described.
Oh, so yeah, the psych sheet. Who are we looking at for potential Oceanic champion? So our last round of 6x6 was on Thursday, actually, so it's been a while.
Yeah,
I
so
can't
the top
remember.
competitors for 6x6 are non-Oceanians. Kieran Bian actually got an NR for Ireland in the first round of 6x6, 116 average. First gen Fushada from Indonesia is second seed with a 131, but also he will also not be competing for Oceanic podium. Your top Oceanian is Dwayne Ramos, who is just off winning 7x7 with an NR for New Zealand.
Dwayne has really been on fire this competition.
Yeah, he's got a lot of NRs for New Zealand, and he'll definitely be looking to throw down another one in this 6x6 final. We'll also be looking at David Epstein, who had a 138 average in the first round. Henry Isles, who
Congrats
is
to Henry.
just won square one, and Deng Xiangping from Singapore.
Wow.
So yeah, we'll be mainly focused on Kieran, First Gen, Dwayne, and David.
Oh, you like a switch?
Let's just cut straight to the competitors. All right. So Lockie giving us some great views there with the roaming cam.
Working hard. Look at him go.
Okay, let's see.
All right.
Okay, so there we have Dwayne Ramos on station 3. Dwayne is just off winning 7x7 with an electric national record for New Zealand. And David Epstein on station 4, also going to be gunning for that 6x6 Oceanic Championship. We'll also be checking out some fast cubers on station 1 and 2. Kieran Bian from Ireland and First Gen on station 2 from Indonesia.
Incredible.
Unfortunately, we do not have an overhead cam on Henry Isles, but we'll definitely check in with him.
Yeah.
And
I think
yeah.
I'm going to get Lockie back into the commentating
Yes.
booth so
Lockie.
that I can continue double checking. But I'll leave you guys here.
Okay, so Yeah, once again, you can go check the results live on live.worldcubeassociation.org, where you'll find a near instant results. Okay, let's jump over. Let's jump over to some solves. Who do you want to check out? We have Dwayne Ramos here. You can look at the overhead.
Looks like he's on pretty good pace.
And we'll also keep an eye on Kieran and First Gen. So Kieran is truly a world-class 6x6 solver, so he could be going for some records. We'll definitely keep an eye on that.
He did get an NR previous round.
Oh my, he's almost done. This is outstanding.
This
Oh, he's
might-
got PLL parity, but a 113.
What a solve.
A 113 for Kieran.
What is the NR single?
And there's Dwayne with a 135. Dwayne is hot off a 7x7 national record and Oceanic championship. David still solving. First Gen also solving.
I believe in the first round, Kieran got a 116 point something NR mean, so he's on good pace for that right now.
So David with a 138 and First Gen with a 126.
First Gen also on very good pace.
So David also done. Yeah, so we do have Henry, but we'll only be able to cut over to him for these cameras here. So we won't be able to see any solves, but we'll keep you posted on the times. Maybe we can get some reactions if we're lucky.
Looks like we've got some kind of a delegate situation on Station 4 with David. Not too sure what that's about. But Henry Isles on Station 5 solving right now. Can't really tell where he's up to because he's solving under the table.
Yeah, we only have overhead cameras for the top 4 stations. Oh, 139. So everyone in contention here. First solve was 113 by Kieran, 126 from First Gen. Dwayne with a 135. David with a 138. Henry with a 139. So it's all close. Remember, in 6x6, every solve counts. It's a mean of 3 solves, so anyone could be out of it at any moment. So keep an eye on all these solves. They all matter.
Kieran going for a second solve now. Just an inspection.
All right, let's take a look at an overhead here. We're very lucky to have Kieran be on here competing in 6x6, one of the world's best. And he had a 113 on the first solve, so he's doing great so far. First round, he had a 116 NR average.
He's on amazing pace for that right now. Already beaten his single in the first round. I think it was a 115 he had. It's a very good pace right now. Yep, so in the previous round, Kieran got a 116.19 NR mean, and that beats it by 0.11 from the previous NR average. He's on good pace to beat that right now.
Dwayne is just about to start his solve. We'll switch over there after Kieran's done. Wow, this is excellent pace. Kieran's already done with edges. He's on a 3x3 stage.
This is most likely going to be.
Wow.
Yeah, this is
No
gonna be really
parity,
good.
no parity.
And a 112.
112.
This is insane pace.
Wow, Kieran is locked in. Okay, let's switch over to Dwayne. Take a look at the overhead, although he does solve over the table.
So Kieran's current mean is a 116.19 NR that he got in the previous round. He's currently on pace for 6th in the world. Or better, potentially.
Apparently he only needs a 121 or 122 for NR, so he's on crazy pace. We see there Dwayne solving on the left. Dwayne is fresh off a 7x7 national record and Oceanic championship. He He had a 2:15, I believe, in the last round.
It looks like he's on pretty good pace here. Just on edge pairing right now. Does he use Yao? I don't think he is using Yao. It's just Redux, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't catch the beginning. You can let us know in the chat. Looks like he's working on those last 4 edges.
And first Jim with a 131.41 for his second solve. Dwayne just on 3x3 stage now.
So Henry Isles has yet to do another solve. He had 139 on the first solve. David Epstein had a 138 on the first solve. And Dwayne is just about to finish. He's got parity, a 133. 133 for Dwayne, so he's got to be pleased with that. We'll also keep an eye on David's solve. David on the right there. Both David and Dwayne are in contention for the Oceanic title, as well as Henry Isles, who are also keeping an eye on. Looks like David is using Yao and is working on those centers as we speak. Okay, he's done with the green. He's having some trouble with the next one, a bit of hesitation.
But his turning is very, very fluid.
So that looks like the red center, and he's moving on to the last 2 centers here. A very efficient solution. And he's just going to solve that last Yao edge and then move on to the rest of his edges. So transitioning at 105, it's not the greatest pace, but he could make it up here.
6x6 edges at the highest level do fly by, so you can easily bring this back and still keep it under 140 and be on decent pace for.
Yeah, it all comes down to the last 4 edges. Last 4 edge cases can be really tough or really fluid, and these actually look quite nice. He finished those very quickly, and he's already on the 3x3 stage at 130.
He does have parity. Pretty unlucky.
Yeah, so David is struggling here with a 142.
Pretty upset with that by the looks of it.
Yeah, and let's go back and check out Kieran and First Gen. Okay, they don't have a cube yet.
I think First Gen's in inspection, actually.
Okay, we can watch First Gen. First Gen on your right there. First Gen had a 126 and a 131 on the first 2 solves. So he's looking to put down a solid average.
And Kieran's current mean is a 112.58, which would put him 4th in the world.
Henry Isles is around 30 seconds on station 5. We don't have the overhead, so we're not going to switch there. If you've just joined us, Kieran Behan is on excellent pace to break his national record in 6x6 for Ireland. He has a 113 and a 112 so far. And his former record is 116 from the previous round of this very competition. Dwayne Ramos starting on station 3. We'll switch over there momentarily. Henry Isles at 108 on station 5.
And he's actually on pace for... Kieran is on pace for ER right now.
I don't believe.
Oh wait, no, Poland. No.
Yeah, Timon
Forgot
has
Timon is good.
He has a 110, and so that's in play if Kieran can throw down a world record single or something like that.
Yeah, casual. Yeah, sorry, I forgot Timon was from Poland. That does kind of.
Oh. And there's First Gen with a 129. We have Henry getting a 130 on station 5. So Henry very much in the picture. Very unfortunately, we don't have the overheads on station 5. So let's switch over to Dwayne Ramos.
And First Gen secured a 129.2 roughly mean.
Yeah, so First Gen will mostly be in second, most likely place second in this competition.
But the main toss-up between Dwayne and David for the Oceanic title.
Yeah, so that's Dwayne Ramos solving on your left. He's coming off a 2:15 national record and Oceanic championship in 7x7. He's competing, representing New Zealand. And he's on edges at the moment. Big cube edges are all about excellent look ahead and good efficiency. I mean, that's basically every event, but the look ahead really matters.
100%. You don't want to have any pauses. He does look like he has a parity there, but he's on the 3x3 stage now on very good pace.
Yeah, so this is looking good. He's doing Roo. He's doing Roo. What is this? Roo on 6x6. I've never seen this.
Looks very bizarre. And a 133.56.
133. So Dwayne looking good, but I think Henry Isles and Dwayne are neck and neck. Dwayne has a 134.61 mean at the moment, and Henry Isles has a 134.77. It's all going to come down to the last solve. And let's switch over to Kieran, who is on pace for a national record. And that's a bit of an understatement. It's one of the best averages in the world that you're watching here from Kieran.
Yeah, it is. So if he keeps up his current mean, he will be 4th in the world.
He apparently needs a 107.13 for European record, which is possible. He's at 28 seconds right now, just working on those centers. Kieran, a pioneer of using the Yao method on big cubes.
He is. If you remember his original video about why he prefers Yao over Redux, that's a bit of a classic, cult classic.
Okay, so Kieran working on those last two centers. He's quickly transitioning to edges. That was the mark of a professional there, not doing the last center move, immediately transitioning to edges.
But I can't say the pace looks too good
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
there's basically zero chance here. Kieran has fallen apart, and we will not see a national record on this solve. So, yeah, this is completely gone. It's actually a pretty disastrous solve for Kieran.
Yeah. Probably will be able to keep it under 125.
Actually.
Oh, okay.
Okay, his 3x3 stage was crazy. I spoke too soon.
Is it?
Oh, I think it's actually NR.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Anyone want to calculate that?
I think Kieran may have snagged an NR.
I think it is NR.
Wow.
Yeah. Chat's
So
saying it's NR. I trust chat more than myself.
115 mean. We'll get the data entered momentarily.
So a 115 mean will pull him slightly ahead of Timofey, if that is correct. So he will be the 7th or 6th in the world. Sorry, mistake. 7th or 8th in the world. If it is a 115 mean.
Yeah, I could bring him to 2nd. Okay, Henry Isles is solving on... Oh, we actually missed Dwayne's last solve. So Dwayne Ramos, with a 133.56 on the last solve, is in the lead with a 134.26 mean. How did we miss that?
I think we were watching Kieran too closely.
Okay, so Kieran with an NR, and easily first place in this competition. We're watching Henry Isles. Unfortunately, there's no overhead cam. But Henry Isles has a chance.
Yep, it is ER2.
Yes.
The mean was a 115.23 from Kieran.
Yeah, the times are 113.14, 112.01, 120.53. So we're watching Henry Isles. Yeah, he needs like a 133, something like 133, 132.
Yep. And do you have a good angle on him from here? I can't see
No.
how Charlie Eggins is covering his cube, but...
So we'll just be watching for those hands to come up from behind the table.
Usually towards the end of the solve, they'll start raising the cube a little bit.
Henry Isles is just off winning square one, which was expected by Chris Mills, but I don't think it was expected by many other people.
I think,
oh, and that's it. Henry
oh my
Isles.
gosh.
Henry Isles back to back. I believe that secures him the Oceanic Championship.
I think that will be it. He's not of approval.
Henry Isles is your your Oceanic champion for 6x6.
Congratulations to Henry Isles. He looks pretty happy with himself. Gonna pose in front of the timer there.
Wait a moment for the final time. but I believe Dwayne Ramos is going to be second, and David Epstein will be third. That's the Oceanic podium. Overall, we had Kieran Behan with a 1:15.23 average winning. First Gen Fushada second, and I believe Henry Isles will be third.
Yep, there he is.
So Henry Isles back-to-back Oceanic championships in back-to-back rounds in completely different events.
He's got to be pretty happy with that. Just the all-around diversity of the events he's good at.
I mean, that's remarkable. Yeah, a 1:33.67 average to take that championship. And Henry celebrating with his friends. And New Zealand dominating this Oceanic Championships.
They are. We really haven't seen much of Australia doing crazy here in the finals.
Yeah, it's
was
been a New Zealand sweep so far. 3
has.
out of 3.
And who won 7x7 again?
Dwayne Ramos from New Zealand.
Okay, so it's 3 from 3 for New Zealand.
Yep. Next up, we're going to be looking at the clock final.
Which I think Australia is probably the favorite for this one. I'll have a look at the psych sheet now.
So clock is going to be riveting because we have, first of all, we have some fast solvers here. Lachlan Adams-Romain was the first seed in the first round. But we have many contenders: Elias EU, Amy Smith, Zaid Chowdhury, Jamie Otsu, Dwayne Ramos, and others, all contending for that Oceanic Championship in clock.
Yep. And Dwayne, I had on a big congrats to Henry. And just got the walkout for clock coming out now.
Yeah, so something to watch with clock is that it's very easy to DNF. It's a much smaller margin of error compared to something like 3x3, where you only have to be less than a quarter turn off. In clock, it's a 1/12 of a turn. So it's a very small margin, and you're just turning those dials. It's very easy to overshoot, undershoot. Things can happen. And the other challenge with clock is that you cannot actually see the back when you stop the timer. And so a lot of times you do not know if the clock is solved until you flip it over. And so you'll see many of our competitors screaming, "Check it, check it, check it," because they want to see the other side and see if they've successfully solved it. And most of the time they have, but we will occasionally see some DNFs or did not finish.
And hopefully we'll get some. Okay, we're gonna swap out the commentators real quick. I think we're gonna get Jody and Toby.
All right.
All right. I may hop on later, so see you guys later.
All right, we've got a very exciting clock final coming up. We've got top seeds of Lachlan Adams-Romain, Elias EU and Amy Smith. Zaid Chowdhury sitting on station 4. I've got Toby Soifert here with me. How has your competition been today?
Pretty good today. Had some good results, some good
Yeah.
good times. Yeah.
Any highlights?
Probably. I'd have to say my 2x2 results.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
Surprisingly good, I'd say.
What
for
happened in
today.
2x2?
Yesterday in 2x2, I got a 1.79 average, beating
Oh,
my
wow.
previous PR by like 0.4 or something.
Brilliant.
And then today I got another sub 2 average, which is pretty surprising, and qualified me I think 7th for 2x2 finals. So
Oh, brilliant. Have you been working towards that recently?
nah,
Just a bit of a surprise?
yeah, just surprised. I main CLO. I don't know any other algs. So
Oh, brilliant.
yeah,
And who's your pick for #1 spot in clock
probably.
funnel?
I think it has to be Lachlan. Lachlan Adams Romain. He's extremely fast. At home, I think he's basically sub 3 at this point.
Oh, wow.
He'll probably. I'm not sure if he'll be safetying to try and win, because he probably can safety a win at this point, or if he'll be just going all out and trying to break his Oceanic record of 3.07. So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of approaches this final, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And tell me a little bit about, if you know, about the method that most people are using in this final, because I'm not much of a clocker.
Yeah, so the method that pretty much everyone is going to be using here is called 7 simul, specifically the Tommy variation of 7 simul, which is basically a method that has been developed in which you solve the clock in 7 simultaneous moves, so you do 2 moves at once, and that method saves a lot of time and moves from an average solution, so it's quite a lot faster.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of improvement over the past year and a half.
Yep.
All right, so Lachlan Adams Romain getting ready for his first solve.
Zaid Chaudhry here also inspecting at the moment.
Yeah, over on station 4. See
He's going to be looking for some good results. Zaid made a bit of a mistake there. He had to flip and do some moves on the back, getting a 4.94.
All right, and we're going to take a look at Lachlan Adams Romain. Definitely takes his time to
Amy
get ready.
Smith here as well, inspecting at the moment. We've got both of them solving at once. Oh no. Oh wow. Okay, Lachlan with a 2.29 there to start off with. Yeah, so 2.29. That's I think his 3rd fastest single in competition, if I'm not mistaken. An extremely good solve for him.
Definitely a great start.
Yep, very good. Looks like he might be going just all out for his Oceanic record at the moment. That was a success, just being confirmed. Yeah, good stuff for him. We've got Amy Smith now on station 3, just getting ready to do her solve. Also got Elias EU inspecting right now. We've got both inspecting at the same time here.
Very colourful clock from Amy Smith. Has had a lot of improvement over the past few months, Amy has.
She also uses a 3.28. That is a success. That's going to be a good start for her.
And also a 4.33 from Elias EU.
Yep.
Over on station 2.
Interesting note about Amy Smith is that she uses a method which was developed in the last couple months by a group of Australian clockers called Mirror DV2, which is basically a method which is an optimization on top of 7 simul with a different pin order, basically, which is more optimized for the final move, where you do it with your pinky instead of your index finger, I believe. So she's, I think, the only person in this final who uses that method.
Wow.
And is going to be looking for a podium or a win with that method.
That's brilliant. All right, we've got Zaid Chaudhry with his 2nd solve. A bit of trouble. All right, and is it good?
Okay, 5 flat for Zaid. Not exactly what he'd be hoping for. That means he's now counting a 4.94. Zaid has a bit of a history with struggling in championship finals in clock. That's been his main event for quite a while. Oceanic 2022, and last Oceanics, I believe, he DNF'd. And then Oceanic 2023, he had a bit of a fumble again. Is this Elias EU going for a solve here, or is this just a warm-up solve? No,
just
that
a
was just a
warm-up
warm-up
solve.
solve. All right.
Yeah. Very fast warm-up solve with a 4.01.
Good warm-up solve for him. I believe his PR average is... Do you know what his PR average is? I think it's like 3.7 maybe. He's quite good.
Right, we've got Elias' second solve coming out.
Yep, it's actual solve this time.
That's right. And his PR average is a 4.05.
Oh, okay.
So that start of 4.33 for him was pretty on par.
Yeah.
And
He's
we'll see
probably
what he
going to
can
be
pull out.
looking for some sub-4s, I imagine, here.
Most definitely.
Second seed going into this final, so probably going to be looking for a second place or, yeah, just a good podium position. I'm not sure if he can compete with Lachlan at this stage. Lachlan is quite significantly faster than the rest of this field at the moment. I've got Elias inspecting now.
Oh, that was actually an Australian record, that 2.29.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So he's already broken a record this final.
Oh, okay. I've got Elias here. Got a center edge skip, which he's going to be taking advantage of. Pretty good.
3.94. Great for Elias.
That's good. So he's going to be happy with that. That's a good solve to add to his average.
Yep. Lachlan Adams-Remain has received his second scramble. He's
Yep.
definitely going to take his time to make sure he's in the zone.
That was my fault. I thought that he had a 2.15, but his
right.
previous Oceanic record single was 2.3, which then got broken by Lachlan Gibson from New Zealand.
I see.
He's just preparing himself now. He always takes a lot of time to make sure he's ready for his solves. Get right.
Hand warmers in the pockets, I reckon.
Yep.
There's a big difference in a lot of competitors here. Some people just really like to go straight in. People like
Yep.
Jonathan Charlesworth, he takes about 2 seconds and he's ready. But people like Lachlan Adams-Remain and Sebastian Lee, who isn't here, they really like to take their time and get in zone. He's inspecting now.
This looks like a decent scramble. Ooh, clock fell over there. Wants to make sure that solve doesn't have any penalties. Looks like that might have been a bit of a safety, a 3.45.
And it's good. That's great.
Yep, that's going to be a good solve for him.
So yeah, really leading the pack at the moment because there's no one else with... Oh, there's one other solve that's sub 3.5 currently.
Yeah, so we've got Kyle M. Jones off stream, I think. Is he in the background anywhere?
Yeah, he's over on... Oh, he's on station 13.
Oh, okay. He mustn't have had a good performance in the first round. So he's got a 3.15 currently. That's going to be a pretty decent solve for him to start. He's also very quick. He averages probably about 3 flat, I think. So 3.15 is a good start for him. He's going to be looking to push his way up a lot of ranks onto the podium for this round.
Definitely. And we've got Amy Smith receiving her second scramble. Got a 3.28 on the first. So let's see if this new method is going to help her out in the final. Oh, yep, moving quickly.
Ooh,
bit of trouble.
Bit of a mistake there at the end. A 4.96. That's good.
Definitely hoping to not count that. And we've got Elias EU with his third scramble. He's got a 4.33 and a 3.94 so far.
He's also on a pretty good track right now. We're just going to get a camera on Elias now. Okay, not a great solve for him. A 5.21 for Elias EU. It is a success though, so he hasn't got any DNFs yet.
And Zaid Chowdhury, he's had a rough start with a 4.94 and a 5 flat. But hopefully he can bring it back in the next couple of solves. Here he goes.
And a 3.87, is that a success? That's good, okay. So 3.87, starting to maybe claw his way back to a good average for his finals round. Maybe looking for a podium as well. At this stage, it's probably looking like it's likely to have Elias possibly on the podium, along with Kyle has a pretty good chance as well, I'd say. Okay, Kyle's second solve has just come in, 4.96.
Oh, I believe that might be a misentry because that was Amy Smith's second solve.
All right.
So we're not sure what Kyle's got. Oh, Kyle did. Oh, they got the same time for their second solve. How about that?
So Kyle's still leading currently with a better first solve. Lachlan also just preparing himself now for his third solve, I believe.
Yep. So he's got a 2.29 and 3.45 so far. So really, really strong start for him. Oh, and it looks like we've got a few pieces skipped on this scramble.
Yeah, this is a very nice scramble here. He's going to be looking for possibly another low 2. Okay, a 3.17.
And it's good.
And it's good. A 3.17 to count. So he now has a 3.45 worst solve as of his first 3. Pretty good start for Lachlan here. just see what some other results are. We've got a Shield with a 3.5 and a 3.65.
Yep.
Also on extremely good pace currently. I'm not sure what his PR is at the moment.
And just over on station 6, we had Dwayne Ramos with a 4.45. He's actually looking pretty solid in this final. With that 6th seeding coming into the final.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Ashil's current PR average before this comp was 6.18 with a 4.79 single, and he currently has 2 mid-3s in his average.
Wow, okay, that's
so
very
he's
impressive.
He's on extremely good pace at the moment, with the 350 being a PR single for him.
Okay,
Also
Elias has been delivered. His 4th clock scramble, I guess. He's been on pretty okay pace so far.
Yep.
Bit of a rough solve on the last with a 5.2.
We've also got Michael Tripodi with a 3.79, a 6, and a 4.01. So he's also on pretty good pace at the moment.
It's going to be a very, very close final this time. Lachlan's looking pretty dominant in the lead, but second and third, they'll definitely be up for grabs.
Elias just inspecting this scramble here. This is the one that is quite good, I believe. We'll see what he gets here.
3.51.
3.51. Yes, okay, he's very happy with that. He's got quite a good average going here. Oh, sorry, my bad. That was actually the 4th scramble that he just solved. So that is another pretty good scramble.
So that's giving him a BPA of 3.93, which would be pretty likely for the podium, depending on how people like Ashil and Michael can manage to go for the rest of their average.
Yep. We've also got Lachlan here preparing himself for the next solve. And, yep, he's just taking his time now to compose himself for his 4th solve, I believe. Based on what Elias just got, it seems like it might be a good scramble as well. We'll have a look on the overhead to see how it looks. We've also got Zaid inspecting now for his next solve.
Okay, and just off stream, Zaid is completing
with a
his
3.94. Is that good?
For Zaid.
DNF for Zaid. Okay, so that means that his 4.96 and 5 flat are going to be counting for Zaid.
And a 3.13
for Lachlan.
Adams remain, giving him a worst possible average of 3.25.
Okay, is that a lock to win already for Lachlan then?
Well, we haven't seen solves 3 and 4 from Ashil or Amy yet.
Yes.
And he's getting ready for a 3rd solve.
So it seems very possible that Lachlan might be winning this average now. Oh, okay. Kyle has a 2.68 as well. So he's counting a 3.15 with a 4.96 as his worst time currently. So Kyle has a pretty good chance as well. Got Amy getting a 3.96. Is that good? That's good. A 3.96 for Amy, which means that that's counting with a 4.96 and a 3.28 being her other times. Yep. So we've got Lachlan. I think, does that confirm that Lachlan is going to win?
Well, Ashil. Oh,
Ashil with a 9.5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's not great. Elias looking pretty strong for a podium here, but no way that he can defeat Lachlan's worst possible average. I was just calculating, and Lachlan only needs a 2.88, which is very achievable for him to get a new Australian national record.
Yes.
And he's looking at a worst possible average of, not a worst possible, a best possible average of 2.86.
Okay, so he would need to get another Australian national record single to get that average, but that doesn't actually seem too far-fetched for Lachlan, I don't think, because he gets a lot of those very fast times at home.
Indeed.
I think his PB single is like a 1.5 or maybe even faster, so he's very capable.
All right, we've got Elias E doing his last solve.
We're just getting a camera on him now. Yep. Just inspecting now. This scramble has got another center edge skip, so this looks like a pretty decent scramble here for him. Gonna be looking at getting some good turning on here. Pretty good. Let's see. Checking it. No, it's a DNF. Okay.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So that means that with that DNF, Elias is going to be counting his 5.21.
Giving him a 4.49 average.
So he possibly just DNF'd out of a very good podium position, I think. That's quite a shame for Elias there. Okay, we've got Michael Tripodi getting a DNF on Solve 4, which was off stream, and then a 4.07, giving him an average of 4.79, but that is with a counting 6.28, so that's going to take his average down quite a bit. Also got Lachlan just preparing himself here for his next solve.
Final solve of the average, looking at a worst possible average of 3.25 and a best possible of 2.86 if he gets sub 2.29 on this roll.
So he's clearly secured the win here, I think.
Yep.
We've got Kyle got a 3.77 on his fourth solve. So he has a best possible average of 3.2 and a worst of 3.96. So he's locked in that sub 4, which I think is extremely likely to get him a podium, possibly even guaranteed. Lachlan just taking a lot of time here to prepare himself.
Okay, warming up those hands. We've also got Amy Smith just been delivered her 4th scramble.
Yep.
So we'll check that out shortly.
Oh no, okay. Has Lachlan just been penalised for taking too long to prepare himself? The cube cover is still on, and it looks like he is being talked to by the delegates. He might have been penalised right now. He has been known to over prepare himself for solves in the past. So it looks like that might have come back to bite him right now for over inspecting on that solve.
All right, and Kyle M. Jones has got a 3.32.
3.32 PR average for Kyle M. Jones. So that's going to be with a 3.05 on the last solve off stream. Currently placing him in first position, a very close second to Lachlan, assuming that this was a DNF here on his last solve. Got Amy Smith getting a 3.46 as a success. Yes, Amy's solve is a success, so a 3.46. What does that make her average now? Let's see. Okay, her entry is a little bit behind, but that looks like it's going to be quite a good average, possibly a sub 4 average there for Amy Smith. So that looks like, I think your podium is going to be Lachlan Adams-Romaine, Kyle M. Jones, and Amy Smith, which is quite a predictable podium, I'd say. That was I'd say those were the 3 favourites going into the final.
Yeah, definitely.
All with very good results officially. We've got Zaid here on his last solve with a 3.65, and it's good. Oh, sorry, no, it's a DNF.
That's unfortunate, okay. So that's a DNF average for Zaid.
That's a DNF average for Zaid, so
no chance to get on the podium. But Amy Smith is looking good for a potential podium here.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that 3.46 was her last solve or her 4th solve.
That was her 4th, and she's looking at a BPA of 3.57 and a worst possible of 4.13.
Okay. We're also looking at Ashiel here, has had a bit of a rough last couple solves. So a 3.5 and a 3.6 were his first 2, followed by 9.5, but then a 3.6, so he was still on pretty good pace. But then a 6.21 on the last solve was counting, giving him a 4.49 average, which was still PR, but a 3.5 PR single as well. Tied average with Elias EU, just beating me out by 0.01 on the single.
Yeah. It is looking like our podium is actually locked now. So Lachlan Adams-Romaine is your Oceanic champion, and Amy Smith will either come, guaranteed for 3rd, because worst possible average of 4.13 will beat Ashiel and Elias. Okay, Amy inspecting for her last solve.
We'll just see now what goes on here.
So locked in for 3rd. Let's see if she can get the best possible
solve.
average.
3.63, is it good? No, it's a DNF on the 3.63.
But it's still a locked Oceanic podium.
I'm pretty sure it is, yes. Yeah. So we've got a worst possible average for her of 4.13, which is going to be, I think, what's that going to be? A 4.13 average, which is going to place her in 2nd. So that's the podium is confirmed, I think. Lachlan is still currently sitting there, waiting for a decision on his over preparation there, I think. That was quite a big DNF there on the 3.6 for Amy Smith.
Yeah, that one's rough.
4 clocks on the back, incorrect. She looks quite disappointed, but I don't know if she realizes that that's still a podium.
Definitely.
We've still got Lachlan waiting there, but it won't change the result of this final. It's already been decided. We'll see. So he has gotten warnings in the past, notably at Please Be Quiet Brisbane 2024 for taking over a minute to inspect. But it looks like those warnings have now turned into penalties. Quite unfortunate finish there.
Yeah,
not having a chance to break his Oceanic record.
Yeah.
Still a first place, yeah.
Which he might not be aware of, but yeah, definitely a great result for him with that national record on the first solve.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we've got Kylam Jones in second with a PR average of 3.32, just narrowly in second place. And then Amy Smith with a 4.13 PR average also. Unfortunately DNFing the last solve, but still on the Oceanic podium.
Yes.
And then beyond that, we've got Ashiel with a 4.49 and Elias with also a 4.49 in tied fourth place. Oh no, better single by Ashiel by 0.01.
Pretty tight.
Okay. And then Michael Tripodi in sixth place with a 4.79 average.
Yep. Looks like the delegates are still assessing the situation. I assume it's going to be a DNF either way, but they're still trying to make a decision on if it's going to be a penalty or maybe if he gets to do the solve or gets an extra or something. I assume it will probably disrupt his mindset, especially if he does get to the solve still, with still having 2x2 finals for him. He's quite an experienced and fast 2x2 solver as well, getting a PR average of 1.5 seconds, I believe, in the second round of 2x2, which is going to make him quite a top seed there. Okay. We've got Jody now leaving to go to compete in 5x5.
I'll be back soon, everyone.
Yep.
Thanks for commentating with us, Toby.
Thank you.
And we'll have some more commentators over very soon to take you through 5x5 final.
Yep. Okay, so we're just waiting now for the 5x5 final to begin. We're still also being held up quite a bit. I think it's been quite a few minutes now for Lachlan to have a decision done on his solve. Got Lachlan Stevens here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Toby?
Pretty good, yeah.
It's good. We up to date with the controversy on Lachlan?
I'm not too sure what's going on. I see that he obviously took too long to prepare himself for his solve, resulting in, I assume, a DNF.
It's a DNS, yeah.
DNS,
yeah.
okay.
So I think it's being appealed right now, but we're on hold until then.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't make the competition run too far behind.
Yeah.
Going into 5x5 finals.
Yep. So who have we got? Station 1, of course, Kieran. He's an absolute goat at big Qs, pioneer of Yao. Came in with a 45.79 average in the previous round. Then first in Fashada with a 49 or 48.82. Deng Zhengping, I don't know if I said that right, but with a 49.24 PR average in the previous round. And then Dwayne Ramos with an NR single in the previous round of 42.23 and a 49.26 average.
Yeah.
David Epstein with a 49.72 average. I believe that's his first sub-50 average in comp.
Yep.
And finally, Alex Vucic with a 50.5 average.
Yep.
On station 6.
So Alex Vucic being quite fast at big cubes, especially 5x5. I believe he currently has New Zealand national record for 5x5, at least the single.
He does, yep.
Yeah.
So Dwayne just took the NR single off him, but
Oh,
he
okay.
did have it
Yep.
before, yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, he got the New Zealand national record of 42.23 seconds there.
Yep.
And I think the Oceanic podium is looking like it's going to be based off of the standings from the last round is Dwayne, David, and Alexander, with the first 3 seeds being not from an Oceanic country. So we'll see how that rank changes and what else might maybe Jody can get up in there.
Yeah.
Henry Isles possibly, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it looks like going into this round, Dwayne is the favorite behind David.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously Alex is an absolute gun. He could, of
Yep.
course, bring it back and take the win.
I believe he has Alexander has a 44-second PR average.
Yeah.
New Zealand Russian record.
Mhm.
So he is extremely fast and has a lot of potential to win this final, I'd say.
For sure. And are you're not in the 5x5 final?
No, I actually got some pretty big PRs in 5x5,
Mhm.
but I think I missed finals by like 4 spots.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did.
I came 24th out of top 20.
A
So
50.6 single.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's awesome.
basically, it was an easy scramble, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, but yeah. I think I'm going to be replaced here by Michael.
Yeah, no worries.
He's going to be coming back for commentating 5x5 final for you. Okay, actually, yep, all right. So we've got the result here on Lachlan's cube just before we go. He has gotten a DNS here. The cube has been given back to him, and the cube cover has been taken away. So that is now the final verdict on that clock finals. All right. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Good luck for the rest of the comp.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah.
Interesting round. Very interesting.
Yeah, lots going on.
Lots. It's an interesting way to win, but it looks like he's taken the DNS as far as I know.
It was just his last solve, correct?
Just the last solve. So
Yeah.
still one.
And an NR single. I didn't even realize.
Yep, and our single on the first. The first was quite a good scramble. It was 6 simultaneous moves as opposed to 7. So one of the moves got skips altogether. So that's a pretty good one.
And we're just having the walkouts for 5x5 now. It's Philip from the stream team. Seth Ferry, South Australia's very own. The WA GOAT.
Joshua Hounslow,
Absolute
the
legend.
homie. We've got Liam Heidechek of WA.
New Zealand?
Liam Heidechek is New Zealand.
No, not New Zealand.
No, he's
New
WA.
South Wales. New South Wales, right?
New South Wales.
Yeah.
Of course.
And Christopher Mills. Brian Eng, who just qualified for 3x3 finals by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. Allow me to pinch
Henry
the
Isles,
string computer
already
for a
taken
second.
2 Oceanic titles. Riley Dexter.
Stream Team's very own Jody Boobster. My favorite man. We sing songs about tacos together in our spare time.
I heard. It was a very nice song. I was getting jiggy. Big man Dwayne already taken a title. Fush, the absolute all-rounder goat.
Representing Ireland, Kieran Behan.
Kieran Behan! I don't even know. It's free thinkers when someone yells Kieran Behan. That's the vibes I'm getting here.
I would have clapped, but I don't want to murder the mic.
Yeah, that's fair. I should know better as a stream team member.
No, it's okay. At least you took off the headset.
That's fine. All good.
All right, so everyone's just getting prepared now. Cubes are already starting to come out.
Looks like it's going to be another one of those rounds where Station 1 and 2 is, for all intents and purposes, a little bit obsolete. It's nice to see them having fast solves, but we are mainly concerned with Oceanic champion titles that are at stake here. So we've got Stations 4, 5 and 6 we're going to be focusing our attention on. Alexander Vucic, for the most part, on station number 6 is probably the favourite for this one. Doing a cool little shuffle over here.
Oh,
so that I can switch scenes.
We just swapped headphones, and I can say Michael has a bit of a cold head. My ears aren't as warm as they were in that previous headset.
I was just about to say, your head's pretty warm.
It is. I don't know why. Venue's not particularly warm. I've got David off to his first solve, I believe, unless he's on warm-up.
No, there is a cover there, so that
Yep.
will be David Epstein's first solve.
There's no overhead for that station, but I don't know if you have a good angle. Can you see where he's up to at all?
He's definitely solving it.
Oh, for sure.
I'm assuming that he's up to that point.
And if he doesn't stop it in the next 5 seconds or so. Yep, there we go. 48.42 for David on the first.
And yet we also had Alexander Vucic next to him. However, just off stream, we have had Dwayne Ramos first solve at 50.57.
And Deng with a 48.26. Kieran with a 40.9 and a 47.21 for first gen. The world-class big cube solver, Kieran. He's looking to put down some good times this average. I don't know if he has a 41 average yet, does he? But he's on pace for it now.
Right, penning back, we have a 44.21 on Alexander Vucic's first attempt. It's a good start, and then we had also David on that station earlier with that 48.42. So all of our top competitors have done their first solve at the moment. Alexander taking a small lead for the time being. So we can't tell too much from just one solve. We'll be waiting for the subsequent solves to come in, and we'll be able to see what kind of shape everyone's really in.
And Dwayne did have a good performance last round, taking the NR single away from Alex. So Alex will be looking to grab that back before the results are published, so that he won't lose the record to his name. But Dwayne could very easily end this competition with an extra NR under his belt. And some fast scoop times from there. David. Oh, no, Kieran about to start his solve. And first gen, I believe, just warming up.
Well, yes, you are right. We've got David Epstein on station number 5. It's just started inspection on one of his solves now, but we'll stick with Kieran for the time being. We can get the nice little top-down angle there. Here we are, Kieran on your left-hand side.
Yep, okay. So Kieran's current PR average is a 40.72 that he got this year. So he's not quite on pace to beat it just yet, but we'll see how this solve goes, and he's potentially... can't see exactly where he's up to. 43.16 for Kieran. Looks pretty tranquil with that. And David, in the later stages of his solve now, he's not going to be too happy with something above 50 seconds, I don't think.
And that's where he's at the moment, unfortunately. Looking like it could be close to the minute mark.
Yeah.
58.
Shake of the head there. Not really happy with that at all.
58.76, that is for David.
So a 10-second gap between his first two solves. So a bit of variance going on there, but we get back to Firstian.
Yeah, that's Firstian on the top down on the right-hand side there. Oh, got a bit of a lock-up there. Pretty nasty lock-up, actually.
Oh, it's going to put a dent in the time. He's fixed it up, though. Right back to solving.
It was already looking like it wasn't going to be a great time, but
yeah.
There we go. So now he's fixed it in onto his 3x3 stage, but it's going to be well over the minute mark, unfortunately.
Bit of a shame. And finishes off with a 106.77. And we haven't actually got anyone solving right now.
We do have Alexander Vucic on station number 6. He is in inspection at the moment. But we'll see. He started off pretty strong with a 44.21. So that's pretty nicely done. We'll see if he can continue on that trend. He is the favourite as the New Zealand national record holder, fastest seeded Oceanian registered for this competition. So he's your favourite for the Oceanic champion. Unfortunately, we can't see a whole lot because of his performance in the last round. He's not on one of the stations with the top down. However, a New Zealander who is on a station that's got a top down is Dwayne Ramos, and he is currently in inspection, so we'll cut to him when Alexander finishes his solve. 44.21 on the first. Big Brother facial expression's not too keen on this one.
Yeah, it's looking like about 50. Yeah, 49.56 for Alex on his second solve. Dwayne off to his cross edges now. I don't actually know how he converts. Does he do Hoya?
Dwayne?
Yeah.
It looks like some kind of Maya variant. It almost looks like the Yao edges, and then maybe later on he makes that that block.
Yeah, with inserting the corners. I'm not too sure how. That makes sense as a method.
Yeah, that's what I can see from the top down, was that he just had like the Yao style edges.
And a 43.72 for Dwayne. He's pretty happy with that one. Bit of a fist pump there.
Pretty solid. Not far away from his national record single that he set in the previous round.
And we've got a lot of people solving right now. We've got Deng on station 3 on good pace. Also Kieran and Firstian both solving. Oh, no, Firstian's doing Pyraminx, my mistake. But Kieran is currently solving. See if we can get a top down of him.
Just lost that top down for a brief moment, but we will have that back shortly. There's Kieran.
Oh, a 38.47. Very good time for Kieran. It's going to put him on good pace. We've got Ed on live data entry, sitting in that front row.
I do believe we've got a laptop running at the scramble table so that we can see the scorecards as they come in for the ones that get missed as well.
Yep. We do indeed. We've got our favourite Ed Hollingdale right in front of the stations, grabbing all the information he can so that we can keep WCA live as possible.
Alright, so here's Firstian Fishada. It's on the right-hand side of your screen now. Yes, warming up for Pyraminx as you mentioned before, but doing an official 5x5 solve for the time being. Started off with a 47, and then we saw that massive lock-up. Cube kind of seized in his hands, a 106 after that.
And a 47.41 on his third solve with the average. And so Dwayne is currently on pace to win the Oceanic 5x5 title. So he has a mean currently of 43.72. Alex slightly trailing behind with a 44.21.
Yep, so that's the best single that they've gotten so far.
Oh, it is? I can't read. Yep,
so
you're right.
it is ranked a little bit strange, but
yep, I think Dwayne does have a slightly better average of his two solves anyway, but it is close. Actually, it might be like dead same.
We have Alexander. This will be his third solve.
And you want to watch the facial expressions here. That's the real tell of how well the solve is going, even if you can't see it under the table. And he's going to get a 47.74 on that solve. Shake of the head again.
Palindrome.
It is. It is indeed. And Kieran
so cool.
Kieran's received his cube on station 1 again, and we're waiting on Deng to finish up his solve now. He's at currently the 45-second mark. And Dwayne on station 4, just starting inspection now. Kieran and Dwayne on basically the exact same starting time, so we should have to cut between them pretty quickly. Deng with a 58.37, not going to be too happy with that. But Kieran currently underway. Have we got the top down for that one fixed yet? Yep, we do. Okay.
So top down for Kieran on the left.
And that's looking like pretty good pace. At the 30-second mark, and just about to start 3x3 stage. Oh, no, he's still got a few edges left.
There we go, that's the last of the edges there onto the 3x3 stage.
Yep, and it's looking like it's going to be about a 43. Yeah, 43.59 for Kieran on his fourth solve.
And then we've got Dwayne just finished on there, so 47.50 for Dwayne.
And that's going to give Kieran a 40.84 best possible average and a worst possible average of 42.55. And Dwayne.
So NR just out of reach, unfortunately, for Kieran.
Yeah.
Best possible average will be about a 1/10 of a second shy of that.
He had a wonderful start to 6x6 in the previous round with a 113 and a 112 to start off his mean, but sadly fell slightly short of NR. Should have also been 4th in the world.
David Epstein on station 5, 52.06 for him. Most of these competitors on where are we? Yeah, most of them on around about their second or third, or rather their third or fourth at the moment. Who are we? Have first gen on station 2, 46.72 for him. And I've also got Alexander on station number 6. Ready to start his next solve.
Michael just made a funny sound. Luckily pulled away from the mic. So we
doing them all day.
You have? Or I think just in general, his mouth noises tend to be pretty funny. Dwayne's currently in inspection for his 4th solve.
Oh no, I've been called out. I've been called out.
Been called out.
My brain is lagging.
Called out about what?
Oh, was this way before? I must have been talking about 6x6 at some point during the 7x7 round. There we are. Ow, no man.
Interesting extra layer in there, Michael. Ooh.
Thank you, Dilly Millie.
Dilly Millie?
No, you didn't have to do me dirty like that, you know.
Dylan Miller giving some insight into the regulations.
Possibly due to that interesting clock round that we just had.
I think it is. The chat's been talking about that for the last while.
Got Dwayne Ramos on the top down. Finished his first block now. To the rest of his solve. Corner's done. Last 6 edges.
And a 48.81 for his 4th solve. So
Hey, I'll tell you what, he's not on bad pace at the moment, Dwayne Ramos.
So
There's some scope here for something nice.
there
So
is.
It's Alexander Vucic and Dwayne Ramos, who are your top 2 Oceanians at the moment. The rest of our competitors only really having done 3 solves. We can't say too much about their potential.
And Deng just finishing up his solve now. Looking like this solve is going to be around the 54-second mark. Yep, 54.83 for Deng. And Firstgen, Station 2's just received his cube for his 4th solve. Actually 5th solve and his last. He's currently sitting on a 47.11 best possible average and a 53.8 worst possible average because he does have that 106 on his 2nd solve. So looking to keep it consistent here to keep himself in the running for overall podium.
Got a little gap in the data entry at the table. We don't know Henry Isles' first solve, but the rest of the times have been pretty consistent.
And Ben, are we calling a 41 on this solve? We'll see. We'll see.
I believe.
I would love to see it. That would be that would pretty much seal the deal for him.
That would be another NR.
That would indeed. Taking the NR back from Dwayne, who got it last round.
A 42.9 was damn close to his old NR.
Was.
/ new NR by Dwayne.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's correct. Alex has a 44.97 best possible. And Dwayne has a 46.68 best possible. So both of them have potential here. Because Alex's worst possible is actually slightly slower than Dwayne's best possible. So both of them have a chance here. Neither is necessarily out of contention.
Let's go watch some Skewb solves from Dwayne. No one else is really solving anything at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like the cubes have slowed down a bit. Firstgen's finished his average, but everyone's still waiting on that last one. And a 254 from Dwayne on Skewb. That's speedy.
Ooh, overhead. Let's go. Oh, Skewb content.
Love
I like
to see it.
Skewb. Funny, weird shaped puzzle.
He turns it so quickly. Dwayne Ramos, absolute speed demon. And that's looking like a pretty good scramble. Oh, and a bit of a pause there.
Look at that U-perm. Oh, imagine if you did that U-perm like Chris Mills, though.
Oh, the Chris Mills U-perm is a bit of a marvel. And Kieran has received his cube on Station 1.
Yes, content.
And are we looking at... Yep, Station 3 as well. Dang's received his cube. We'll keep an eye on Kieran for this one. He has a best possible average of 40.84. Which is not quite an R, but very, very close. I believe the NR is 40.7. Yep, 40.72.
Get that good angle.
And 41.93 for Kieran. And we'll cut over to Deng here shortly to catch the end of his solve. Actually, David, on Station 5, finishing up. Hopefully finishing up soon.
We had Deng with a 50.25 on that scramble.
And yep,
David
with
48.08. That's a pretty decent average.
Yep. I think that
Is that his fourth or his
believe
entire?
I believe that's his last solve. Actually, no, it's been entered as his fourth, so he does have a 49.52.
Wonder if they might be missing one somewhere. Oh no, that cube's gone back out, so yeah, it's definitely his fourth.
Yep. So we still got Dwayne, Alex, and David all waiting on their last cube.
We had Henry Isles with a PR average of 50.12. He's already won square one earlier in this competition with a PR in 5x5 here as well.
And he did also win 6x6, which is massive from him. Dwayne is the 7x7 champion, so let's see if he can keep up the odd layer streak. He is the reigning 3x3 Oceanic champion as well, so if he does take this, he will, for a time being, actually have all three of the odd layer titles, which is a funny little stat for you.
Who can we see in the background? That's Liam Heidercheck in the background of stations 1 and 2. We might be able to get some view of him there. Nah, he's finished his average and walking off. Why does no one want to give us content? Lint can go and do a solve. You learnt OLL parody earlier, didn't you?
Do you remember it? Oh, it's the same one.
It's the same, yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just need to remember where you turn the middle layer. So there's one extra move where you have to turn like the middle layer.
So Alex just finishing up his solve here. And a 48.04. I'm not sure where that puts him.
48.04. That's putting him in front of Henry Isles for the time being.
So he's
46.66.
Locked the podium and
locked the win as well.
I think he has locked the win. Yep, Dwayne is unfortunately unable to pull ahead. Actually,
nope. So
no.
best possible average,
Ooh.
he'll still be 0.02 of a second behind.
Very, very close. And it's looking like Dwayne's on pretty good pace here, actually. No, I think it is going to be... Yep. So Dwayne can still get a comfortable second place here, as long as he's clinical.
52.9.
So he locks his worst possible... yep, worst possible average there.
It's unfortunate. Still gets him second and ahead of Henry Isles. So I think... Oh, it's not... Podium's not confirmed just yet because David Epstein could still pull ahead of Henry.
And Jody Brewster actually does have a best possible average that would... Oh, fourth place, my mistake. Not quite. Well, Jody's already packing up, actually.
So David Epstein has a best possible average of 49.52. And that would eclipse Henry's by about 0.75 or so. But David's going to need somewhere around a 50-second solve to make that happen. So we will have to wait and see. Caden. It's 50 seconds or so is the mark we need. Unfortunately, we can't see much of where he's at the moment. That's going to be roughly what he needs. The best possible average will get him on the podium. Oh, and I think he's done it. I think David Epstein's only gone and done it.
47.37 for his last solve. And Ed will quickly get that in.
Oh, I think it's... Yeah, I think it is. So David Epstein, 49.52 average. It's a new personal record. It's his best possible average. And it does knock Henry Isles off of the Oceanic podium. So there's your top three. David Epstein in third, a new PR. 49.52. Then we've got Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand, the new national record holder for the single for New Zealand, 48.96. And then Alexander Vucic, 46.66. That's your podium. David's done it. Lachlan Stevens.
Yes.
Nice final.
It was pretty good. It was interesting. It was tight. It was between Alex and Dwayne for the win there, and it did actually come down to the final solve. Luckily, Alex did pull slightly ahead of Dwayne's best possible average, so he did lock it on the last solve. But yeah, pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's really nice, and I'm happy that that Big Dave himself managed to get on the podium there as well. Unfortunate for Henry Isles, but you know he's won 6 in square one already.
Yeah,
Like he doesn't need to be so greedy.
got enough
He can have
medals.
enough. We
Yeah.
need the Aussies to get some too. We are the host country after all. I mean,
Yeah,
I
New Zealand has
mean,
been
you
really
know.
dominant. Yeah, it's
Oh, for sure. It's been lovely.
Yep, you love to see the representation. It's good, and
They might have sent a contingent of only something. I think 12 or something New Zealanders are here, but the ones that are here
all
are
the
making
guns.
their
Yep,
presence felt.
100%.
There we go. That concludes 5x5. That's all she wrote. Moving on to Pyraminx now.
Awesome.
We love a bit of Pyraminx around these parts, don't we?
I'm actually in this group.
You're in this group.
No, I'm lying.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's good. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I'd commentate semi-finals by myself.
Oof.
That was a bit rough.
For Mega?
No,
Wait.
for 3x3.
Really?
Yeah, there was nobody around.
Oh,
It was just me,
semi-finals was shambles.
and I can only be alone with my thoughts for so long.
Yeah, it starts getting a bit rowdy in there. Can't handle them on his own. That's alright though. I'm excited for Pyraminx. Now the most interesting part of Pyraminx is not actually the first and second place, which are both pretty much certain. It's actually the third place, which is shared around between a lot of people. And we'll have the
roaming.
The walkouts very shortly. And a water bottle's just fallen.
Our roaming camera is upside down.
Awesome.
What is going on here?
That's alright. I think we can still put it on stream.
Yeah, we can put it on. Rotate your
Awesome.
phones. What is going on with this stuff?
And the whole overlay's upside down, actually.
Ah, sorry. No, never mind. We're in Australia.
Hmm?
We're in Australia.
Oh,
I
of
forgot
course.
everything's upside down here.
This is normal way.
This is how it just looks. Charlie Eggins! Yahoo! What's he? That okay? Yep, cool.
Jimmy!
That does it. That's cool. The logos are upside down though, because they're Australian logos. Paradane of New Zealand, delegate extraordinaire, Jody Brewster. Jody Brewster. I think they could catch on, you know.
I think it will, eventually.
Also got the younger brother of Jamie Otsu in this final, Lucas Otsu.
Oh,
He's been on a tear in Mega recently.
The family representation, you do love to see it.
We've been talking a lot about the EU brothers.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But the Otsu brothers deserve a bit of recognition as well.
Of course, of course. Levi and Elias are both very close together in 3x3 especially.
Right, so let's revisit the first round of Pyraminx. We had Alexander Vucic, as expected, up the top of the table. And then, as you mentioned before, second place is pretty set in stone as well. That's Jamie Otsu of Queensland, who's pretty close to his to the national record single for Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a PR single he got in the first round with a 30.96. And he was disappointed with that. I think he's been chasing that sub 30 for a while, chasing that dragon.
He definitely has. We'd love to see this round.
And then third place is a bit of a toss-up. So we've got Jonathan Charlesworth, your good mate, WA local.
He is.
41.32 in the first round he had. And then we've got Chris Mills and Henry Isles not far behind. So it will be really interesting. We'll try and catch as many of those guys on stream as we possibly can.
There's first string coming out now with his 37.06 average in the previous round. And Jamie, who is pretty much the absolute GOAT of Australian Pyraminx. And of course, Alex Vucic, who is one of the best in the world at Pyraminx. And we're off.
Got rid of the roaming. Why did I do that?
Looks like the puzzles are going to start coming out very shortly, just once everyone's seated. And we've got the camera on Chris Mills sitting alone right now, looking pretty
Where's his
happy with
homeboy?
themselves.
There's Henry.
Henry's there, and that's a New Zealand table right there. And then stations 1 and 2, we've got Alex on the right and Jamie on the left.
Both NR holders of the two major Oceanian countries.
Yep. And I think both of them should be able to put down some pretty good times here if they can control the nerves. Both are some of the best in the world. And then on stations 4 and 3, we have Johnny Charlesworth on the left and Fersham Fashada on the right. And Jamie Otsu's already received his puzzle for the first solve, so we should see that shortly. Chris Mills on station 5 has also received it, so we'll keep an eye out for that.
All right, so Jamie Otsu on station number 2, the Australian national record holder, has been chasing that sub-30 single for a while here. Let's see what he can pull off in his inspection now.
Someone's just asked in chat, are you going to Worlds in July?
I would plan to. I'm very keen for it. I bought tickets to that baseball game thing that they're going to go and watch, so
Oh, hell yeah.
want to immerse myself in the American experience on the 4th of July. What better time?
Awesome.
Catch an American summer. Jamie Otsu, station number 2, is on the right of screen at the moment.
And I love just watching his toning. It's so fluid, so effortless. And he's off the
See
last layer now.
See the contrasting styles here. Oh, here we go. This could be fast.
31.21. And a
31.21.
shake of the head. He's not happy with it.
It's a good way to start the finals, though.
It's a lot better than his best solve of the... Sorry, my mistake. His best counting solve of the previous round was a 32.47. So it is an improvement. Johnny Charlesworth and Fersham both underway with their solve. Johnny's well done with F12, so just going to be getting onto the S12 now. And we'll catch Alex's solve.
If we pan to Alex on the left of your screen, just how fast he's turning is mental to me.
It is ferocious. And that is why he's one of the best in the world. It's just he doesn't stop turning, especially in Pyraminx.
Oh, here we go.
Heading into the last layer.
Oh, this is so fast.
And he's
26.8 and a shake of the head. Who is this guy?
He's looking at us and shaking his head. That's ridiculous.
Bro is him.
That's actually crazy.
That's like plus 1,000 aura. Like, who do you got to be? His PR single is a 25.41, and obviously that comes with the Oceanic record. Oh
That is
my goodness.
ridiculous that he's not happy with that.
Redonkulous, if I do
And-
say so myself. Technical terminology. Wow, so very good start for our 2 main contenders for first and second. Slotting in just behind those 2 is Christopher Mills up there on station 5. And actually he's now in for his second solve, so we'll see what he's capable of here.
We've also got Henry Isles on the right-hand side, underway with what I think is his first solve. Just finishing up now, around the 40-second mark. And a 47.777 for Henry.
There we go. Last little bit of digit repetition there. Chris Mills on station 5. Still heading. And after that, we'll head back to Jamie Otsu, has just started inspection on his second solve.
I'd just like to point out, Alex just dropped a 26.29 in practice. Pretty casual. Ridiculous how fast he is, even just not paying full attention.
Right, so here goes Jamie. Around about 10 seconds in, we'll pan to the overhead. Here we go, that fluid turning style you were mentioning before.
It's really fun to watch. And he had a little bit of a lock up there a couple seconds ago, but he's brought it back nicely. He's just finishing up his last few S12 faces now. And another bit of a lock up.
Oh, and fixing a corner twist it looked like there.
Yeah, not on as good pace as his first solve.
Unfortunately so, yeah, he doesn't seem too happy with it.
Yep, and finishing off the solve on the table. 42.15 for Jamie. Pretty upset with that by the
Bit of
looks
a
of it.
shame there, yep.
Yeah.
Do you have Fersham Fashada up on station number 3? Get his overhead going.
Fersham is on the left-hand side. Johnny's on the right-hand side. He's just warming up. That's not a real solve, but first gen is on PLO right now. Good pace. A 33.55 at first gen.
Very nice.
He's pretty happy with that. And I don't think we have anyone solving currently.
No, I don't believe so, but if Alex wants to gesture at us.
He's giving us a wave.
And here he is.
He's in
There's
good
his
spirits.
second right now.
And just look at the switch up in his face as he went from smiling and waving to being absolutely
Completely locked in,
It's
yeah.
great to see. It's so mesmerizing. He's into inspection now. And
Here we
here
are
go.
underway. We keep making note of his turning style just being like he's attacking whatever puzzle he's solving. He keeps looking at the puzzle like it just insulted his mother.
The thing is, he is winning the fight. He always is, and he's on really, really good pace right now.
Look at that face.
No, he's on.
There's full disdain
Oh
there.
my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
What counting time could this be? What?
28.14.
28.14.
And that's counting, and he's really, really upset with that. Not happy at all, which is ridiculous considering how good of a solve that is.
Okay, so we are now on OCR average watch. I believe that sits around the 28. 29.07 current
So
Oceanic record.
He's
So
on good pace for it.
it's a little bit unfortunate that with the lockups there, we could have seen a time similar to the first.
And
Would have put him in a really good position to kind of make some headway into that OCR average.
for sure. And we've got Henry finishing up his second solve with a 44.46, I believe. Yep. And Johnny finishing off with a 43.69 on station 4.
All right, so now got Jamie Otsu on station number 2. On your right-hand side of picture, underway in stark contrast to the style that Alex is employing.
Now we really want to see a sub 30 from Jamie here.
We sure do.
That's the dream.
Looked like a little bit of a choppy start, maybe just a bit of hesitation on a couple of those pairs.
Yeah, and a few small pauses there. He is really fluid generally, but didn't look as fluid as usual just there. But he's bringing it back nicely. And he's well into last layer now. Onto
Nice
PLL.
OLL alg there.
Yep. And finishes with a 34.80.
Hey, well, that's not bad. 34.8 is around the national record average that he set earlier this year at Melbourne Summer. So 34.80 is a counting time, putting him in a good position. His current national record average stands at 34.49, and that has probably stuck around a little bit longer than Jamie would have liked.
He's definitely averaging well under that at home, as far as I know.
So then we'll hopefully be able to see some more good times over the coming solves from Jamie.
Yep. And Chris Mills just finishing up his solve here. On to PLL. Oh, OLL still. And he's taking a little while to recognize that. And there we go, just finishing off, getting a 46.34. Yep.
So Chris Mills is counting a 45-second solve, and a little bit of a sleeper pick that most of the viewers might not know, Josephine Siberian.
Yep, of WA. She's an absolute gun. She doesn't compete very often, but when she does, she likes to show up for Pyraminx and put some crazy times out. She has been getting some sub 40 averages at home that she's posted in one of the Perth servers we have, so hoping to see a few more sub 40s from her.
We have completely missed Alexander's third solve, a 29.62.
Oh wow. Yep.
So it's his worst solve so far, which is saying something in itself when his worst solve is better than everybody else's best.
And I think if these 3 solves are the mean of the average, then that does just give him the NR. OCR, sorry.
Well, yeah, it would. Hey, so let's do some calculationing.
Yep.
So OCR currently stands at 29.07.
Yep, that's correct. Let me just have another check.
So if we take away that 29.62 and the 28.14 that we know is counting, he needs a 29.43 on any of his next 2 solves to get the Oceanic record average. If he gets it on the next one, then he locks the Oceanic record average. 29.43 is the time that we're looking for, so we're going to be looking over at Alex for his next solve. But for the time being, we have Jamie Otsu on the station next door.
And I think we'll be pretty comfortable just staying at this table so that we can catch... oh, okay. I think Alex was doing 4x4 when I saw him warming up earlier. It wasn't a 26 that he got, but that's all right. It's still very impressive. And Jamie's off to inspection very shortly.
Here's Jamie on your right of picture.
Yep. And off camera, we've got Johnny and Firstgen both into their fourth solves of the average. Actually, I believe it's Johnny's third. But we're going to keep an eye on Jamie here. The fluid turning as usual.
Quickly, that's Jonathan Charlesworth on the right-hand side, almost finished up here, just on last layer.
It's going to be oh, it's a bit of shaky.
41.12 there from Jonathan Charlesworth. We'll look back at Jamie Otsu. Onto OLL now, 6-mover. And PLL.
35.67.
It's unfortunate, but here we are. We're looking at Alex now. And just a reminder on the figure that we're looking for, 29.43 on this solve or the next will get him the Oceanic record. 29.46 will tie OCR. Yep. 29.43 will beat OCR.
And he's underway now. The ferocious turning, giving us a lot of interesting facial expressions and nods and things like that. It's really fun to watch. Very
Here's Alex on the left-hand side.
Yep.
29.43, the magical mark that we're looking for.
Oh, the pace is ridiculous. Look at
Oh, here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, well done.
Oh my
it's going to
gosh.
happen.
And that's it.
OCR.
That's on OCR. OCR for
Lock
Alex
the
Vucic.
OCR average. Goes sub 29 for the first time, Alexander Vucic, and he's got one more solve to improve on that.
So Alex has already locked a 28.62 average at absolute worst. And his BPA is sitting at a 27.70, which will put him at 4th in the world, or 5th in the world. Absolutely ridiculous. And his turning's just so cool to watch. He's very happy with himself.
There it is. He's had some successes and struggles earlier in the day, or in the competition rather, but able to lock in his main event when it matters the very most, in the Oceanic Championship final.
He's given Zayd a bit of sass there. Love to see it. He's in good spirits after that, but solves, well, the average is not over. He's still got a bit more to go, and he can bring it home and bring the average down even more. We're going to catch Chris Mills on his 4th solve here.
As we've been distracted by Alexander, the man right next door, Jamie Otsu, has a chance to break the national record as well. It will be a 32.97 to break the NR, 33 flat to tie. So we're looking at anything under that 33 flat marker.
Yep, so Alex's BPA is 27.70.
Try 3. All right, it's Jamie Otsu we've got on station number 2. He's the one we're looking at for the moment. He's just about secured that 2nd place. I don't think anyone else is going to take over that spot. First results getting into now. We have Perry Ledane with double PRs in Megaminx. 43.9 average and 39.92 single. First sub 40, if I recall correctly. We've got Jamie Otsu, the Queenslander, on station number 2. 33 is the number that we're looking for. Those layers on the back are looking good, coming together well. Give him about 10 more seconds. Hopefully he has finished.
And even Alex looking over, rooting for him. Oh, and he's finishing up
Here
now.
it is, there it
32.34,
is.
The NR.
National record average for Jamie Otsu
It's been
to go with Alexander's Oceanic record average.
So Jamie has locked, well, he's actually finished his average and gotten a 34.27 national record average.
Let's go, Jamie.
He's really happy with that. Bringing it down by about half a second.
Quarter of a second, somewhere like that.
Quarter of a
Around
second,
about 0.2.
Yep.
But either way, that Australian NR average has lasted for way too long. So
Awesome. And
super
Jamie,
stoked to see him come back with it.
Jamie and Alex posing for a photo there. Both very happy. But Alex has actually still got one solve left. Like I said, 27.70 best possible average. Love to see it from him. But his best single so far is a 26.86. So it will be difficult. And getting a lovely wave from Alex there. He's excited.
We're excited.
We're excited. We're all excited.
It's all very exciting, this.
This is probably the best round of the comp so far, I'd say. Most
Square
going on.
one was up there, though.
Oh, square one was great.
Square one was great, but for a different reason.
Yeah.
In that we had no idea what was going to happen, and anyone could have had it at any moment. Whereas this is pretty much set. We know who's going to be on the podium. We know who's going to be first and second, but we don't know how much further they can break their records by.
So Josephine's average has just come in at a 44.41. So Perry's pulled slightly ahead with a 43.93. Philip pushing his average through for a 42.16. And James McDiarmid with a 43.17.
Right, so this is Johnny Charlesworth on stream at the moment. However, Alexander has just been given his cubes, so we might cut over to him when he starts his inspection, which is now. Oh, Johnny's just finished. Johnny just got a time of 44.17. Here we go.
And he's already underway.
Alexander underway. For him to beat his best possible, or for him to improve on his OCR average, he needs to beat a 29.62. So that's the mark that we're looking for.
The turning is great. I think he's on good pace right now.
Timer just touching over the 20-second mark here. It's looking good.
On to last layer.
OLL. Oh, he's got it for sure.
Oh, a bit of a lock up there. And
no, I spoke too soon.
Looks like he's done the wrong
no.
PLL.
It's not going to happen. 32 flat. It's not going to improve on that, but it is going to be a 28.62 continental record OCR average for Alexander Vucic. Guarantees him the win.
And I think he's still pretty happy with it, even if he's not gotten his best possible or improved the average. Was Schmoven though? He was.
Certified Schmoven.
Ah, Hayden.
Bucko.
Talking some schmack.
Alexander. It's just another Oceanic title to add to the 5x5 that he just got before.
Yep. And we actually have a really interesting tie-up for third. I think Elias is right. Riley, James, Jonathan, Chris, they can all get third place here. They all have a chance at it. So I think currently in the lead is Perry for third place.
It would be James for
James
third place.
For third place.
43.17.
That's the average to beat.
And Chris and Jonathan are both capable of beating that. Johnny, we've actually got solving on station 1 now, so we'll pan to his time. Here we go, got the overhead going. 10-second mark elapsed.
And Chris doesn't necessarily have sub James guaranteed, but his best possible average is sub 40. And it's just come through now.
Chris is in third place at the moment, 41.80.
Yep. So
and Johnny cannot beat that even with his best possible average.
So there is your podium.
So there it is. Chris Mills is third on the Oceanic's podium. Get that reaction there. Johnny just solving now.
39.96 to finish off.
There you go. Chris Mills is the third place that we were uncertain of. Even still, Johnny 42.99. He does end up getting his best possible average, but he's just a little bit behind Chris. Ben Wakeland, you cheeky boy.
Oh.
We don't mess with that stuff here.
Yeah, I didn't see Dwayne in finals. I don't think he did compete. He's probably more focused on other events, which is fair enough. All right.
Pyraminx finals over. 2 national record averages for first and second.
Massive.
Good
Absolutely
work,
awesome.
everybody. Nice to see OCRs. And I'm just going to put it out there. When I did my predictions game in the Oceania cubing server, I said there'd be 3 OCRs.
And you were right. There has been 3 so far. Oh,
so no one better do any well.
Have there been 2 or 3? Wait, yours, Alex's,
Dwayne OH.
Dwayne OH. Yep. Okay, so it has been 3.
So there have been 3 so far.
All right. So we're going into 4x4 now. We've got Dan the Man on the cam.
That was cool.
Yeah,
I like the way those words come together.
I was pretty proud of that one. Yeah. OCS mention. Okay.
Oh, there's Jody Brewster. What's he doing?
He's poking out.
What's he?
And we've got Henry next to him.
They're both super tall.
And Zach Kenny, the main organizer of the competition, rolling out.
Just a beautiful man, pretty much.
And Phoenix, the 2x2 gun.
So the lay of the land from last round of 4x4. We had the top 2 seats taken up by non-Oceanians. We had Kieran Behan of Ireland with a 25.71 and First Jim Fishada with a 26.39. So they're your top 2 seeds, going to be on stations 1 and 2. After that is where it gets interesting because we're talking Oceanic titles now.
Of course.
And position number 3 was actually David Epstein, which is... I'm not sure if I know him mainly as a 4x4 solver, but either way, he seated himself the top Oceanian, about half a second clear of Alexander Vuzic. A 27.03 is what he got in the last round. However, in the first round, he got himself a national record average of 25.71, which would have placed him equal first going into this round.
Yeah, and Alex did beat the NR, took it from himself, because he has all of those 4x4 and 5x5 NRs, except for the single, which Dwayne has now.
Chris Mills.
Chris Mills.
Chris Mills.
Snack Kenny. I like that. I like that how.
It's appropriate.
It is.
I rate that.
He is indeed a snack. And Jody rolls out. Riley Dexter, our
snack.
3rd place favorite.
Jody Brewster.
And our 2nd place favorite, or 1st place favorite, I would say.
In red hot form, just coming off a Pyraminx continental record average.
He is.
He'll be in a good mindset.
The adrenaline will be pumping. And now we've got our 2 goats, international goats, on stations 1 and 2.
I killed the mic again. I don't learn.
You don't?
I never learn.
That's all right. That's all right. Oh, and we're getting away from Alex. He's so happy. Look
We
at
have to
him.
wave back now, I guess.
Look at Alex. And
Sending our love to the stream.
David's doing some wacky stuff. Oh, we've even got Zaid giving us a little heart there on the station 4 judging.
That's nice of him. He should do some commentary.
Hey, he has hopped on, hasn't he?
He has
like
hopped on, but
post
like,
clock.
we can't be here all day, you know.
I think we can. I'm not doing anything except 2x2. Well, he can jump off for 2x2.
Oh, we'll sort something out.
Yeah.
We'll get your boy.
That's all right. I don't have any intention of doing well in 2x2. I think I'm seated like 20th or something. Should be fun. But the cubes are already rolling out, and Kieran is underway. And Firstgen's received his cube, so he'll be starting very shortly as well. Now 4x4 is a pretty short event, so we will be snapping between people.
Nice. Here's Kieran on the left-hand side and Firstgen on the right. both of these internationals ineligible for the Oceanic champion title.
Yep.
So a good solve from Firstian. Oh, from Kieran rather. 24.75.
Yep. And Riley is about to get started. Jody's also received his cube, and David has also received his cube. So we got a lot going on here. Yeah, so we'll cut to David and Alex as well, all competing at once.
All right, so we have David Epstein on the left-hand side and Alexander on the right.
Firstian with a 24.6 on that solve. David just finishing up now on 3x3 stage. And he's going to get a 26.60 for his first solve. Alex with PLR parity and a Z-perm, finishing off with a 24.36. With single parity, it's not too bad. Riley's going to get a 28.33 for his first solve, and Jody just finishing up now. Bit of a slow one for Jody, unfortunately. 33.5.
33.5.
And suddenly no one's solving anymore. Actually, nope. Kieran is station 1.
Hey.
We love to watch him. I did tell my fun little story about watching him get his first sub 20 all the way back in 2019. So we'll see if we can recreate that. I might give a little yell once again.
Did you tell him about that ever?
I didn't. I don't think I've never spoken to him actually. Maybe very briefly.
Okay,
Said hello.
Kieran, if you're watching the stream, say hi to your new best friend Lachlan.
Yep.
Already have a shared experience to bond over.
I'm sure we'll end up at another competition if you don't get a chance today. And a 22.14 for Kieran. Maybe a plus 2.
He did the funny diagonal swap alg.
Oh no. No, it looks good.
Did you see it? He did like the funny
parody
Y-perm one.
The like slice
and
IUR
T-perm,
prime, U-prime, T-perm, and then the block com alg. Yeah, like that.
He did that.
First
See, I know a thing or two about what I'm looking at.
Of course. You being the 4-blind Oceanic record holder.
Yeah,
and
I do all
everything.
those moves with my eyes closed. That's how good I am.
Of course.
Definitely.
Do you actually use that alg for anything?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
Just for 4x4.
Okay, so we've got David underway with his solve now, just on edge pairing. And she's finishing up on 3x3 stage now, on pretty good pace. Onto last layer, but does have OLO parity. It looks like double parity to me, but I might be wrong. Nope. Finishes off with a ZB 25.65. Firstian's going to get a 21.94 on that solve. Pretty fast. And we have Riley on station 5, also solving. Alex is in, he's just started his solve now, but we should be able to catch the end of Riley's solve and cut over to Alex shortly. 23.38 for Riley. And we'll grab Alex's solve about midway through here. He's just on edge pairing now. And finishes up edge pairing into 3x3 stage now. And OLO parity there. He's already talking in the middle of his solve. He knows it's dead. And 31.3 with a bit of a fumble stop there.
So hard to say who's in the lead at the moment. David Epstein's been pretty consistent, maybe trending slightly downwards, 26.6 and a 25.6 as well.
Yep.
And then Alexander Vujic has that 24, which is great, but then that 31, you just wonder if it's maybe looming a little bit.
And we've got Jody solving on station 6 right now. And also Kieran on station 1, who we'll keep an eye on for now. Yeah, Jody looked like he's going to finish with a round of 27. Yeah, 29 for Jody.
29 for Jody, yep.
Kieran just finishing up now.
23.2 for Kieran. And actually a little bit surprising to see Firstian is currently taking the lead over Kieran, actually.
Yep, he did get a 21.94, which is the best single of the round so far.
See Firstian solving on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment.
And that's going to PLL skip, I think. Nope. PLL parity. That's tragic. 26.04. I thought I was going to call that, but PLL parity is difficult to,
it's a bit of
see.
aura.
Yep. That's tragic.
It's got David Epstein on the left hand of your screen solving right now. Him and Alexander are pretty much neck and neck for the time being.
And David's pace for this solve is not looking too good. Onto last layer now. PLL parity and 27.84. Shake of the head. He's not happy with that one. Alex in inspection.
That is his worst solve for the time being. But I've got Alexander, who has a 24 single, which is great, but that 31-second solve could prove to be costly depending on how these next few solves go. We're about to find out. Pretty much no more mistakes Alex can afford to make.
And of course, the signature turning. It's absolutely amazing to watch. Good pace heading into last layer.
This looks on pretty good pace, though.
Yep. OLL parity again. And he's twisted a corner. Wait, no, he hasn't. My mistake.
27.46.
I thought he twisted a corner. There was a bit of weird lighting there. But both not the best solves from David and Alex. Must have been a bit of a tough scramble or just not doing too well. Catch the end of Kieran's solve here. 24.85 for Kieran. Let's go Riley on station 5. Just on 3x3 stage now on pretty good pace. And OLL parity might ruin that. 25.08 for Riley. And do we have first gen on station 2 solving right now? Yep. Yeah, 27.87 for first gen on station 2. Sorry, we missed that. And we've got Jody on station 6 also underway with his third solve for the average. Or fourth, maybe. No, third. I was right the first time.
We've touched on it super briefly in a couple of days ago on the stream, but Riley Dexter actually had a chance to win the Oceanic title last year, or 2 years ago. Was only a tenth of a second slower than Felix to deny him his first Oceanic title. And he's actually on really good pace as well. He's counting a 25.08 at the moment, with the worst solve being a 22.
Hayden throwing some shade your way, Michael.
It's not unwarranted.
Yeah, it's all right. We're not masterful 4x4 solvers, either of us. So
it's okay. Just next time you're chatting blind, I'll just tell you how wrong you are.
David with a 27.71 and Alex with a 24.31. Alex on a good track for the win here. Yeah, so Alex has a best possible average of 25.38 and a worst possible of 27.71. David with a 26.65, so he's not out of contention yet, but a worst possible of 27.38.
Kieran and first gen just about ready to go. We do have Riley Dexter on station number 5. He's going to be starting his solve very shortly. Regardless, we've got Kieran now. Notably only uses green cross, so you'll see that blue center on top for all of his solves. OLL parity now.
And PLL parity. Sad double parity there.
26.38 there for Kieran.
And
we'll head over to Riley Dexter though.
He
is counting a 25-second solve at the moment.
And
first gen with a 25.39.
Riley,
what's Riley up to?
Yep. Looks like it's going to be not the best. PLL parity as well. Double parity solved there. 30.25 for Riley. And David's about to start his solve. So that's going to finish off Kieran and first gen with 24.3 and 25.34 averages respectively. And Riley's now sitting on a 25.60 and 27.89 best possible and worst possible averages. So Riley is looking pretty good, although Alex is slightly ahead in terms of best possible average.
Yep, if Alex gets his best possible average, he will lock the Oceanic champion win. His best time is a 24.31, and he's counting another 24.3 from the first solve. So
David with OLL parity there, and the ZB to finish off with a 29.95. Not going to be happy with that, but Alex
back to Alexander.
Also OLL parity. Seen a lot of parity this average, and PLL parity
there as well.
Into the ZB.
Oh, so it's going to be worst possible average for Alexander. What does that mean?
33.32.
27.7. David's taking the lead over Alexander at the moment.
But I think Riley is looking like he will win.
Riley's In
fact,
possible to take the lead over both. It's not confirmed just yet. His worst possible average will see him 3rd place on the Oceanics podium. So he's locked the podium, but the win is not guaranteed just yet.
And we do have Dwayne currently sitting on the podium with the 28.71 PR average.
If Riley ties David's average, he will still win by single. So he needs a 27.38 average for the win.
And Riley's starting now. Oh, and he's just popped, I think. Oh, no. And that's going to slow down himself quite a bit. That might actually cost him the win.
Yeah, he needs a 28.7, so...
He has just gotten a big pop there, so I think he's actually just missed
I think
out.
that's the chances. I think a pop's going to cost him there.
Yep. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, and he's well over the 30-second mark now. OLL parity. Another bit of a pop. Looks like the shaky turnings are not helping his chances here. 36.94 for Riley to finish off with his worst possible average of 27.89.
And that's going to seal the deal. David Epstein is going to be the Oceanic champion.
Yep. And then Alex Vucic following closely behind. And to finish off Riley with a 27.89 average.
Also had Jody Brewster just finished with a 30.8. That gives him an average of 29.39, which is going to put him 5th on the Oceanic podium. But as it stands, we had Riley in 5th with a 27.89. Unfortunate worst possible average there. And then we had Alexander Vucic and David Epstein in a tight tussle for 2nd and 1st. But David Epstein coming out on top. Big Dave, the 27.38 average. And Alexander Vucic, 27.71 for 2nd place.
Got to say that that final fumble with the pop there for Riley was pretty tragic. I think he would have been on good pace to win that if he hadn't popped there, but I guess David pulled ahead. So good on David. Congrats on winning 4x4 at the Oceanic Championships.
Yeah, David was awfully consistent in his average. He ended up even getting worst possible average and still winning, but it was the early work that he did on the first couple of solves of that average that got him the win for sure. Might see if we can get some footage of Station 13. That is Elias Yu in the background, just finishing off his average, 32.7.
And off camera, Dwayne Ramos got himself 4th place with a 28.71 PR average. Closely behind, actually, Liam Heidecek with a 28.74. Took the 5th place away from Jody Brewster with his 28.74 average. And I think that's about it for the top 5 or so. Okay, so up next, what do we have?
Up next after 4x4, we have the Skewb final.
Oh my gosh.
Defending champion, Dwayne Ramos. Ended up in 2nd place in the previous round, but very, very close to 1st. So it's going to be a tight battle between Eli Panetta and Dwayne Ramos to see who gets the win there. And then 3rd Oceanian is Zichi Ding from Victoria at 2.80. So all of your top 3 Oceanian seeds are sub 3. Who else do we have in this final here? Zaid made finals.
He did.
4.32. That's interesting.
And Brian Eng, by the skin of his teeth once again, coming in 20th place. He's just a gun. He's all around amazing. I can't believe that. He's scraped 2 finals by literally the last possible place. And other people in this.
Same thing he did for 3x3.
I feel like we're going to be missing a lot of the potential action here for the Oceanic podium, because a lot of the better Skewb solves are actually a bit lower down on the podium. I know Jody Brewster can put down some mean times, and Johnny Charlesworth, of course, is also capable of sub 3. He's got NR4.
When we transitioning, get on that roaming camera. Oh.
We got it up.
There we go, the roaming camera. And we've got our UI fixed now. Awesome. No longer down under.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I think got blinded by the projector for a little second there.
In 17C representing Australia, James Kirshner. In 16C representing
All right, but yeah,
Australia.
you are right. Skewb is a fair bit of the way down. So Jonathan Charlesworth in 11th seed and Tyler Williams for the 7th seed.
Yep.
So they are going to be off stream, but they are capable of laying down some good times. But rest assured, the top two are going to be in view.
In 12C representing Australia, Jacob Joshi. In 11C representing
All right, let's drop your picks in the chat. It's going to be the Eli versus Dwayne show, but don't discount your underdogs. Never know what kind of times they could be putting out. So.
In 9C representing Australia, Jonah Blakely. In 8C representing Australia, Alex Utera. In 7C representing Australia, Tyler Williams. In 6C representing Australia, Jody Brewster.
Jody Brewster.
Australia, Riley Dexter. In 4th representing Australia, Zichi Ting. In 3rd representing Indonesia, Christian Bouchard.
We didn't know whether you wanted to commentate.
In 2nd representing New Zealand and the defending Oceanic champion, Wayne.
After this one might somehow. Or Lachlan, you've been here for a while, haven't you? Yeah, I've got too much to come next, so I might go warm up. All right, have a quick change in the commentary. I've been along with my friend Lachlan Stevens for a while, but it's time we made a change. And we have the handsome, the wonderful, the eloquent Philip Lewicki. All right, so there are our top two seeds shaking hands. Getting underway, we're ready to go.
So we're expecting Eli Pineda to be very consistent, as he has been over the past several months. And we don't know what to expect from Dwayne Ramos, but he is definitely a top contender for the championship and has been on fire. He's had so many NRs this competition.
Eli wasting no time.
Wow. It's 2:58 to start for Eli. And Jonathan off camera getting a 268.
Yeah, we did mention that he's seeded 11th in this round, but he is one of our competitors that kind of choked a little bit in the last round, but he's capable of some really, really good times.
Okay, here's Dwayne inspecting. I believe this is a practice solve.
Nope, that
Oh
looked to
no,
be
it was an
official.
official solve. Okay, 347.
And Eli again
Jody
getting
Brewster
underway and
off
wasting
camera
no
with a
time.
416.
All right, so here's Eli on the left-hand side. Current Oceanic record holder, one of your favorites.
Beautiful turning at 240.
2.4. It's looking good to start for Eli. Eli's current OCR average sits at a 2.2.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to challenge. That is scramble dependent, so unlikely that we'll see good enough scrambles to challenge that here, but all they care about is that Oceanic championship.
100%, 100%.
So Dwayne, not the start he wanted at 347, so he's going to have to lock in for the remaining solves. He could probably still count that time and have a chance at the Oceanic title, but given how well Eli Pineda is doing so far. He's going to want to step it up.
So I've got Dwayne Ramos on the right-hand side of screen.
Oh, a huge pause for Dwayne, and he made a mistake.
He's going to count that 3.47 on the first.
So 5.11 for Dwayne. That might take him out of contention for the title if Eli can keep up his stellar mid-2 solving.
Is it over for the defending champion before it's even begun?
Yes, New Zealand has been dominating so far, but Eli hoping to change that.
Again, common theme, Eli wasting no time. He's already onto his third solve.
Excellent.
Here it is!
A 138.
1.38!
Eli's on fire, and he's looking to take this championship in 3 solves. He does need a 4th to lock it down, but it's looking like a big gap between him and everyone else. Jonathan Charlesworth also with a 316 still in the mix.
We haven't seen very many on this third scramble, but even the ones that we have seen don't seem to have found the same solution that Eli's found. Brian Eng 1.88 on that third scramble off stream.
So watch out for Dwayne Ramos on this third scramble. The cube is right there. Looks like a very easy scramble. Lots of large blocks. We saw 138 from Eli. Let's see what Dwayne can do. Oh, he didn't find the solution. A 291.
And just as we were mentioning before, it's not looking like it's going too well for Dwayne. It might be over for the defending champion. We are seeing some good times on that third scramble though. Lots of sub-2s, 1.81 from James Kirshner and 1.88 from Brian Eng, as we mentioned before. We haven't seen one of our top seeds, Zichi Ding, on that scramble of Victoria. But when he gets that scramble, we'll endeavour to catch that on stream. Eli now, this is going to be solve number 4. This is going to determine what he could possibly get for this average.
Yeah,
OCR is very much doable now.
Not the
2.92.
Yeah, not gonna be great for OCR chances, but pretty much locking the win. I don't think anyone else has a chance to beat that unless they get some crazy times. The remaining solves, his worst possible at the moment is 263, and he could go as low as 212, which would be a new OCR. Yeah, I don't see anyone else winning this. Dwayne with a 270, so Dwayne is probably on the podium.
And here we are, as we mentioned before, we've got Zichi Ding about to take on that third scramble, which has seen so many fast times. Let's see what we can get on this. In his inspection now, he's on the right-hand side of your screen.
Zichi with a 285 on the last solve. And he doesn't find the fastest solution.
In the end, gave himself a Z perm, which is not what you want. But going back, it definitely looks like no one's going to be taking over Eli Pineda.
So Eli Pineda just walking over the competition today. Completely dominant.
Didn't win Australian Nationals earlier this year, though he probably deserved to. 1.70! That's it! Is that the OCR?
It's got to be close.
There it is!
223.
2.23 average for Eli Pineda. That's the Oceanic record average. Counting a 1.70.
Oceanic record and Oceanic champion.
And in what feels like 2 minutes, Eli's gone from hot favourite to the Oceanic record holder once again.
Well, it was already his, so he's just improved it. But now he has that Oceanic championship.
2.23 is the average. And Dwayne hasn't started the timer on his last, so he's going to get worst possible average.
Oh, that's terrible for Dwayne.
What does that mean for Dwayne? 3.83.
Oh, it actually might not matter? Oh no, Jonah Blakely is going to beat him.
And so is Jonathan Charlesworth. So Dwayne Ramos is going to be out of the podium altogether.
So Jonathan Charlesworth off camera has some great times so far. 268, 316, 399, and 318. Looking at a low 3 average. And Dwayne, that was devastating for Dwayne because he had a 511 on the second solve, and that became counting with that DNF. Otherwise, he was very likely to get second. But now he's going to fall off the podium.
More results slowly but surely coming in. That's Zichi Ding. And that was his last solve there. No, apologies. That was his fourth solve, that 4.19. So still has room to improve.
So Zichi Ding
has potential to get on the Oceanic podium, but it depends.
No,
and it's relying on other people.
He's out of contention.
His best possible average of 3.80. Ah, no, you're right. Jonathan Charlesworth is going to win. I was going to
Jonathan Charlesworth is going to get second no matter what he gets on the fifth solve.
Not sure where
actually,
Jonathan's sitting. I'm not.
Reagan Roberts has a chance with a 333 BPA.
Where's Regan? We can get Regan on stream. He's in the background of one of these stations. Where is he?
So Regan Roberts and Jonathan Charlesworth are duking it out. Okay, Jono with a 268, 301, best possible average, and he locks down that second place. Congratulations to Jono from Perth.
Okay, so Regan is in the background right now under the display on station
Regan
5.
needs
so you can see Regan
really
in the background there.
Regan needs a good time here, probably a mid-2.
All right, underway.
And that's not going to cut it.
No.
So
4.88 is the last time for Regan there.
I believe Jonah Blakely podiums, and I think we just heard the reaction.
Yep, so that's the reaction to Jonah making the podium. It's going to be Jonah Blakely of South Australia in third. Jonathan Charlesworth, we were talking him up, but unfortunately couldn't be on stream. 3.01 for second place. And then in first place, as expected, Eli Panetta of Victoria. The Oceanic record holder has broken his own Oceanic record on the biggest of stages he's ever been on.
That was outstanding.
And it was clinical. It was absolutely clinical.
From the second solve, it already felt like it was over.
Yeah, there was never a chance for anybody else. He didn't let anything in.
It's just unbelievable.
Wow.
And clutching the OCR on the last solve just for good measure.
Wow.
Well, he was the best all weekend. He dominated the first round. He dominated the second round. He dominated the final.
100%. Realistically, could you have seen it going any other way? Probably not, but an Oceanic record to boot, that's just the exclamation mark on what's been a fantastic Oceanics for Eli Panetta. And there goes my prediction. My prediction was that we'd see 3 Oceanic records this competition, and that's the 4th one, Eli Panetta, 2.23 Skewb average.
Okay.
Moving on very quickly, we now have 2x2.
And this is going to be thrilling because we have some fantastic 2x2 solvers in this competition.
All right, so the last round, I believe it was Phoenix Patterson taking out the win in a 1.39. Then we also saw Lachlan Adams-Romaine. He's already taken the win in clock today and also PR'd in 2x2 in the previous round with a 1.58 to place him second. And then in third place, the former Oceanic record holder, the one to finally break Felix Zemdegs' legendary 1.54, is in third place.
Yeah, and in this round, basically anyone in the top, I don't know, 8, 7 has a chance at podium. So we won't be able to follow everyone who is in contention.
Cameron Stollery, an OG of the Australian cubing scene, has a 2010 or a 2010 ID, I'm pretty sure Cameron Stollery has. Making his way to this Oceanic Championship.
Yeah, Cameron Stollery, 2010 ID from Australia is quite rare, given that Australia didn't have any competitions until, well, 2010.
So he must have been there for the first, and if not the first, one of the very early ones. We apologise. In 4x4, we've made an error, astutely pointed out by Felix. We did not touch on Liam Heidecek, who actually ended up winning the Oceanic Championship. I don't believe he was on stream, so we were focused on David Epstein and his battle with Alexander Vucic.
And that's a crazy result because Liam Heidecek won by 1/100th of a second with a new personal record.
Doesn't get much more thin than that.
Wow, he's got to be stoked.
Because his 26 that he got was entered as a 36. So that's why he didn't show up in our coverage, because we didn't think he had a chance.
Yeah.
Continuing on, thank you for pointing out that amendment. We now have 2x2 coming up now. So as we said before, Phoenix Patterson and Lachlan Adams-Romain will be covering stations 1 and 2.
And we'll have Elias and Alexander stations 3 and 4. And we'll probably catch Brian and Jacob Joshi on stations 5 and 6. Off camera, we'll have Toby Seufert, who has been surprising us in this competition.
3 sub-2 averages in this competition. Oh wait, no, sorry, 2 sub-2 averages.
Well, there's only been 2 rounds.
Yeah, there's been 2 rounds, so all of his rounds have been sub-2, and
but
his PR wasn't sub-2.
I sense a prediction of a 3rd sub-2 average from Toby Seufert.
Well, given that he's had a 100% success rate of sub-2 averages this competition so far,
yeah,
it's not a dumb assumption to make.
Okay, so here's Phoenix.
All right. So Phoenix Patterson, the defending Oceanic champion and the favourite for this competition.
And how hard is title defense? How hard does that make it to focus here in this environment?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
I know.
I did one, but that was a bit of a fluke. Maybe that's the takeaway here. Title defense is tough. You've got pressure, added pressure that you wouldn't normally have.
Okay.
All right, so this is Phoenix Patterson and Lachlan Adams-Romain. They both have their cubes in front of them. Switching to the overhead, Phoenix in inspection now. Solve number 1.
Excellent.
104.
104.
Amazing start.
Perfect one look. Great execution. 170 from Lachlan. We have a 152 from Jonathan Charlesworth off camera. A 156 from Chris Mills.
189 for Alexander Vucic. We also have Elias EU, the former OCR holder, on station number 3. We'll see what he can get. Jacob Joshi not starting off so well. That was a 3.07 for him. We'll see if we can get Elias on stream. Looks like everybody else that we can catch on stream is already gone. We do have Brian Eng on station number 5. Not sure of the time on that one. We have a bit of a bug display. Here's Elias on the left-hand side.
Oh, Elias messed up the one look.
Bit of a miss one look, or maybe not one looked at all.
Yeah, the turning was smooth though, so.
That's customary Elias style. It does have very smooth turning. Doesn't know very many algs, but can execute them very swiftly.
So your standings after solve 1: Phoenix, Jonathan, Chris, Marco, Lachlan, Toby, Alex, Josh. 8 competitors sub 1 so far on that first scramble.
Sub 2.
Sub 2, yes. I can hope.
Well, I do hope we'll see some more sub 1s. We did see earlier in the competition.
The first ever sub 1 at Oceanic Championship.
That was, of course, courtesy of Phoenix Patterson. 0.90 if I do recall correctly. Would have been in the first round of the competition.
Looks like Alex getting some instruction from David there.
Skewb instruction. We do have Phoenix Patterson on your left-hand side. This is his second solve. 1.60.
No shenanigans, just a clean solve with a great solution.
Very clean. We did also see Jody Brewster on that scramble, a 1.46.
And Jonathan Charlesworth with a 183 off camera.
Lachlan Adams-Romain and Elias EU both have their cubes in front of them.
Chris Mills 193 on the second.
And Jonathan Charles with a 1.83.
Elias
Gives himself a
inspecting.
pretty good standing for now, but yes, Elias EU and Lachlan both inspecting at the moment.
Elias 150, a clean solve.
And Lachlan solving now.
Lachlan
1.63.
163. Okay, so everyone's locked in. Lots of sub twos.
Locked in Adams Romain.
Yes.
On stations 5 and 6, we'll be able to pan to quickly.
So far, Phoenix Patterson, Jonathan Charlesworth, Chris Mills, Lachlan Adams Romain, and Joshua Hounslow, all pure sub 2.
Jacob Joshi on station number 6. Didn't start off so great, 3.07. 1.79, so a sub 2. We have another competitor who has a sub 2 single now.
Jacob Joshi started with a 3.07, so he's going to have to be perfect on the remaining 3 solves. Joshua Hounslow 2.01 on solve 3.
Bit of a lull at the moment. Brian Eng 1.38 off stream. Apologise, cut away at just the wrong moment.
Yeah, 2x2 goes fast. So Brian Eng, I don't know if that was actually his first solve, but we may be missing that first time, but 138 we know for sure.
That 138 would have been on the second. We did see
Yeah,
him.
so
I believe he has 2 sub 2s, but
we're not sure what he got on the
not
first
sure,
one.
Yeah, not sure what the first one was. Oh, Phoenix Patterson we have on.
Phoenix with a 104, 160. 166. Great solving so far. Phoenix looking good.
Looking like he's going to defend that title.
Yeah, well, still one more solve to make it safe.
Toby Soyfoot will not be getting another sub 2 average. He had a 6.7 and then a DNF later on, so no hope unless he gets negative time and then counts that negative time. Here's Elias on the left-hand side of your screen, former OCR holder.
Smooth 151. Elias with a 150 and 151 on the second and third solves.
Well, I'll tell you what, Elias is counting a faster time than Phoenix is at the moment. But what Phoenix has going for him is that 1.04 on the first solve. He has potential to count some really, really quick times, whereas Elias fumbled a bit on that first one with a 2.84.
Yeah, and I think Phoenix has to be feeling more comfortable because that 2.84, that changes your decision making a little bit. It can make it hard to focus.
Here's Phoenix on the left-hand side. We're also going to have Lachlan on the right. Here's Phoenix.
Oh, a huge
Corner
lockup
twist.
from Felix. So
Phoenix with the corner twist at 2.11. Does that open the door for anybody? His worst possible average 1.79.
yeah, I believe that leaves the door open.
I don't think it does. Unless it... Well, Elias hasn't done his force. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, I think
but
Elias,
it does definitely leave the door open for
does have a chance with some good solves here.
Right, so here's Lachlan Adams Romain. 1.60.
It's remarkable.
Lachlan Adams Romain is very consistent as well. If Phoenix happens to count that 2.1, there's a lot of potential for other people here to swoop in and steal the win from under his nose.
Yeah, so we could see Lachlan, Elias. Cameron Stollery, we only see 2 times. You never know.
There's Alexander Vucic, 3.29. But you're right, Cameron Stollery, you can never discount a former world champion. Well, 2013, but still, can't discount a world champion. He's a world champion for a reason.
Okay, we see Elias on station 3.
Get that top-down angle. He's on the left-hand side of his picture. That's Elias EU. That looked like a great solve.
So clutch. 158. That puts him right in contention for the championship.
100%. Here's Phoenix Patterson on his last solve. This is going to determine what everybody else needs. Can they keep up? Phoenix on the left of your picture.
It's clean.
It's a plus two.
A +2, and it's a worst possible average.
1.64 average for Phoenix.
Oh no, a 1.6.
1.79 average.
Oh no, so that leaves the door wide open for Elias.
It's not there yet. So Elias
Elias has a 153 best possible average. He had a 284 on the first solve, but the rest have all been 1.5. He has one solve remaining and has a chance to take the Oceanic Championship with a good solve here.
Lachlan Adams-Romain, all of his solves currently are also under the final average by Phoenix Patterson. So there's a chance that two people here might be able to overtake Phoenix, who's been so dominant all competition.
Yeah, Lachlan Adams-Romain has been super consistent. 170, 163, 160. All those times under Phoenix's average of 179.
If this solve's also under, he could lock, or he could definitely take the win
This
over
looks
Phoenix
like a
here.
good
At least
scramble.
take the lead.
There's a huge block.
Lachlan Adams-Romain underway.
Oh, the
it didn't start the timer.
What happened to the timer? It didn't start. And Chris Mills with a 1. Okay, that was a misentered time. What happened to Lachlan's timer? Lachlan didn't start the timer, and that's going to be a DNF, but don't fret because Lachlan was super good on the first 3, so he still has a very good chance to get the Oceanic Championship with a very good last solve.
Here goes Elias. It's there! No,
but
it's a
plus two!
Elias +2ing out of the win!
Oh no! Both our top contenders +2ing the final solve.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Phoenix Patterson's still in the lead for the time being. Elias is going to count that 2 he got on the first solve.
Oh my. Drama here in the 2x2 final of the Oceanic Championships.
It's not over yet. Lachlan Adams-Romain can still take this one home. For him to beat a 1.79 average,
it's going to need to be a 1.
given that he already counts a 1.7 and a 1.6.
He has 170 and 163.
So he needs a 202 on this solve. That is extremely doable here. Lachlan Adams-Romain underway now. 202 is the time needed. There's your scramble. On the left of your screen, 202 is going to do it. He's done it!
There it is! There's no +2.
Lachlan Adams-Romain is the Oceanic champion.
That's your
in
Oceanic
emphatic
champion.
fashion.
Wow. Shocking finish.
Or is it Brian Eng?
Wait,
Don't tell me it's Brian Eng. Could it be?
Brian Eng off camera. We don't know what times he got on the first solve.
But he's got a 1.25 and is counting 2 1.38s.
Oh, no.
If that's not his last.
No, Brian Eng is counting at 279. What did he have on the first one? There's no chance, right? No.
Well, timer says 1.29. What's the penalty? Is there a penalty? It is. It's a +2.
It's a +2.
It's not going to be.
Wait, how many of our competitors +2 the final solve?
That's 3. 3 of our competitors +2ing out of the win.
Oh, no.
But is it Jacob Joshi?
Wait,
no,
wait,
it can't be.
No.
Is it? No, it's not. It's not.
No.
It's Lachlan Adams-Romain.
Lachlan Adams.
It's Lachlan,
but
and it's
Jacob
always been Lachlan.
Joss.
But Jacob secured second place.
Oh, my.
What a crazy round. I can't believe that.
That was an insane finish. We had at least 3 competitors +2ing a 1.3, 1.2. Everyone was doing great on that last scramble, and they were so eager to finish, so eager to take that championship. They just couldn't finish the last solve. And Lachlan Adams-Romain clutched it with a 136 on the final solve, despite not starting the timer on solve 4.
Wow. Lachlan kept it calm the whole way through.
Just so solid, so composed.
Okay, so Phoenix, who was so dominant so far through the competition, had the win completely sewed up and then +2'd on the last solve to counter 2.1. That only gets him 3rd place.
Yeah, and he had a corner twist on the solve before. A corner twist 2-11 on solve 4. So either of those solves, a corner twist or the +2 going better, we would have seen Phoenix Patterson atop the championship podium. But
then when we knew Phoenix left the door open, it left it open for Elias. Elias had it, but minus the +2. Brian had it.
Everyone had
minus the
+2s.
+2. Everybody +2'd.
Oh, wow. So Brian Eng had a 147 on the first solve. So the door was wide open for Brian Eng. Brian had chances at a 1.3 average. Oh my.
Wow. Everybody +2'd. That's completely absurd. Lachlan Adams Romaine doubles up on the Oceanic titles, adding to his clock title as well. He takes home 2x2 in one of the most dramatic rounds of 2x2 you've ever seen at a major championship.
Oh, I think I'm actually competing in this round.
Are you in one-handed?
Can I drop out?
Yeah, do you want to drop out or
yeah,
do you want to?
I don't really want to compete.
I'm going to see if there's anyone who can take over because it's not long before 3x3 blind, and I reckon I've got to get sorted. I think you were seeded to compete.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah, I qualified
This is
by
us
accident.
This is us live finding out that you actually haven't. That you actually have qualified.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, look at you.
They're about to
there,
say
you're
my
14.
name. Yeah, that's okay.
This guy. This guy right here.
Okay, so this is going to be a thrilling one-headed final because we have Dwayne Ramos, who has been on fire. And I think we're going to be joined by James for commentary. This is going to be great.
I would not be opposed to this. I think Dwayne's going to be wanting to commentate this one-handed final, given that it's his very good friend Dwayne Ramos and compatriot competing.
Okay, James.
Hey, Philip.
We
How
just
about
saw
that 2x2 round?
It was crazy. Everyone +2'd.
Oh, that's going to be a round to remember, isn't it? I mean, the absolute drama of that. Brian +2ing, Phoenix +2ing, Elias +2ing. It really came down right to the line, didn't it?
Yeah. And Lachlan was able to keep it solid. So this round, this is going to be outstanding because we have Dwayne Ramos, who has been throwing down some great times. He had an 8:68 first round Oceanic record and 9:36 in the second round.
Yeah, he didn't quite come up to that Oceanic record performance in the second round, but he's been on a really hot streak recently with his one-handed rounds.
Yeah, and it's not just one-handed. He had a 7x7 national record. He had a 5x5 national record.
Yep.
He's been on fire in every event, and he's your top seed for this one-handed round using Rue. I don't know if anyone else is using Rue in this round.
We actually have quite a few Rue users in this round. Jim Zhu uses Rue in 9th seed. I believe Henry Isles uses Rue, Toby Seufert uses Rue, Charlie Eggins uses Rue, Benjamin Worry, although I'm not, oh yeah, he's in 11th seed, yep. So we have sort of around half a dozen Rue users in this round. Boy, I am so excited though. Yeah, and you're right, Dwayne's been on absolute fire. I mean, taking out that 7x7 Oceanic title, getting on the 6x6 podium. Yeah, he's been in very, very good form this afternoon.
Yeah, and we'll also be looking at Brian Eng on station 2. Chris Mills on station 3, Riley Dexter on station 4, Phoenix Patterson, who just had a heartbreaking 2x2 round, hopefully he can get over that, on station 5, and Kieran Bihan on station 6.
Again, not much of not super well known for his one-handed times, but he is a very solid one-handed solver as well. We could see him up there in the mix, but yeah, I think the story on everyone's mind has to be Dwayne. Yeah. How good can he go in this round?
Okay, so here's Dwayne on station 1. Let's get the overhead. Here, let me switch. You want to switch?
Sure.
So here's Dwayne Ramos on your left.
And here he goes.
Such a fast first block.
Bit of a lucky CMLL.
Yeah, that.
And there's a 10:43. Not the sharpest start we could have seen from him. But that is still going to put him well clear of the field, likely. Although, 10:19 from Brian Eng on station 2, it looks like. That's a solid start for him.
Oh, Chris Mills falling apart here. 12:97.
It's not what he would have liked to see, but it's still serviceable. He can count that and still end up with a decent average.
Yeah, so Dwayne Ramos is going to be the competitor to beat in this round. He is so far ahead of the competition, one-handed.
But on this first solve, we have seen Brian just beat him. Brian with a 10:19. So, could this be the start of an upset? Who's to say?
Yeah, one-handed is a quite a high variance event, especially since the competitors are using different methods.
Yeah.
Good scrambles for one might not be good scrambles for the other, and vice versa. So,
I mean, despite that variance, Dwayne has managed to hold about a 3-second lead over the field in these first 2 rounds. So even if he solves badly, he can still win. But I don't know. We could be in for an upset. Maybe. Maybe. There is the slimmest chance. I mean, it's scarcely imaginable after that previous round that we could see a similar amount of drama. But, well...
Never underestimate the Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championships.
Exactly. And then we've seen record after record falling through these rounds. We've seen story after story. Could we see another one here? And then we saw a 10.52 for Brian. He's in good form.
10.52.
So it's going to be a counting 10 for Brian. That's a great way to start off his average.
We have Riley Dexter.
In station 4, his cube's just arrived. He started off with a 10.97, so he's another one of those 10s.
Riley Dexter on your right. Chris Mills warming up on your left. We have Dwayne Ramos switch over there.
Starting his inspection now on the left side of your picture. Looks a bit unsure of himself. Puts together a solid first block though, and a second block. Hits CMLL, LSE, and a 9.12. So that's the fastest single we've seen so far. That's more, 9.1.
Yeah, 9.12.
Yeah, 9.2. Sorry, I was just looking at the wrong time for a second.
Riley Dexter with a 9.18.
So he's just about keeping pace with Dwayne, actually. So we thought this was going to be a wash. We thought Dwayne was going to be well clear of the field, but 2 solves in, and he is looking just clear of everyone else, but not by as much as we expected.
Here's Chris Mills. Does he know the LZB? There's a huge pause, and he doesn't know it. He gets an N perm.
Oh dear.
So Chris Mills happy to be here. Probably not looking to win this competition.
Probably not looking to win, but he is a strong podium prospect. I mean, he's second on the psych sheet behind Dwayne with a 9.59 average.
Yeah, but he's got some ground to make up with a 12 and a 19 to start.
Definitely, yeah.
Everyone else throwing down 10s, 9s. We have Dwayne Ramos, Riley Dexter, Brian Eng, Seth Ferry with a 10 on the first solve.
Seth Ferry, I didn't see that one coming at all.
Here's Dwayne warming up. Everyone waiting on their cubes. I believe Riley Dexter has just received his.
Although Dwayne's also just received his, I believe.
So they're all receiving their cubes at the same time.
Makes it a little bit tough for us, but I imagine we'll follow Dwayne here. He's the man of the hour.
Okay, let's jump over to Dwayne. That's Dwayne on your left. Sorry about the overhead camera. It's a bit off. But I think we'll still be able to see the solve. I don't see any massive blocks here, but Ruse solvers can usually find something.
A decent first block, on the second block. Here's CMLL and onto LSE. Oh, it's a bit of a long LSE, but he ends up with a 9.38 it seems.
Yeah, so Dwayne looking very solid here.
But Riley with a 9.4. I said he was keeping pace with Dwayne, and he's keeping almost exact pace with Dwayne.
Wow.
Another sub 10 from him.
That's remarkable. So Riley Dexter and Dwayne Ramos are neck and neck.
Brian dropped off pace a little bit with his third solve. He got a 12.73, but he's still counting 10.
And Chris Mills basically out of it with that 12.66. I guess a podium is still possible, but unlikely.
He would need some sensational last 2 solves.
Brian with a 14.
Oh, no.
That's got to be disappointing. Counting a 12. So Brian has a BPA of 11.15. Worst possible, 12.49.
You know, I think 11.15 could still get on the podium quite easily.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a podium average if he can get it.
But it will take some doing. But right now it's all about Riley versus Dwayne. Dwayne versus Riley. They're so close through these first 3 solves. Will we see them separate on the 4th?
Riley warming up with Pyraminx. I guess we have Pyraminx finals coming up.
Used to be known for that event. Not so much these days, but he's still a solid parasolver.
Let's check out Kieran Behan on station 6 while we wait for everyone else's cubes. Kieran not known for OH, but you know, he could throw something down here.
I think like Chris, he's kind of just happy to be here. Through those first 2 solves, he dropped 2 13-second solves.
That looked like a G perm and a cube drop, a 13.
So that's 3 13s for Kieran.
Very solid. Yeah, we don't have any updates on Seth Ferry. He had a 1093 on one of the solves. Don't know what else he's got.
And on station 4, Riley Dexter's just received his cube. Oh, and once again, Dwayne receiving his cube at almost the exact same time. Might be able to catch Riley's solve first. He's in inspection now.
So here's Riley on your right. We also have Dwayne. We'll finish Wyatt Riley's solve first. Riley looks like on great pace. Oh, an F-perm. An F-perm is not what you want to see in one-handed.
And that's a 7.79
Oh,
for Dwayne.
and Dwayne with a 778, the one solve we didn't watch.
It was a little bit of a fumble at the end there, but it looked like really good turning throughout, really efficient solution. And this is the point where they separate, you know, Dwayne proving his caliber.
Wow.
They were so even through the first 3, but Dwayne's just managed to count those 2 9s now, Riley counting a 10. It is... Oh, and I think at this point it's actually just about locked. There's a few solves that we haven't tracked, but
So
Dwayne's worst possible average is 9.64, which is clear of almost everyone else's PRs in the field. And
Ryan finishes with an 1142 average. That is almost guaranteed. Oh, no. Yeah. That's probably podium. We don't know what Seth Ferry got, but unlikely that it was 1142.
Yeah, there are a few solvers we haven't tracked too closely. Jody Brewster, Seth Ferry, they both have good singles. They could be on for good averages, but we just don't have the information at this time.
Okay, so Dwayne waiting for the last scramble. No possibility for OCR here for Dwayne, and also no possibility to lose the Oceanic Championship.
No,
so
it's just a victory lap for him really at this point.
Yeah, that's just going to be a victory lap for Dwayne. Let's take a look.
A decent enough first block and second block, and quick CMLL, LSE. Has he got it? He does. 7-12. That's BPA and that's NR single for New Zealand.
Wow, so we thought it was a victory lap. Dwayne thought otherwise. A national record for New Zealand, emphatically taking the Oceanic Championship. He had it locked up with 4 solves, but the 5th one...
7-12. 7-12 NR.
Wow.
How about that, eh? We talked about drama in every round so far. Dwayne securing that national record.
Dwayne just farming these national records. He's had so many of them.
Oh, he's had so many of them, and he's had so many podiums. I think that's his 3rd or 4th podium now of the competition. He's had a sensational Oceanics. And what a way, I mean, I said it was a victory lap. What a way to take a victory lap, right?
Yeah.
National record single on the last solve, securing that BPA. That's an 8.76 average to give him that Oceanic champion title. Once again, he got it 2 years ago, and he has it again now.
Yeah, so I believe Brian Eng...
Riley
Dexter. Oh, let's watch Riley Dexter. So I think Riley Dexter is locked in for a second.
It looks like it. His worst possible average is 10.68. Again, there are a few people that we don't have information on, but it's looking like that's almost certainly going to be second.
Let's see how this scramble goes for a CFOP solver. It was a national record for Dwayne. What is it for Riley? Not a national record, but still a good time. This CBLL, okay, an 11:35.
So that'll give him close to his worst possible average, but it just doesn't matter at this point. A 10.57 average is enough to secure him the silver medal in Oceanics 2024. We are just looking on information from a few more people. Jody and Seth Ferry, namely. We don't really know how they did after their first couple solves. So there could be some upsets there, but it seems very likely to me that the top 2, Dwayne Ramos and Riley Dexter, are locked in.
Yeah, and so we just saw a difference in class here. It looked like Riley Dexter had a chance after the first 3 solves. They were neck and neck, but solve 4 and solve 5, Dwayne with 2 7s.
Oh, he just ran away with it, didn't he? I mean, that's where he proves just his caliber. It's an unbelievable finish, 8.76. That's also sub the Oceanic record OH average heading into this competition.
Wow, so he breaks the Oceanic record twice. He'll only get credit for 1.
Yeah, but wow, that's so good. 8.76 in finals under all that pressure. And for me, that's a really good omen of things to come. I mean, I've said it many times, but Dwayne's a solver of extremes. I mean, when he's solving well, he's solving so well, he's almost unstoppable, as you saw right there. 7-12 on the last solve. How does he do it? I don't know. But he has his off days, but when he's having an on day like this, he'll be solving super well in every event. And with 3x3 finals to come, Could we see him defend his Oceanic title?
It's looking very likely. He's been on this entire competition. He's been breaking national records since the very start, and he hasn't slowed down. He's been winning Oceanic championships left and right in every event. He's been doing OH 7x7. You know,
I mean, he's such a joy to watch, really.
So, outstanding Oceanic championships for Dwayne Ramos.
Here we have Kieran coming in for his last solve, I
let's
believe.
take a look at Kieran. Kieran also having a great competition, breaking his 6x6 national record twice.
I actually didn't catch that.
Yeah, so in the final he had a 1:15.
Oh, wow.
National record average. And we believe the final standings are Dwayne Ramos in first with 876, Riley Dexter in second with 1057, and Brian Eng in third with 1142. Just off the podium were Firstian Fushada, Henry Isles, and Deng Zhengping.
That's a great performance from Henry, actually. I mean, it's not on the podium, but 1264 PR average. I mean, he's had some trouble performing over the last couple of years. He's been really fast in a lot of different events for a long time, but for a while he's just struggled to pull it together in competition. But he's just became the Oceanic champion in 6x6 and square one, so he's having a sensational competition as well.
Yeah.
Obviously not quite getting on the podium for OH, but still a PR average in finals. You can't ask for much more than that.
All right, so coming up, we will have the Pyraminx final, the last sighted final before we go into big blind, regular blind, and then 3x3.
Yep. I might swap out at some point for that because I will need to warm up for 3 blind.
All right, let's see if we can get someone in here.
See you later.
All right, Lachlan Stevens.
Oh, we're so back.
Wow. So it's been a dramatic,
I feel like
dramatic Oceanic Championships.
I really want you to update me on what's happened in 2x2 because I know some some stuff went down there and I think I missed it all.
So 2x2, if you didn't catch it, definitely rewatch the stream once this day is over. We had so many +2s on the final solve.
I +2'd on the final solve as well.
Wow. Yep. Everyone was in contention. The last scramble was good. Everyone was looking at 1-3s, 1-2s.
Yep.
But they had +2s, and it was actually Lachlan Adams-Romaine who did not +2 the final solve and took the championship.
Wow.
Every other contender, I think, +2 the final solve.
Yep. It was a lot of people.
It was unbelievable to watch. And in addition to that, Phoenix Patterson on solve 4 had a corner twist. And up until that point, it was looking like Phoenix was just going to roll the competition. But that corner twist really put a spanner in the works. And then solve 5, the +2, and that cost him the championship. And then in one-handed, Dwayne Ramos. It was neck and neck with Dwayne and Riley Dexter. They had about the same times. It was a 10, a 9-1, and then a 9-4. And then the fourth solve, Riley with an 11, Dwayne with a 7.78 and a 7.12 national record on the final solve.
So clutch.
Just demolishing the competition with about a 2-second margin.
So ridiculous. Dwayne is next level.
Yeah, and so now we're going into Pyraminx. So Pyraminx, the top seed is Elias, who had a 187 average in the previous round, well clear of the pack. Andres Rodriguez with a 247 average. In second, Miles Irwin with a 273. Riley Dexter, 280. Those will be the 4 we focus on today, but I assume many of the people off camera will have good chances to make that Oceanic podium.
For sure.
There isn't a huge gap in skill in this pack, except for at the very top. And so we'll have to keep a close eye on the live results. So there we see Andres Rodriguez. Andres Rodriguez from the United States, so he will not be competing for the Oceanic podium, but Elias most certainly will be.
And I think Elias is looking to put down something pretty good here. He is capable of some crazy times, but see what he can do.
And here's Miles Irwin, who is standing and has received a cube, or a puzzle, or
A puzzle, yeah.
cone,
Tetrahedron.
a
cone.
tetrahedron.
Yep. So this
Whatever you want to call it, it's the Pyraminx, and it's time to watch the Pyraminx final here at the Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championship 2024.
is cone finals.
Coming up after this, we will have 3 blinds, so definitely stick around. That will be thrilling. We have Charlie Eggins, one of the best in the world to watch. But here is Miles Irwin looking at solve 1. Riley Dexter also inspecting solve 1.
Doesn't look like too good of a scramble. Miles with a
A
319.
simul finish, a 319 and a 360.
And Elias and
So Elias just doing some warm-up solves, or
Yep.
is that the actual?
oh no, that's a warm-up one.
Wow, so he's got Toby Seufert judging him on the warm-ups.
Mm-hmm.
Very generous.
And he has actually received this puzzle now, so we'll be seeing the first solve from Elias. Hoping for some decently comfortable sub 2s here. And on his left, Andres.
Oh, 383 for Andres.
And Elias going for his solve now. Drying the hands. And just inspecting now. Doesn't look like a particularly good scramble. I believe it's 4 tips.
Clean 195 to start. Elias looking to make up for that +2 in the 2x2 final. With a sub 2 to start here.
And Riley with a 378 on station 4. We'll cut over to Miles, who's just about to start his second solve. This looks like a 2-tip. So on the better side, I can see a fair few blocks, so
This looks like quite a decent scramble.
yeah, not too bad. We'll see what Miles can do with this. A bit of a pause there. 267, he's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, pausey, but an efficient solution.
Likely it just wasn't one-looked, but still, pretty smooth solve. Good turning. And we'll watch some of the other times from top competitors coming through that aren't on the top 4 stations. We'll just read them out as they're coming through. Edward with a 223 on his first solve from the UK.
Yeah, no other outstanding times. People seem to have trouble in that first one. Chat telling us it was a terrible scramble.
Yeah, it looked pretty bad. The second one looked a lot better though. So we'll see what times we're getting in for that one. Elias putting down still a sub 2 on a pretty horrible scramble, so we'll see what happens. We've got Andres on station 2 going for his second solve now.
Yeah, let's take a look at Andres.
Into inspection now.
Emmett Hobbs off camera with a 186.
For that first scramble?
Second scramble.
Oh, okay. A bit of a lock up there for Andres. And yeah, he's going to get a 425. Not happy with that.
Okay, here's Elias EU's Pyraminx.
So he's getting that second scramble now, which we've seen some good times on so far. As Philip said, 186 for Emmett, and we've also seen
257 Biwari, 260 Josh Hanslow, 267. Oh, a
And
159. Zichi Ding off cam with a 159 on the second.
So Zichi's actually in the lead in terms
So
of
here's
single right now.
Elias. Elias on the second scramble. It's got 2 tips. Can he one look it? Can he make it fast? Oh, a huge lockup. I believe he had the one look, but not the execution. A 253. That's got to be disappointing. But still good pace. But at the moment, Zichi Ding in first place with a 222 and a 159. So Zichi Ding could upset Elias here if he keeps it up.
And both Edward and Levi are DNFing that second solve, which is very unfortunate.
.330. Miles Irwin. So at the moment, Zichi Ding, Emmett Hobbs, Elias EU are your leaders with sub 2 solves. But no one showing a clear lead. I think Elias has been the most, well no, actually Zichi Ding has been the most consistent.
Yep. With the 159 on the previous scramble. We can't see him from where we are too.
Yeah, it's just that
clearly.
Elias had that huge lockup
Yeah.
on the second scramble, which was quite good. Many people doing well on that.
And we've got Riley Dexter, station
Okay,
4.
let's take a look at Riley. So Riley on your right. We're looking at the fourth scramble here. It has 3 tips. So,
Oh.
yeah, Riley a bit sluggish on those tips, and a 493. Let's jump over to Elias, who had a lockup on the last scramble. I hope to rectify that here.
Oh, 210 for
210.
Elias. Is it a...
Yeah, that's a solid 210.
He's he's wincing a bit, so he might not be too happy with that.
Yeah, well, it was a bit locky, and maybe he missed something, but I think that's good.
Yeah.
That's very good. Zichi Ding off camera, throwing down some outstanding times.
And Miles Owen, station 3, receiving his puzzle now, but we've also got station 2, Andres, about to solve. And some great turning there, too flat for Andres, onto Miles. Can't clearly see it because he's got his tripod in the way. Yeah, there we go. There's the overhead. And some good turning.
Yeah, Miles with a 238.
He's pretty happy with that.
Wow! Is that Zichi Ding on station 6?
I think it is with a
Yeah,
160.
160.
So that's
I
counting.
forgot we had camera on Zichi. We should keep an eye on him. We
Oh,
don't
we
have
do?
the overheads, so hopefully the judge will keep that cube cover out of the way.
Amazing. So that puts Zichi comfortably in the lead with
Yeah,
with
that was a
220.
160.
So he has 222, 159, 160.
So Zichi Ding leading the pack. Elias close behind. We also have Emmett Hobbs in the mix.
Now Emmett's average is a bit in the mix because he does have a DNF on his first solve, but he brought it back with a 186 and a 254 on his next 2 solves. So keep an eye on him to see if he can redeem the average. And Joel Harrop is the first to finish his average with a 353.
Yeah, so approximately 3 competitors in the mix here. Zichi Ding, Elias, and Emmett Hobbs.
And Elias is about to go for his next solve. Oh, actually.
Elias taking some time to warm up here. We also have Riley Dexter solving on station 4.
I think we stay on Elias. Oh. Yep. So Riley with a 378. That looked like a pretty good scramble, and I think that was the 5th one. So we'll see what Elias can lay down here.
Oh, okay. He's happy with it. A little bit of a pause, but he saved it. A 2-0-4. So I think Zichi Ding has a huge lead here.
He does.
Dwayne Ramos finishing with a 290 average.
Currently in the lead.
Elias with a worst possible of 222. We don't know about Zichi, but his worst solve so far is 222, so
So
he's looking fantastic. Zichi with a 222, 159, 160.
And Zichi is receiving his puzzle now. So
Yeah.
we should be able to watch what this is.
Let's jump over to Zichi Ding, who has been on fire so far in this Pyraminx round. Time so far, 222, 159, 160. I believe he could lock the Oceanic Championship on this solve.
I think he can.
With a good time, we could see our new Oceanic champion in Pyraminx. Zichi Ding just trying to calm his nerves before the solve. Take another crack at that warm-up cube.
So Elias is currently locked the lead for 222 as a worst possible average and a 203 as his best possible average. Let's see what Zichi can do here.
So Zichi Ding.
Cube cover slightly in the way. 248.
248. Oh, okay. So it's going to be down to the last solve. And Elias receiving his puzzle. Elias with a best possible of 203, a worst possible of 222.
He's taking his time here, making sure he's fully locked in.
He's waiting for Zichi's time to be entered, perhaps? Oh,
Undress with a 222 on that last scramble.
We don't know what Elias needs here.
Zichi's time hasn't been entered yet.
But Zichi definitely has control over the situation. If he puts down a best possible average, there's not much Elias can do. Off camera, Edward Burgess with a 234 average, but he's from the United Kingdom, so we're not paying too much attention.
And Elias in inspection now. Oh,
It's
Elias
great.
good turning.
Wow.
144.
A 144.
I don't think
Wow.
he's... has he locked it though? Because
I don't
Zichi's
think
still
he's-
yet to solve.
Yeah, Zichi Ding on station 6.
It's not confirmed yet.
We
Is
don't.
it?
No, there's
Zichi's time still hasn't been entered, but we can see that his best possible average
his
right now.
best possible is way better than 203, but Elias with a 203 average.
And Zichi's in inspection now. This is for the win.
This has got to be for the win. Unfortunately, we don't know what he needs. Oh, and that's not it. So Elias
Elias with the win.
Elias with the win. I think Zichi Ding is still going to take second on the Oceanic podium. And is that? We don't know who's in third. But yeah, that's going to be Elias with the Oceanic Championship.
And posing for the photo there.
A bit of a flashback. That's Station 1 taking the last 2 Oceanic Championships.
It's good to know our rankings aren't too off going into the finals, but
yeah.
But that's very unfortunate for Zichi, who started off the average
Yeah, so
incredibly well.
Elias reacting to the win before Zichi was done, but perhaps he had some prior information.
And Zichi, yeah, we'll see if Zichi's time's going, because they still haven't been entered the last 2. But
yeah, but we're pretty sure Zichi Ding is going to be
it was
a
a
second place finisher on the Oceanic podium, and we're not sure about third.
And looks like we're going to start rolling in the 3 blind.
Yeah, it could be Oliver Hutchinson. It could be Dwayne Ramos.
For 3rd place?
For 3rd place on the Oceanic podium.
I think I think Zichi's 3rd place confirmed. Unless Oliver...
Zichi is second.
Zichi's second, sorry, and then Edward is. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
Dwayne should be. Oh no, Oliver can get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
you're
So,
right.
anyways, congratulations to Elias, who was able to throw down a 2:03 average. And next up, we'll have to keep quiet because next up is the 3x3 blindfolded final. 3 blind is thrilling because the competitors don't even know if they've solved the cube before they stop the timer. And we could see some serious drama.
And of course, we have one of the best in the world, Charlie Eggins. He's such a pleasure to watch.
Charlie Eggins is the top seed, of course, but we'll also be looking at the other competitors.
We've got the.
Yeah, so James, who was just here doing commentary, is your second seed for the 3 blind final. I remember watching him in the first round of 3 blind. Okay, here's, yeah, so Michael Tripodi is also going to be gunning for that Oceanic podium or the Oceanic Championship. Anyone can take it, but DNFs, with drama, with finals, anything can happen.
Of course. And we've got a lot of people starting to tune in. We've got 316 watching right now. Let everyone know Charlie Eggins is about to compete, so
Yeah.
give him some love.
So put on your inside voices and get ready for some crazy blindfolded solving.
We might need to go on whisper mode shortly.
Felix Samuel Williams.
Second seed representing Singapore, Theodore Chen. And first seed representing Australia, the defending Oceanic champion, Charlie Eggins.
Yeah, so James McDermott, one of the top contenders who's just here commentating. He's not going to be on stage, but it could have been a lot worse. He had 2 DNFs going into his final solve this morning, and he just managed to get a 55-66 safety and make it to this final as the 13th seed. Your first seed is Charlie Eggins, so we'll be watching him on station 1. He had a 13:24 best time on the first solve. We'll also see Theodore Chan on station 2, first gen Fushada on station 3, and Felix Samuel Williams on station 4. We expect many fast times off camera as Michael Tripodi is on station 8, James McDermott on station 13. And you know, with blind, anything can happen.
It is a very volatile event. Oh gosh, I can hear myself.
Here's Charlie Eggins on your left. Charlie,
With around a 6-second memorization there, off to execution. Very smooth turning. Oh, it's 13.96. That is a success.
Charlie Eggins has basically locked the Oceanic Championship right away.
There is no one who has a solve faster than that currently competing. That's basically guaranteed. And to his
First gen with a 20.42, he's going to be happy with that.
also on station 2, we have Theodore Chan off to his execution with around an 8-second memorization.
If Charlie Eggins just left no doubt about it, 13 on the first solve, and he's already won, basically. I mean, just outstanding, and now he's going to go for a world record mean, perhaps.
I think it is within reach, although he will need to lay down some pretty crazy times.
He's experienced with world records, so a 14.05 is the time to beat. So watch out for the world record mean for Charlie Eggins.
We have Felix Samuel Williams on station 4 with around 10 seconds of memorization there.
was a bit
17:15. I think that we're out of contention for that world record.
Unless he gets a world record single.
It's gotta be a crazy time to get. Okay, so most of the drama now is gonna happen off camera. So we won't be able to show you anything, but check WCA Live to see the results. James McDermott with a 23.65 on the second solve.
We've got Theodore Janet in execution now, with around 8-second memo once again, and some pretty shaky turning.
Yeah, Theodore Janet at 18.09 on the first solve.
That's a +2 for that one.
That's a +2, 21.18 +2.
And Felix Samuel Williams on station 4, just starting memorization now.
Felix Samuel Williams hoping for a chance at that Oceanic podium. He had a 33.50 on the first solve. He's like to do better. Oh, but he's getting a huge pause. He's forgotten his memorization.
And Faster Machado, just starting out with memorization now.
First chant.
And he's not happy with the memory here. It's barely sub 20. And Jenkins has just received his cue.
Okay, let's go back over to Charlie Atkins. Charlie Atkins has already won the Oceanic Championships. He's just going for a victory lap here. The first solve was 13.96, second was 17.15.
And he only needs a, well, I can't really say only, but a 12.9 will lock OCR mean here.
What was that?
Sub 5 memo. We might see a crazy solve here. Some really, really good execution.
Oh, the execution is so long, but it's
15.
a success.
Yeah, that is genuinely one of the best memos I've ever seen.
What was that memo?
Unbelievable.
That was like sub 4. I've never seen a memo that fast. What? And it was a success, so he memoed it correctly in less than 4 seconds.
Unbelievable.
4 seconds to memorize 20 letters. He must have had a lot of blocks or something.
Absolutely wild. And we have Theodore Chan, station 2, with a really quick memo on that as well. Sub 6, I believe. Although the turning is a little bit shaky there.
So your current standings are James McDermott with a 1952 national record in second place on the Oceanic podium, and everyone else fighting it out for third.
Charlie's mean comes out to a 15.5.
Felix Samuel Williams with a 46.35, not happy, not gonna make the podium. Currently Andrew Dan Jingban. Oh, from Singapore. Okay, so Felix Samuel Williams still has a chance. We don't have any results from the backstages. It's possible that somebody threw down a great time. We don't know. So if you're just joining us, Charlie Atkins just had an insane memo but wasn't able to finish it off. I mean, it was a success.
It was. It wasn't even. It was completely correct.
The memorization was like 4 seconds and the execution was 11 seconds.
And it didn't look particularly locky, so it's maybe just a sign that his memorization has got insanely good to the point where he can get out normal execution times with insanely fast memo.
Yeah.
And to still get a 15 there. We'll watch some of these other times rolling in.
Yeah, we do know how Michael Tripodi is doing. Michael Tripodi on station 8. We haven't seen any of his times. Jody Brewster putting down the blindfold with a 43. There in the background, in the back left, you can see. How'd you do? 17 on the first
we're gonna have Michael come back very shortly after. He's attended to some needs. But
Yeah, and it's going to be James McDermott with the 3rd place on the Oceanic podium.
and
So all the favorites doing well. We don't know the results for the rest of the competitors, but I don't think any of them have potential to get sub-20s.
I think that's right. And
Yeah, so we heard from Michael himself that it was a 17 on the first scramble, which everyone did quite well on. If you're just joining us, Charlie Eggins won the competition about 13 seconds in with his first solve, and then James McDermott took a 19.752 New Zealand national record.
this seemed like a very good scramble set. Kind of unfortunate that Charlie couldn't put down a world record mean, but still unbelievable times. And of course, the
Yes,
last
so Charlie Eggins finishing with a 5.50 mean.
15.
Yeah, 15. Not too much drama. Charlie Eggins just walked in and just took the competition. So coming up here after three blindfolded is going to be the main event, the 3x3 finals. We'll have a short break before then, so stick around. The 3x3 finals is going to be extremely exciting. We have many competitors vying for the Oceanic Championship. Nobody knows who's the favorite. Nobody knows who's going to win. Even the podium is very unclear, so make sure you stick around.
The Oceanic champion of Pyraminx, representing New Zealand, Dallas McNeil.
Hello. All right, so that's going to wrap it up for 3 blind. Michael will be joining us shortly to take over from me. Actually, probably you, because you will be in the 3x3 finals.
Yes.
Yep.
You didn't make it?
No, I got a 9 average. Yeah, pretty unfortunate, but it's what it is.
So I believe we will have Michael back soon, but first we're going to transition to a break. Hopefully we can get Michael back in here to talk about that 3 blind round.
Yep.
Yeah, Michael Tripodi with a 1786. It has been entered. Theodore Chan with the 1809 on the overall podium. And James McDermott on the Oceanic podium with a 1952 national record for New Zealand. So we've seen those New Zealand national records just drop left and right. I mean, it seems like every round we're seeing a new New Zealand national record. They've been dominating this competition.
They have, and I don't know if it's that. I'm sure they have heaps of competitions there. So I don't know if it's
they break
just
them all the time at their competitions too.
They probably do. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm glad.
No,
I'm glad it's.
These New Zealand competitors are extremely skilled.
They are. It's really interesting, and we're just packing up for 3x3 finals now. So we're gonna take a short break just to rearrange the tables.
Eager to talk. Oh, maybe we can talk to James McDermott. You want to talk about your national record? Sorry. You want to talk about your national record? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk to him, or do you want me to?
Hello.
Hey James, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. I just got a podium, so I'm
did.
very happy with that.
And also a 1952 New Zealand national record. You want to tell us a bit about that scramble?
Well, it was an 8-alga. I'd say it's a pretty easy 8-alga. For people who are watching who might not know, you can sort of divide 3 blind scrambles into how many algs they take to solve, and that's something that's just inherent to the scramble. So we talk about lucky scrambles in sighted events, but you can sort of have a good lucky solve unlucky scramble or a bad solve unlucky scramble, but with a 3 blind solve, like a lucky scramble is just a lucky scramble for pretty much anyone.
Yep.
And so yeah, that was an 8-alga. It was a pretty nice one. At home, I'd probably expect to get like a 16 on that. So a little ways off of that, but it's Oceanic's finals. You know, the pressure's on. You really can't complain.
Yep.
And yeah, national record in finals, 3rd on the podium. Could not be happier.
I'm really glad for you. Yeah, that's awesome. And what would you say is kind of, I did want to ask Michael this, but I can ask you as well. We'll get a couple of different perspectives. That last scramble, Charlie Eggins had a 4.5 second memorization. Absolutely ridiculous. One of the fastest memorizations I've ever seen.
Yeah.
At home or in comp or whatever. Do you know what he would have seen, or like was that a really good scramble, or was that just?
No, so the first scramble was better, definitely.
Yeah.
At least for me, I'd say it was definitely better.
Yeah.
I think that's just Charlie doing Charlie things, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
He seems to absolutely thrive under the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for him, he had those good first two solves and good first solve, decent second solve, and then just went full send on the last one because at that point, nothing to lose, may as well go all out.
He's already taken the win. So
comfortably 3 singles faster than anyone else's singles. So
Absolutely.
easily winning by daylight. Really happy to see Tripod do well on that as well.
Yeah. He got a 17 on the first scramble. He got a 17 on.
First scramble. So I think probably everyone there got their best time on the first scramble. Oh,
it looks like most people did.
Most people, yeah. Amy Smith didn't, but pretty much everyone who got a success on the first scramble got their best time on it.
Yep.
And that's just kind of the way Threadbind is. You have those good scrambles, which, like I say, they're good for everyone.
Yeah.
And if you can pull together a solve on it, you'll probably get your best time.
Yeah.
So, really, really solid podium overall. Of course, Theodore taking a spot on it, not representing Oceania.
No,
but happy to see him get a spot on the podium because he's definitely one of the best ones at this comp.
Absolutely.
I think he's a good bit better than me.
He has a 15-second single. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah. Also, not only was that solve an 8 alga, but we had an 8 alga on in semifinals as well.
Really?
Yeah. So, semifinals first round, I think.
First round.
I believe. One of the two. Anyway, we had an 8 alga at this comp already, and Theodore was a bit unhappy with himself on that one because he performed pretty poorly on it, and he was beating himself up because he thought he could have got an ASR on that sort of scramble.
Right.
Because at home, he'd get a 14 or 13 on it. Yeah. But I mean, the competition pressure hits, and it just gets really tough to perform.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, I think we all did pretty well. Charlie, of course, taking it, Tripod in second, Theodore third overall, and me third on the Oceanic podium.
Yeah.
So that was one of my goals heading into this competition, was just third and 3 blind because I knew I was capable of it.
Yeah.
And really, really happy to get it.
Yeah, really happy for you. And I just wanted to ask as well that how far off were you on that last scramble? I didn't quite catch you because I think you were sitting kind of in the back row, but you did get a DNF. I don't know if you were on pace for NR mean as well.
I wasn't. After the first 2 solves, I was very doable. I needed about a high 20, I think, maybe mid 20, to get it, it's a decent solve for me in comp, but it's very doable. And then on the last scramble, I was almost on pace for it. The DNF that I got was a little bit too slow, but I just missed one move in my execution. So my memorization was right, and then I executed almost everything correctly. But then right at the end, just missed a move and got a DNF.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, it's the event sometimes, but I wasn't too unhappy because I knew I had that NR single on the first solve, and the thing about 3 blind is because of the scramble dependency, once you have that good scramble, it seems pretty unlikely you're going to beat it, and because it's ranked by best of 1, it's the rest of it's kind of a formality almost. I mean, it would be nice to get a mean, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, awesome. That was a really thrilling round. I'm not sure if Michael wants to. Do you want to swap with me or?
Well, you have to check in at Rego because you're in head-to-head finals.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
No. Yeah.
Bit of a mix-up here.
Everyone thinks I'm in. Everyone thinks I'm in 3x3 finals. I fumbled.
It's Way's fault. She said that you're in 3x3 finals.
What's she talking about? Do you want you and me to swap, Michael, so you can have a chat to James? Yeah. Okay. I'll be back very shortly.
We're so back.
I look at my phone, and one of the first things that I see is James McDermott 19.52 national record single.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations, buddy. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, I'm just
it's
so
the
stoked.
multi-men doing multi-men things.
Exactly. And both of us getting on the podium. How about that?
Yes. Well, we both missed out last time, so I think it's only fair that everyone else makes way this time around.
Yeah, fair enough. But how about those scrambles, eh? That was a pretty nice first scramble.
That first scramble was really, really cool. Yeah, and it actually surprises me, to be perfectly honest, that Charlie didn't get faster on that. I thought that Charlie would have gotten a really low 13 or something like that.
Yeah, maybe even a 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, Lachlan was just telling me, Charlie on the last solve had 4.5 second memo.
Yeah, he told me that as well. I'll have to watch it back, but I want to know because he said that that scramble had potential.
Yeah.
And
I didn't feel it personally.
Well, I mean, I used a different orientation, so there were a little bit more advanced tricks and whatnot that made it a bit worse of a scramble for me than it might have been for you.
Yeah. I think it was a 9 algo, but I don't know.
I don't remember much of it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. Sort of
but
fades
either
from the
way.
head after a couple of seconds after
Yeah.
finishing, to be honest.
It was a 21 plus 2 I got on that one.
I
But
like a 21 DNF.
oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No, fair enough then. Pretty similar.
Yeah.
No, that's right. But we both capitalized on the easiest one, which I think that's what you want.
Yeah, that was the thing. After the first scramble, I was like, well, probably not getting a better scramble on this, so it's pretty much done for me.
Well, that was quite literally my mindset on the second one. I saw
Yeah.
the scramble, and it's probably not the way to go, but I like looked at the cube for 4 seconds and I'm like, I'm not beating a 17, so I just DNF'd it then and there. Probably not the way to go, especially considering, who knows,
Yeah.
could be getting a decent mean out of that. But
Yeah. But to be fair, for you, getting a PR mean or anything
it would
is...
be absurd. Like, it's basically not on the cards.
Yeah, for people in the chat who might not know, Michael here's PR mean was set on one of the best scramble sets of all time, and he performed well on it, so it's...
So
I wouldn't say unbeatable, but it's incredibly hard to
I
beat.
would need to put in a lot of work specific to 3 blind to beat that, which I just don't feel like putting in at the moment. So
No, I mean, neither.
I'm very satisfied with it. When I come to the end of my career, I imagine I'll still be quite satisfied with that. So.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's got to be one of the highlights, right? Like, that's, as far as your 3 blind career, looking back on it, that's,
Yeah. Oh, but what if you get a 5 algo on the last solve? No, I did the last solve. I just
Yeah.
didn't do the second solve because the second solve was not that good.
Imagine the confidence to do that. Just do the first solve, get a good time on it, just stand up and leave.
Thought about it. For my 4 blind, funnily enough, after the first solve that I got, I was quite like a little bit overwhelmed. So I thought maybe it would be beneficial either to just like maybe take a 10-minute breather,
Yeah.
which is not allowed, or
that'd be nice.
or just like push through and yeah. But yeah, definitely get feeling that way, and I feel like there was a little bit of that on the 3 blind as well. Like I'm just so happy with a 17, where it's like, how much effort do I really want to put in? Do I want to conserve my energy for events that I'm not doing?
Yeah. No, and I mean, I was so stoked with it because I fumbled so many 8 algas this year. For people who might not know, I had an 8 alga 2 comps ago. I had another 8 alga this comp. I had an 8 alga last time I was at Osnats. It's like, it's my 4th or 5th one this year. It's a bit ridiculous, and I fumbled almost all of them. But, no, yeah, finally got a 19 on it. So,
and what a way to finish, to get national record at the biggest comp on the biggest stage
exactly,
of the year. So.
Yeah. And also, considering my rather lackluster performance in round 2,
Likewise, we didn't end up on stream, which is odd.
Well, the funny thing is, I actually did. So I was in the back row. And because you're in the back row, you're actually in the background of both shots.
Oh, okay. So
But
you reckon they got it on stream?
They
or?
didn't get it on stream because they switched to overhead camera just for my solve, and then they switched away. So the reaction's there. You can see me reacting.
Oh, did you react?
Oh, a little bit over this.
Yeah. There was a little bit of a...
Yeah, that's the one. Which is about a big a reaction as you get from me, to be honest.
It's about as big a reaction as you can get away with in
exactly.
blindfolded solving.
Yeah, none of this jumping up.
I mean, you're in the back row, so as long as you're not making too much noise, you can probably just do whatever you want.
Do a bit of a dance, you know?
Yeah. Get a bit of a boogie on. Hit the yoinky sploinky.
The yoinky sploinky, that's a new one. You'll have to demonstrate it for me later, I think.
No.
No? Not safe for
when
stream?
I come up with a dance called the yoinky sploinky, you're going to be privy to that.
Oh, good. Looking forward to it. Anyway, we do have a bit of a break while we're setting up for 3x3 finals. So should we go over some of the results that we've had?
All right. So for this competition, all of the stuff we've had today, do we want to go over all podiums or just the...
I reckon going over all podiums. I imagine there'll be a bit of a spike in viewers for 3x3 finals, and they won't have caught some of the earlier stuff.
All right. That's a fair point. So we'll start from 3x3 multi-blind and go in reverse WCA order from there.
Of course, I'm possibly biased on this count.
Yes, you possibly might be. Well, we're going to get to the important ones.
Yeah.
And then whatever else we get through. Where are we looking here? I'm trying to see our overalls. Okay, so third place for the Oceanians was a bit of an underdog pick, and I don't think he would have predicted himself to get it, was Jackson Foster of Western Australia.
Imagine that. Local, hometown hero, getting a 12 out of 12.
Not known for being much of a multi-blinder. His PR before this was a 9 out of 10.
Oh, wow.
So he's gone straight to 12 cubes and absolutely smashed it out of the park and ended up getting third place for that one, which was a nice little surprise.
Pretty awesome, really.
Next up on the list was Andrew Tanjin Bang, representing Singapore. and he had a result of 22 out of 25 in an hour, but as he represents Singapore, he's not eligible for the Oceanic podium.
Still a good result, though. I imagine he'll be happy with that one. Pretty good accuracy.
I'm not sure what his PR is. If we check on the device that lets us check these things, has a 23 out of 25.
Okay, so almost PR really. And in fact, with him having a 1 hour time there, you got to wonder if he was cut off and maybe could have had PR if he was a little bit faster.
Yeah, no, definitely. Speaking of just a little bit faster, second place and second Oceanian was Amy Smith, who got the same result as Andrew in third, 22 out of 25, but did it in 56 minutes and 57 seconds. And that's actually a PR for Amy as well.
Love to see it.
She's done very well there. Another podium for the Western Australians. And number one, Jamez.
That doesn't seem right.
Diarmid?
Nah, I don't know who that is.
No?
Must be a mistake.
Well, what would you get if you did that multi-scramble set, do you reckon?
I might get something about 45 out of 49.
Yeah, and how many minutes do you reckon it would be in?
I think roughly 57:42. If I were to guess, yeah. Something like that.
But you definitely reckon sub 58.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say so.
So if James was theoretically in the multi-blind,
yeah,
he would have
hypothetically.
Won. Just hypothetically.
Yeah. Not saying that's what happened, but maybe.
Yeah. Well, it's already happened, so I'm not saying it did happen,
but something.
But he would have gotten 45 out of 49 in 57:42.
Yeah.
And also would have redeemed himself from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
In Melbourne.
Bit of a mess. Bit of a mess 2 years ago.
Hey, likewise, buddy. There we go.
Also, honorary mention, just before we move off of multi, to Jim Zhu, fellow Kiwi. Got to mention the Kiwi representation. Also got 12 points with a 15 out of 18, but just a bit slower than Jackson Foster.
He beat you at Australian Nationals.
He did. So also redemption from Australian Nationals earlier this year.
Yeah, there we go. Moving on from then, we also had on the same day 5x5 blindfolded, where we had a full podium and a full fast podium. Yeah. It's not often you see a 7-minute 5-blind success not making the podium at an Australian competition. But in this case, we did have a full Australian podium. It was Amy Smith in third place, backing up the second place from multi-blind with a PR of 6 minutes 39.56. As far as I know, that's not that great a time for her. So she could actually do quite a bit better. But even still, coming in third place in a home major championships. What is the music for? What's this music?
I have no idea.
What's all this about?
I think just generally getting everyone hyped up.
They don't want to turn it down at all? That's okay, we can push through it. Second place was Charlie Eggins. Not often to see Charlie being bested in a blindfolded category, but it's 6 minutes 24.63 for Charlie. And then in first place of New South Wales is Daniel Wang with another personal record of 6 minutes and 7.38. And actually almost got a mean. He had got the first two solves successful. Then the last one was a DNF. And I believe it wasn't off by much, maybe a couple plus centres.
Bit of a rising star in the Australian blind community though, Daniel Wang.
Yeah, and he has a lot to prove. So I'm excited for what he can lay down in the coming years and very much await 2026
Yeah,
Oceanics.
I'm sure he'll do big things there.
For 4x4 blindfolded, in the third place in the Oceanians, Felix Samuel Williams of Southern Australia. And worth noting that everybody I'm about to mention with a new personal record.
Yep.
231.57 for Felix. They've been practicing a lot of 4x4 blindfolded recently, so I know that there's potentially going to be good results for them somewhere down the line. Daniel Wang again in second place for the Oceanians, 2 minutes 16.62. And then third and second overall were from outside of Oceania. So we had first Jim Fushada, who got a national record on the first scramble with 2 minutes 15.09. That's a national record for Indonesia. Theodore Chan of Singapore coming in second overall. A 1 minute 47.35 national record for Singapore as well. And
I don't know. Mikhail
Tripodai.
Yeah, something like that. So hypothetically, if you were to have done that first scramble, what do you reckon you would have got?
Well, hard to say.
Yeah.
But like from what I've heard, it was a pretty good scramble. So I reckon, in theory, if I was to be in that final, I would have gotten a 1 minute, maybe 22, I think.
And if you could give a decimal on it?
0.75 or something. I don't know.
That's
like
very
maybe
specific.
it's like,
very
yeah,
specific.
But it's like 3/4 of the way to the next second. So like
true,
it's not
that's
that specific.
fair.
It's like a ballpark kind of figure.
Yeah.
Oh, and I also would have got an Oceanic record, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Because
So first solve of the comp, you reckon?
Yeah.
Like, first solve of the comp, Oceanic record. That's quite a claim.
In theory.
But actually, if I check WCA Live, it seems that's exactly what's happened.
Moving on. Square One. Oh, Square One was such an interesting final.
Wasn't
I
it
could
just?
see you sitting right there, like off to the side and like, kind of keeping tabs on WCA Live. But we had no idea who was going to win because nobody had a clean sheet. Like everybody had stuffed up somewhere, and it was just whose stuff up cost them less.
Exactly. So often in these finals, you can kind of get a decent idea of who's going well. You know, you'll have people stuffing up left and right, but one person just remaining solid, getting good times, putting together a solid average themselves. But no one was like that in Square One.
Yeah, nobody seemed to build themselves a good foundation. Everyone stuffed up at some point, and it cost everyone a little bit.
Yeah.
The time to win was, to be honest, quite slow.
It was,
for a continental championship. But anyway, we'll go from third to first. So third place was Jody Brewster, the 9.08 average. Self-confessed, not really practicing, but he did PR in the round before that. So find that very difficult to believe. No, not quite. Third place, we've mentioned First Jim Fashada as well. He will be popping up on a lot of the overall podiums.
One of the best all-rounders in the world.
Yeah. He is absolutely incredible across a wide range of events, just about all of them. 8.92, and then Benjamin Worry from Queensland was second of the Oceanians, 8.78, and Henry Isles of New Zealand.
Yep. Coming in with an 8.64 average. So for people who might not know, he's been putting in a lot of effort into Square One recently. I mean, I think he saw the psych sheet a few months ago. He knew David Epstein wasn't super in practice. He knew that Ben Worry was fast, but maybe not uncatchably so. And so he's been learning a lot. He's been practicing a lot, and he finally managed to pull together a great average on the big stage with an 8.64 average to win. And it actually ended up coming down to the very, very last solve. So he needed to get pretty close to BPA to win it, and he managed to do that with a 7.37 on the last solve. I was running back and forth. I was updating these guys on stream, and wasn't that an exciting moment?
It was unfortunate that we couldn't get Henry's solves on stream given his seeding from the previous round. But I guess that also goes to show just how far unlikely of a win it was in the end.
Yeah. I mean, there was no calling it really right until the last moment.
And it was an overall win. Let's make that very clear. It wasn't just maybe he came third, but he was the first Oceanian. He won the competition outright. So
a clean win, really.
Very, very well there. Moving on to Skewb. Another one of our continent records that we've seen. It was an absolutely clinical display from Eli Panetta. But in third place, we had Jonah Blakely of South Australia, 3.73 average. Then Jonathan Charlesworth, a 3.01. So those are both pretty decent averages. But first place by almost a full second clear was Eli Panetta in a new Oceanic record average time.
Wasn't that such a good moment? I mean, there was no stopping him really on today. He was already the OCR holder heading into this competition, I believe, but he just managed to drop it on the big stage.
Yeah, and he was a man on a mission that round. The amount of time he spent getting ready for his solves was almost zero.
Yeah.
And then same as the inspection. The inspection seemed like he took very little inspection to figure out exactly what he wanted to do, and then executed it just about completely flawlessly, counting a 1.70.
Unbelievable, right? I mean, he was clearly just locked in, just dialed in that whole round. He knew what he wanted to do. He saw it, and he executed perfectly.
Yeah, and maybe after the loss that he suffered at the hands of Max Paris at Australian Nationals, kind of lit a fire under his belly and was the catalyst for that performance.
Anyway, in Pyraminx, we had in fourth place overall was Dwayne Ramos with a 2.90 average. Dwayne's been on fire this weekend, and I didn't pick him on the Pyraminx podium, but he managed to get it. Third place overall was Edward Burgess from the UK with a 2.36 average. Of course, one of the best Pyraminx solvers in the world. I believe he got second at Euros. So, yeah, definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Lovely and very fortunate that he happened to come down to this competition and show us exactly what the rest of the world is capable of.
Exactly. I mean, he put on a clinical display through the first couple rounds. Didn't quite manage to win the last round, but yeah, got on the overall podium. And yeah, what more can you ask for, really? Second place, Zichi Ding. I believe a new convert to Australia. I think
he's been representing Australia for quite a while.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's been representing Australia for his entire career, but that's worth a check.
I'm sure he was China at least a couple of years ago.
If I look up.
Fairly sure, anyway. Watch me about to be proven wrong, but we'll see.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think so. Oh no, he did. He did represent China at one point. That's my mistake. But yeah, he's been representing Australia quite some time. I know he podiumed last year.
Okay.
In Pyraminx for the Australian title, so he's been at least Australian for that long.
But yeah, he brought out a 2.1 average, and actually it was looking like he could take it overall because he had a 2.22 on his first solve, a 1.59 in the second, and 1.6 counting on the third. So he was on great pace. He was on PR pace, sub-2 pace. But unfortunately, just couldn't quite bring it together on the last two solves. It fell apart a little bit, and the win went to Elias EU from New Zealand with a 2.03 average, winning overall and the Oceanic champion title.
Yeah, I think that was how everyone expected it to be, the placings, but I don't think that's how anyone expected it to go down. I don't think anyone expected it to be as close as it was, or for Elias to need to do as much as he did.
No, he needed. He just about needed BPA to win that, but he managed.
He did get BPA.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, and he got a 144 on the last one, which is a sensational solve when you're in that high pressure environment.
Absolutely nailed it on the day. Pyraminx was a round of records. So in 5th place, we had Chris Mills of New Zealand with a 41.80 average. That was pretty much the only position that was ever in doubt for the Oceanic podium. There was quite a few people that it could have been between, particularly yourself and Jonathan Charlesworth.
Yep, I didn't quite manage to pull it together on the day, but all credit to Chris. A 41.8 average is pretty solid, and it was enough for 3rd on the Oceanic podium and 5th overall. In 4th place overall was Deng Xiangping, who represents Singapore, and he had a 40.12 average, about almost 2 seconds clear of Chris, just about sub 40. That was a PR for him, so he could be stabbing that sub 40 territory pretty soon. But yeah, that was great. 3rd place overall, again not eligible for the Oceanic podium, but Fürstchen Fushada. We've mentioned his name several times, and he got a 38.48 second average. Not PR or anything. It's a pretty middling average for him, I think. But yeah, still enough to easily secure him a place on the overall podium.
And he'll be taking home a lot of podiums today. So
yes.
Don't expect that to be the last you've heard of Fürstchen. 2nd place, this is also Oceanian and overall, was Jamie Otsu of Australia. And he actually broke his long-standing Australian record average that he's set way back in January. 34.46, if my brain serves me correctly. And he did that with a time close to his best possible average. So he's done very, very well. And good to secure a national record, sitting alongside his good friend Alexander Vucic. And I'll let you take this one.
Oh, I mean, the man, the myth, the legend, right? He's unstoppable. He's been one of the key figures in the Oceanian cubing community for several years now. He won it last time in dominant fashion. He got on the world podium last year, and now he's defended his title with a 28.62 continental record average. Absolutely dominant fashion. He won by just around 6 seconds over the rest of the field. Clearly just one of the best Pyraminx solvers in the world. And do you know what that ranks him now?
What does that rank him?
I think it's 5th or 6th, somewhere around there.
I thought you were asking me that like you knew.
No, it wasn't a rhetorical question, actually.
So 28.62, that ranks him 6th in the world.
Yeah.
So actually nobody in the world rankings has a 28-second average at the moment. So it looks like Alexander's going to fill that gap. Goes straight from 27.92 by Alexi of the USA to Nicholas Nang of the USA as well.
But it's so good to see Alexander get that. I mean, he's had an up and down last few competitions. Last week he had New Zealand Nationals, and although he did win the national title, well, defend it for several years running now, it wasn't a good average for him, and it wasn't a good average for him in round 1 either in Pyraminx. So to see him put together that Oceanic record in the final round when it matters the most, it was so good, and it gives me so much hope for this 3x3 final.
Yeah. He's been performing so well in so many events consistently this competition. Notably, he actually also set a national record 4x4 average in the first round of the competition, which got him 1st place. Moving on to clock, our podium was a full Oceanic podium. 3rd place is the one that we've mentioned a couple of times already. So we had Amy Smith of WA in 3rd place, Kyle M. Jones from Queensland in 2nd place, and 1st place, Lachlan Adams Romaine with a 3.25 average and 2.29 NR single. Now, we're getting cut a bit short, aren't we? We suspected that this might have happened. But Ethan Pride is now announcing 3x3 finals is just about to begin. Okay, so Ethan is just announcing the staffing for this competition. So scrambling On the ocean stage will be Perry Ledane of New South Wales. And on the sunset stage will be Tyler Williams. Oh no, my apologies. I believe running on the ocean stage is Tyler Williams and judging will be Charlie Van Oren. And on the sunset stage, scrambling, we have Dallas McNeil. Running on the sunset stage will be James Holdsworth, the birthday boy from 2 days ago. And Zach Kenny will be judging, one of the main organisers for this competition, along with James and Charlie from the ocean stage. And those are your officials for this round. And we'll now be bringing on our first competitor.
With a third round average of 8.11 seconds, Brian
And first up, we will be seeing Brian Eng of New South Wales, an 8.11 average. Got him 20th in the third round, semi-finals.
Honestly, I'm surprised to see him that low. He's a really consistent solver in my experience, and yeah, I expected to see him sort of in the middle to top of this pack. Great to see him making the finals though. He's a solid performer in a bunch of different events, and hopefully he can put together a good average.
19th seed who will be solving with Brian is Cade Oya, which is a name I'm not familiar with.
That's what I was thinking. I was hoping you could shed some light, but no. Cade Oya, bit of a new name for us, qualified with an 8.05 PR average in the previous round. What a time to do it, right?
Also in that average is a 7.33 PR single as well.
So really clearly pulling together his best solving when it counts and making the big final.
He's only done 3x3 at this competition. In fact, has only ever done 3x3 at a competition. He is a Perth solver.
Yep.
And his PR average coming into this competition was 9.24. So he's solved out of his skin to get into this final.
In fact, looking at that, he PR averaged every single round. And this is only his 7th competition. So maybe a name to watch in the years to come.
There we go, we've found Cade.
We lost him for a little bit, but here he is. All right, the hype is building. Can't wait to get started with this 3x3 final.
All right, Tyler Williams bringing out the first cube, and we are just about underway.
I hope Chad is excited because this is about to be an electric final. So many big names. I'm sure we'll see some incredible times.
All right, here he goes. Brian with a time of 8.87.
Brian with 8.87.
Projector's not. Funnily enough, our projector in venue is showing the wrong station.
Very strange.
So here we have Cade Oya.
Like some decent solving, bit of a pause on the last layer. It's unfortunate. And it's a 10.44. Not quite up to the solving he demonstrated in the first 3 rounds, but it's his first solve in a big final like this. The pressure is completely different from anything he's encountered before. So 10.44 is still pretty solid under the circumstances, really.
All right, here's Brian Eng inspecting his second solve at the moment. And underway now.
Does he know the ZB? He did. Oh. He thought he did, but no, an 11.75. Bit of a fumble on the last layer. Not quite the solve he was looking for. But hopefully he can pull it back together in the last 3. We have Cade's cubes coming up for the second solve. He'll be looking to pick up the pace a little bit from that first solve.
Apologies, we did unfortunately miss a bit of Brian's solve, having a couple technical difficulties. What a time to have those. But obviously an 11.75 solve, I don't think you'd be missing that much. Brian's capable of a lot more than that. Here we go, we have Cade. Solving now, had a 10.44 on the first, 9.02 on the second.
So he has picked up the pace there, dropping his times by about a second and a half. And 9.02, that's bringing it more within the range of those PR averages he got time and time again in the previous 3 rounds. He'll be looking for some 8s in those last 3 solves.
Here's Brian Eng wasting no time. Maybe just taking a second to compose himself.
Bit of a slow turning at the start there, but picks it up. Moving through F12 onto last layer. PLL and
8.14, that is.
That's much better. So long as he doesn't count that 11.75, he could still be on for a solid average here. 8.14 is much more the sort of time we would be expecting from him.
Right, it says Cade solving now. He's had a 10.4 and a 9.0 on his first 2 solves. We'll wait to see what he can do on this third scramble here. Here he goes, finished OLL there. OLL was around about 8. Right, 8.16 it is for Cade.
So he is picking up the pace. He's pretty much level with Brian on that third solve. And he's just getting faster and faster every solve. Could we see some 7s at the end here to round out the average?
All right, Brian in inspection again. Again, not taking much time to get himself ready. But we're underway now. Brian going for a yellow cross on that scramble, just a little bit pausy on a couple of the F12 pairs. There's his OLL. And PLO there, 7.36.
That's much more like the sort of times you'd be expecting from him. .36 is solid. That gives us his best and worst possible average at 8.12 and 9.59. So a bit of a spread there for him because of that 11.75 he has hanging over him. Hopefully he won't count it and he can get closer to that BPA. But yeah.
So that 8.12 is going to be slower than what got into the finals. So unfortunately Brian, probably by his standards, has underperformed. But we now turn our attention to Cade. Looks like Cade is a white cross only solver. I don't think I've seen him do any other colours. There we go, 8.13 for Cade.
You know, it's pretty good solving under pressure, to be honest. I mean, the 10 and the 9 at the start weren't his best solving, but at 2 low 8s to follow up, it's pretty good for his first major final, you know.
We've got to cut him ahead. Got to cut him some slack because those first 2 solves were his first solves ever in this kind of environment. We've experienced nothing like this before. Here we are, Brian Eng, gone for a yellow cross. Finished there on F2L, OLL and PLL. Gets him a 7.74.
So Brian ends up coming close to that BPA with an 8.25 average. It's pretty respectable. It is slower than the time that got him into this final, but I suspect we'll see a lot of that. When the pressure's on, it's really hard to perform up to your usual standard.
All right, James running the cube out for Cade now.
And Cade's best possible average is 8.44, worst possible average is 9.21. So he has, he's not going to beat Brian here, but he can still put together a respectable average for himself. And here he goes.
It's the last solve of the first pair now. It's Cade on the sunset stage. A couple of rotations in the F12. OLL done at about low 7. He finishes with a 9.61.
It's not quite the sort of time he would have liked to round out this average, but I mean, it's still a solid average in a high pressure environment. He does get sub 9 with an 8.93 average. It's a pretty good showing for his first major final.
Hopefully the first of many major finals for Cade Oyer. He's a name that's not been on any of our radars, but certainly is now.
Yeah, looks like a 3x3 specialist. I think he's young, can't quite tell, but yeah, probably a name to watch in the years to come.
All right, so Brian Eng takes his spot on the live podium in first place. Cade slotting in second place for now. Our next matchup from the previous round, 18th seed, was Elias EU with an 8.05 average. That's the same average that Cade got, but with a faster single, seeding him 18th. Already has taken home the win in Pyraminx this competition. They'll be hoping to cap off the competition with a solid result in 3x3 to finish.
He did have a bit of heartbreak in 2x2. If you're watching that 2x2 final, he was one of the people who had a real solid chance to win, but just missed it by +2. But hopefully he can pull it together here in 3x3.
Our 17th seed coming out now out of New South Wales is Ryan Tan. He's currently the OCR2, so second in Oceania for 3x3 single. And if you've ever seen his solving, when he gets it right, he gets it right. He is such a fluid and smooth 3x3 solver.
I'm really excited to see him. And he qualified with our first sub-8 average of finals, 787. And in fact, only a 713 single. So he was almost 7s across the board to qualify. Looks like he was really consistent. And here we go. Elias's cube about to be brought out for the first solve. Elias is really hard on himself. He takes his cubing very seriously. I'm so happy he managed to pull together that Pyraminx win. I mean, he was the favourite heading into it, but it was a tough road to get there. At this point, I imagine he's just going to be essentially taking a victory lap. He's not a 3x3 specialist. He knows he's not going to be one of the favourites for the podium, but he'll just be looking to put together a respectable average in this environment. Now here he is, getting himself ready. What will he do?
Charlie whipping off that cube cover with extreme swiftness. And here goes Elias EU. Solving now. Actually took home the coveted the coveted EU house record of his brother Levi with a 6.11 PR single. It's a 9.91, but one move off, that's going to be a 2-second penalty for Elias.
That'll be an 11.91.
An 11.91.
But thankfully, he's just happy to be here. He's done his work for the competition.
You can tell at the expression that this is, as you said, a victory lap. He's just here for the fun of it. Ryan Tan on the sunset stage, about to take on his first solve.
And here he goes. Moving through it pretty well. Didn't know the ZBLL, but bit of a lucky PLL there, but 7.66. It's our fastest first solve we've seen so far.
The F2L was pretty quick. It was just
very
let down
quick.
a little bit by that last layer, but that's the kind of solve that he pulled out in his 403. The F2L was super fluid and super slick. So Ryan Tan has the fastest time on that first scramble now, 7.66. Couple more solves in that direction. He'll be taking the lead off of his New South Wales statesmate, Brian Eng.
And now here we go with Elias's second solve.
Taking his time to compose, even if it's not the most important event to him, still want to do well when you've got this many pairs of eyes on you.
I mean, he's very particular about his pre-solve ritual, really takes his time. And here he goes. Bit of a pause in F12, but it's looking good, progressing through it well. To last layer, it's
Dot
RLL.
case.
And that's a 784. That's pretty solid for Elias. He's sub-8 at home and 784. That's about all you could ask for in a big final like this.
It's a good start for Elias after that 11.91. Even a little bit burdened by unlucky cases in that last layer, but even still pushing through and getting a solid time. That's the fastest we've seen on that second scramble so far. But here's Ryan Tan of New South Wales. And underway.
You're right, the F12 is just really fluid.
Pretty fluid turning, maybe a couple of rotations and a bit locky turning. Didn't have such bad cases for that last layer, but 8.82.
Looked to my eyes like he got a little bit lost towards the end of F12, maybe made a mistake or two. But yeah, 8.82 is still pretty solid in this environment. And here's Elias getting himself ready for his third solve. Hopefully we'll see more of those sub-8s. Here he goes. lock up at the start there.
Sexy Sledge. Oh, it's another
and
+2, 7.53.
I mean, he's been cursed by the +2s today, hasn't he? It robbed him of the 2x2 win, and he's had 2 of them in this average.
Oh, well, 2x2, everyone got robbed off.
Oh, I know.
+2, so
+2 has been really
it's
been
not
one
that
of
special.
No, one of the stories of the day, really. Oh. You do hate to see it though, even for an event that isn't his main one. Anyway, here's Ryan Tan coming in for his third solve.
It's maybe a little bit pausey.
It's a quick last layer though, and that's a 7.
All good.
So that's the fastest solve we've seen so far from anyone. That was a really solid solve.
Really well done. We have seen Ryan Tan cooking up some good times this competition. Continuing that trend. Solving very well for himself at the moment.
And here's Elias.
Elias getting through his pre-solve ritual, as you mentioned.
Very particular about it. But, you know, it works for him when it works. Here he goes.
Looked like some pretty fluid turning there. Maybe just a little bit lucky towards the end. PLL skip.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was the Timon last layer, right? From his
same
sub-4.
Similar case, yeah.
Similar case into a PLL skip. It's a good single. Man, this has been such an up and down average for Elias. Couple +2s in there, but a PLL skip to bail him out on the 4th solve. That gives him an 8.35 BPA and a 9.76 WPA. So a bit of a range there. He could slot himself into 2nd so far, but there's so many more people left to come.
Ryan Tan already underway onto his last layer now. 7.51.
I looked
doing very, very well for himself. So he's guaranteed himself to hop on top of the podium so far. Even with his worst solve on the last, he still locks an 8 flat average, which will place him first.
But if he gets his best solve on the last, he can get his 742 average, which is pretty solid, honestly. I'm sure we'll see faster than that to come, but it's could be in the mix for a pretty high placing.
All right, final solve for Elias on the ocean stage. Inspection begins. And underway doing a yellow cross on this solve. Looking pretty fluid so far. Good turning on the last layer. Oh, just a little bit let down by that F-perm.
Jinxed it slightly just from PLL there. Yeah, an 8.78 will give him an 8.72 average to finish. So it does slot him into 2nd place so far. Maybe not the average you would have liked, but again, sub-9 in this sort of final. Nothing to scoff at. Anyway, here's Ryan coming in for his last solve. Can he get close to that BPA of 742? Let's see.
He's already locked up the first spot for now. It's just a matter of how much he takes it by. That's really solid and fluid F2L. There we are, 7.79. So he does improve on that average. Gets himself a 7.65. First sub-8 average for this final.
And improves on his placing that qualified him into this average. He was barely sub-8 in the previous round, but pretty comfortably in this round, 7.65. I think that could remain first for a little while yet, because that is a solid average.
Well, with these next 2 competitors that we've got solving now, they didn't beat that mark in the previous round. Let's see if they can do that under the pressure of the head-to-head finals in Oceanic Championships. In seed number 16, not an Oceanian competitor, but one who this live stream will be very, very familiar with if you've been following this live stream, or indeed broader cubing in general. Representing Ireland is Kieran Bien.
One of our favourites. One of the world's favourites, really.
Kieran Bien, the 16th seed from this previous round.
Qualified into this round with a 7.79 average. It's pretty solid. He's obviously most well known for big cubes, but he is a great 3x3 solver as well.
I'm not sure whether it was you or someone else that pointed out to me that Kieran is the only ever Irish champion.
I didn't point that out, but I was talking to him the other day about that. We asked, how many Irish champs have you won? He said, I think 12. How many have there been? He said 12.
Every single one of them.
Yeah. And that's a legacy almost no one else in the world has. Anyway, in our 15th seed, Josh Hounslow qualifying with a 777 average.
Joshua Hounslow, the first Western Australian that we're seeing in this final, and the home state crowd giving him a very warm reception indeed. He's lucky that he even made it to this competition. Unfortunately, a little under a week ago, he tested positive for COVID.
Oh, wow.
But he got the all clear and ended up being able to come to the whole competition.
And not just come, but make it into the finals. What an opportunity.
All right, but here goes. So Kieran is going to be the first one to solve on the Ocean stage. And he's seeded himself into this round with a 7.79 average, which was actually worst possible because he DNF'd his last solve and counted an 8.5. So he's capable of quite a bit better. And it seems likely that if anyone's going to knock Ryan Tan off this top spot for the time being, it might just be Kieran. Worth noting, Kieran as well as a green cross only solver, so the solutions that he find might benefit him, or at the same time might be a little bit less beneficial. Great first solve, 6.33. That's the fastest that we've seen this final so far, and the first solve under 7 seconds.
And it was close to 5, honestly. It was mid-low 6 there. 6.33. I mean, Kieran's such a cool operator in these sorts of conditions. He's easily the most experienced competitor in this field. He's been in so many big finals, mostly in big cubes, but even 3x3.
Here goes Joshua Hounslow, first representative from Western Australia. Looking like a pretty solid start, pretty smooth overall. Nice OLL into an A-perm for the PLL, 8.97 it will be for Joshua.
It's a respectable solve, but to my eye, it just looked like that F2 was a bit inefficient. Seems to have been a bit long on it.
Alright, so Kieran started off pretty strong. Unfortunately not eligible for the Oceanic champion title, given that he's from Europe, in Ireland. Go figure. Could you tell with the green?
But hopefully he'll put together a good showing nonetheless. Here he goes. It's a rapid start, some quick turning there. Finishes off the F2L onto OLL, and a bit of a locky PLL there. It's an 8.83. The turning wasn't quite there like it was in his first solve, but still reasonably solid, 8.83.
It was good that he chose the right orientation to do that OLL from, given that that algorithm you can either end up with solved corners or diagonal corners. And of course, if the aim we're going for is to solve the cube,
you want to solve the
corners first is part of that.
Definitely. Now here's Josh starting inspection.
So it looks as though Josh has been solving on white cross for both of these scrambles. A bit locky on the OLL. PLL executed quite well though. Just nets him a sub 10 though, 9.96. So he's going to be counting that 8.97, which is
not quite what he would have wanted.
Some ways away, yeah, some ways away from what got him in here. Alright, we are now seeing Pyraminx on the Ocean stage. Started off very well with a 6.3 and then not so great on the next solve at 8.8, which was a little bit locky. But we'll wait and see what he can do on this third solve. We'll set the tone for the rest of the average.
It's a fairly quick F2L. Nice, nice. Sub 7 with a 6.92. It was a good last layer there. Looked like he cancelled from OLL into PLL and netted him a sub 7. That's 2 sub 7s, and he's the only competitor to get any so far. Really demonstrating his class at the moment.
So that 6.92 accounting solve is probably going to put him, or almost certainly going to put him, ahead of Ryan Tan, barring disaster. Although it is of course possible, given that he has already made the one mistake he can afford to make in this average, the 8.83 on the second. Joshua Hounslow on his third solve now.
Oh, the F12's good. PLL decent, 8.12. It is his fastest solve so far, but he'll be really looking for 7s or 6s in those last 2 solves there. He's capable of much better, we know that. hopefully he can capitalise just at the end.
So Kieran does currently hold the Irish national record average with a 6.58. It's not that far out the realm of possibility.
It's a quick start, decent F12 onto OLL. It's a tough OLL, but he nails it. And a
Here we are,
6.84.
6.84. It's looking on the cards here. Let's see what he could possibly get. He could possibly get, oh no, it's going to be a 6.70 best possible average.
It's close though, it's close to NR, and even having almost NR BPA in this sort of a final, under these conditions, it's so good. He's really demonstrating his class and his experience now, just the ability to solve under pressure. And he's looking set to take that top spot by quite a way. So long as he doesn't count that 883, he should be well clear.
Yep, and he's in the same position we saw Ryan Tan in, where he's guaranteed first place regardless. It's just a matter of how much he's going to take it by.
Now here's Josh, moving to his fourth solve.
It's looking pretty good. There we go, not to be outdone.
651.
Joshua Hounslow with a 651.
Matching and beating Kieran. So Kieran had him in the first three, but Josh responded with a 6 of his own.
Joshua Hounslow, a 7.14 PR average for him. So that's a pretty good solve for him, by any justification.
And here's Kieran coming to last. Can it be another sub-7? It's a slightly lucky start. Onto OLL.
Nice OLL. Looks like it's going to be another. There we are, 6.99. All of his counting time, sub-7. Getting him a 6.92 average for Kieran Behan.
And that's well into the lead. Again, he's not eligible for our Oceanic podium, being that he's from Ireland, but that is such a good average, and it puts him in first overall for now. Wow, really demonstrating his class there. 3 counting sub-7 solves.
Joshua Hounslow, final solve for the hometown hero. And here we go. Looks to be another solve on the white cross. Another really good solve, so 6.82 for Joshua Hounslow. That puts him third on the podium at the moment, even counting 2 8-second solves.
He managed to push the average down to sub-8 with a 7.97 average. We said he'd need 7s or 6s on the last two, and didn't he deliver? Getting close to his BPA even.
Right, so that concludes another pair. We're now going to move on to our 14th and 13th seeds. So that will be Seth Ferry of Southern Australia. He got himself a PR/a state record in the first round of 7.44. But that doesn't tell the whole story. That average consisted of 3 6-second solves and then 2 9-second solves.
Getting a state record with a counting 9.45. That is rough, but demonstrates his potential like nothing else. And he followed that up with 2 more decent averages, really. He got an 8.09 in round 2 and a 7.67 in round 3. He's in good form this competition, and can he follow it up with another 7 average, maybe even a state record in this finals?
And we have another international competitor in Deng Zhengping, representing Singapore. He came into this round with an average of 7.53 in this competition. Has consistently netted himself around about that 15 rank rather. 14th, 17th and 13th in the first, second and third rounds respectively.
So
he comes into this competition with a PR average of 6.76. So there's an indication of what we might be seeing from him if he's on a heater. Yeah, that first round from Seth Ferry is just a mark of the potential that he has. We know that he's been struggling with his official performance for some time. However, he doesn't seem to let that affect him too much. Seems to understand that there's ups and downs in this sport. and you can't have your best day all the time.
No, but hopefully he can have it today.
All right, here goes Seth solving on white cross. Might be one of our white cross only solvers. It's pretty fluid, a bit burdened by a dot case here. And UPerm to finish. 8.75 it is.
It's a little ways off that state record average he set in round 1, but we've seen a few bad times in the first few scrambles from our earlier competitors. So long as he doesn't count that, he could still be on for any average he likes.
Alright, so there's Deng. Ready for his first solve. Let's see what he can muster up here.
Some good turning in F2L. Onto last layer.
Pretty
Nails.
good turning on the last layer as well. 7.52.
Again, we said he was consistent, and that's right around those averages he's been getting all through the competition.
Right, Seth not starting off so great with an 8.75. We know what he's capable of. In the first round, he again got that average that consisted of 6, 6, 6 and 2 9s. But we'll see if Seth can bring it home here. Here we go, solving on yellow. So it looks like he might be a white and yellow solver. Pretty common amongst top solvers nowadays. Onto his PLL, 8.74. So he is consistent, but not at the mark that he'd like to be at, unfortunately.
No, and that will be a counting 8 for him there. So he's quite a ways off that average he got in round 1. But who can blame him, really? I mean, it's so tough to perform in these conditions. And here's Deng inspecting his second solve. He solved well on the first. Can he follow it up with a good solve on the second?
Here goes some pretty decent turning. Really, really quick turning during that F2L. It's a little bit slow to maybe recognise the PLL. A shake of the head, but a 7.25.
That turning was so quick. Again, he stays consistent in those mid to low 7s. Really just a cool customer.
A little bit of a lull at the moment.
Seth's just keeping himself warmed up with some practice solves.
Perry, did you miss Scramble?
Wonder if she's watching the live stream.
She was in chat before.
Yeah.
And well, with 350 of you watching, increasingly likely that staff is going to be one of those.
Anyway, here's Seth inspecting his third solve. He'll want to pick up the pace quite a bit. We know he can get good averages with some rough counting times. Will he do it here? The F12's pretty good. Onto OLL. Oh, a bit of fumble on the PLL, but it's a 6.71. That's more the kind of solving we want to see from him. And we just need a few more of those, and he could be on for a strong average still. That was such a quick F12. Oh my goodness.
Such a quick solve in general. But yes, maybe carried by that F12. Alright, so we have Deng now. Is this third solve? Oh no, it looks like there's maybe a bit of a stuff up here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's okay. If you're unfamiliar with how cubing works, in each round you get 5 solves and your worst one doesn't count.
Yeah, and one suspects that that's going to be his worst one. He's been consistent apart from that, so I'm sure he can pull together some decent solves in these last 2. There's decent turning, but yeah, just a few pauses, a few mistakes in there, and a cube drop at the end will give him a 12-second solve.
So yes, best and worst don't count in any given round, so then we'll be hoping that that 12 does end up being the worst.
Be in for a rough ride if it isn't. Anyway, here's Seth on his 4th solve. It's a decent start, couple pauses, but we're on to OLL.
There we go, 7.3 from Seth.
It's a strong continuation.
We've seen a happy medium, seen some 8s and some 6s and a 7. That's probably a good area to settle.
Yep, and his BPA is a 7.58, which would give him the top spot on the Oceanian podium for now. It'd be a tough ask to match that, but we know he's capable of it. He's done it before, and hopefully we'll see it on the last solve. Anyway, here's Deng inspecting his 4th solve. He'll be looking to get more of those 7s that he demonstrated on the first 2.
Third solve is irrelevant now. Just got to solve the cube that's in front of you as fast as you possibly can. It looks like he's doing it. This is going to be express. 6.56 for Deng. There we go.
That's more like it. And there was some rapid turning there.
Moving in a positive direction. That's what we like.
It's a good solves for both of them on the 4th now. So Deng Jinping's best possible average is 7.11. Worst possible average at 9.11. So it's a bit of a range there because of the 12.55. But we've seen him get a lot of 7s and a 6 now. I reckon he'll be hunting for that BPA.
So Seth could take the top spot off of Ryan Tan for the time being. We'll just wait and see. It needs to be another 6-second solve though. It looks like it's a bit. Is it?
Oh, lockups in the
looking like it was
PLL.
a bit behind pace. 8.04 is the time for Seth there. And that's going to get him an average of 8.03, which puts him 3rd on the podium for the time being, behind Joshua Hounslow and Ryan Tan. It's just a little bit over an 8-second average. Not great by Seth's standards, but you can't expect to be performing at your best when there's so many eyes on you.
Exactly. And here we have Deng's cube just arrived. He'll be looking to round out his average with another 7 or a 6 maybe. Either way, good solve.
Seen Deng's pre-solve ritual, just making sure his hands are warm, placing him on his neck, getting some warm blood flow in there. And
here he goes.
Underway.
Some
looking
good
pretty
turning.
solid. Maybe just some minute pauses. It's a 6.78, but again, it's 1 turn off, so that's going to be a 2-second penalty. 8.78.
So he was almost getting within that BPA range, but it's actually going to be a 7.85 because of that +2. So that puts him 3rd overall for now.
In 2nd place, Joshua Hounslow, and in 3rd place, Seth Ferry. Big round of applause.
All right, so there we go. That was 13th and 14th seeds. We're going to be moving on to the 12th and 11th seeds, 2 fan favourites.
These are some big names, big names. In 12th place from the previous round, we had Furstian Fushada, as we mentioned so many times, one of the best all-rounders, representing Indonesia though, so he's one of our international competitors and isn't eligible for the Oceanic podium, but he qualified with a 7.33 average in the last round.
He's been making the finals for so many events recently. You would have seen him on stream quite a fair bit.
And he's, along with Kieran, one of the most experienced competitors in the field. He's been in a lot of these high-pressure situations. He was in Worlds 2019 head-to-head finals, solved pretty well under the pressure there. So he'll be looking to get a good average here.
And seed number 11, moving from someone you've seen on stream quite a bit to someone who's been behind the stream quite a bit. A fan favourite, New Zealand's very own Chris Mills.
Gotta be, I'd say, one of the favourites to win the whole thing.
It's almost very surprising to see him seated this low down. But that being said, all of these competitors that we're seeing now got low 7 averages in the previous rounds. They're not solving that slowly.
No, it's a tough field, isn't it? It's so stacked. Chris qualified with a 7.25 average, and somehow they put him in 11th because we had half a dozen sub-6 averages and as many again low 7 averages.
So now that Chris Mills is on stage, we can reveal a secret bet that's been placed among many members of the stream team. Chris Mills being a member of the stream team, aka Team Kookaburra. We've made a pact between myself, Jody, Chris, and Lint on the far side, who's been doing a lot of stream tech stuff, that if he wins the Oceanic title, we are all getting Kookaburra tattoos.
And I'm excited to see it.
You're not getting one?
I might do, we'll see.
You definitely deserve to be a spot in this team, for sure. Raise Furstian, smooth turning as is customary, 7.65.
Didn't look like there's anything too special in there. It's just relaxed under the pressure, gets a decent time. 7.65 puts him right around that average that Ryan Tan got, which is currently first on the Oceanic podium. But Chris will be looking to change that. Here he is, about to start inspection on his first solve. He's He's a pretty cool customer under pressure. Didn't quite perform last week at New Zealand Nationals the way he would have liked, but hopefully he can redeem himself here today. All comes down to these 5 solves. So quick start, he's moving through F12 well. Onto OLL, PLL, nails it, and that's a 6.56. A great way to start off his average. Almost the fastest solve we've seen on that first scramble so far. What a great way to open up his average, and hopefully that sets the tone for it and we see more 6s to come. I mean, we said it's a tough field. He'll need a lot of 6s in order to take the top spot, but what a way to open it up.
Still the current leading average by an Oceanian is the 7.65 by Ryan 10 of New South Wales, but Chris Mills is more than capable of a time like that. We now turn our attention to Firstian.
It's a good solve, 696 once again. The sub-7s are flying at this point. And again, Firstian just looking so calm under the pressure. Doesn't seem to faze him at all.
Chris has just received the scramble for his second solve. We patiently await the British expatriate, seeing if he can take Ryan off the top spot. Chris Mills, solve number 2, locked and loaded, ready to go. Just a little bit locking in the F12
Oh, a
and
bit of a pause there.
Yeah, so much pausing to recognise. I would hazard a guess and say that this is going to be his worst solve.
But 854, still pretty solid for a worse solve, honestly. He knew the ZBLL. He pulled it back a little bit. I mean, he really can't afford to count that if he wants to contend with the likes of David and Riley and some of the others who are coming up. But 854 is still demonstrating his caliber that a bad solve can be a mid-8. Anyway, here's Firstian about to start his third solve. And here he goes. They're turning slow, it's smooth.
And not a whole lot of pauses.
Does he know the ZB? Looks
Yes,
like
he
it.
does. What's
Ooh.
the penalty? It looks to be good.
And there it is, an 809.
What's James Holdsworth doing back there? That cube's taking so long to come out. Come on, James. You can do better than that.
Ah, he's done better. There it is. Finally managed it.
Here goes Chris Mills. Had a bit of a lackluster second attempt.
This is critical for him. He really can't afford to count that 8. It's looking good though. OLL, PLL. Oh, made a mistake. 712 though. That is a solid solve.
It is still under that mark that Ryan set on his round. 7.65.
Here's Firstian.
Solving now, pretty fluid, all things. Oh, this is looking good. How's about it? 6.66.
Bit of a fumble on the drop there, but it's still a really good solve. That's his fastest solve so far and gives him a 7.09 BPA and a 7.57 WPA. So he's got a pretty tight range there. He's been solving consistently, and he'll move onto the overall podium so far, regardless of how his last solve goes. Now, all eyes on Chris. This is a really critical solve for him. He needs to be moving into that sub-7 range on these final 2 solves if he wants a spot on the overall podium, because he knows that Riley and David and Toby and some of the others are really capable of those sorts of times.
They've got some really, really fast solvers coming up, and Chris wants to be up there with the best of them.
Solve number 4, here he goes.
Chosen a white cross for that one. It's just looking a little bit flimsy and fumbly on the F12. It's not going to be that solve that he's been after. It's going to be 10.3.
And it's heartbreaking that he's counted that 8.54, meaning his best possible average is 7.41, his worst possible average is 8.67. I mean, that 741, if he gets that, that would put him into first place so far, but it'd be very, very hard to imagine that staying in first spot throughout the rest of this final.
All right, here goes first. This will be the final solve. He has a range of 7.09 or 7.57 for the average. Just waiting to see what he can come up with here.
Some pauses, some fumbles in the F12.
Takes close to that worst possible, I reckon. 803, so it is close. It's not quite the worst possible. It's going to be a 7.55 average for first. And then we wait Chris Mills. It is still possible for him to take Ryan off the top spot of the Oceanic podium and slot himself into second overall, but it will require close to a 6.56, which is more than doable for him.
It is. But that 7.41 best possible average, it'd be a bit worse than his qualifying average, and it really wouldn't have been what he would have been hoping for before this round started.
Chris Mills, this solve means everything. Final solve of Oceanic Championships finals for him. Oh, and the PLL there, it's a 7.31. It's close, but it's not quite what he needs. He ends up finishing with a 7.66, just 0.01 slower than Ryan Tan.
Oh, and it's so tight, isn't it? He does have a spot on the Oceanic podium right now, because the Oceanic podium is Joshua Hounslow in third place with a 7.97 average, Chris Mills in second place with a 7.66 average, and Ryan Tan in first with a 7.65. We're halfway through. How will we see that podium change in the back half?
Well, Ryan Tan has stuck around.
And we said he might for a few more pairings, but here's a dynamite pairing. And it's hard to imagine that 7.65 will stay on top throughout these two.
I cannot believe that these two are seated so far down. This is more of like a 4 and 5 matchup that you're supposed to be seeing.
It's just such a stacked field.
Seed number 10, we have who else but the 3x3 blindfolded champion, Oceanic record holder, Charlie Eggins. Third place at Australian Nationals in 3x3, so he's no slouch in 3x3. We're hoping that he can convert that same success to the Oceanic stage.
He qualified with a 7.16 average, but he's capable of mid-6, low-6 on a good day. Will we see that sort of solving in this final? He's such a cool customer under pressure. He seems to thrive in that environment. And maybe we'll see more of that solving.
And then the 9th seed, Riley Dexter.
The man himself. One of the very best 3x3 solvers in Oceania. He's been so good for so long. He's been so close to these sorts of champion titles in 3x3. He's got on the podium at Osnats before. He got on the Oceanic podium last time. Can he top it this year?
Can't believe seeing Riley this far down. I expect that he's going to be setting an average that's going to stand the test of time around here. He's one of the favourites to win. And if he does win, what a story it'd happen to be, being so close in so many major competitions before. Just unfortunately missing out on the win every time.
Yeah. But he's demonstrated time and time again that he's capable of it. He just needs the odds to go his way.
We're going to have Charlie solving first on the Ocean stage, just awaiting the cube at the moment. And here comes Tilly Willy.
That's a new one. I hadn't heard that before.
Cube in hand. Smile on face. Charlie ready to go.
Seems to decide reasonably quickly what he's going to do. Some good turning. Progressing through F12 well. Onto OLL. And there it is, a 6.79 to open up his average. We said he's so good under pressure. We said he's capable of these mid-6 times. 6.79, just showing his class there. He's a really good 3x3 solver as well as 3 blind. And he might be a dark horse pick, but he is capable of getting on the podium, maybe even winning it all on a good day.
Charlie seated himself into this final with a 7.16 average, Riley with a 7.13. So both of these competitors are definitely looking at solving better than that in this final.
Here's Riley approaching his first solve.
Let's go, Riley.
That's a quick start. A couple of lockups towards the end of F12 there, but it goes well at 5.72. That's the first sub-6 of this final. Riley, we said he was one of the favourites to win, and he gets our fastest single so far.
What a way to make an entrance.
That's
Making a statement.
Statement of intent. He's saying, I have the chops to win this whole thing. If you guys want to win it, you'd best come take it off me. Anyway, here's Charlie inspecting his second solve.
Underway now, solving on yellow cross for this one. Maybe just a little bit pausey, a little bit hesitant on the F2L.
It's a quick last layer though, 7.0. Oh, it's almost a 7.04, but he's one turn off yet again, so that's a 9.04. We've seen a few +2s this final. Hopefully that won't be counting for Charlie, and he can end up with a sub-7 average, like he demonstrated he's capable of on that first solve.
Riley's zoning in strategy starts long before the cube arrives to his table. You might have noticed in the venue if you're here that when Charlie's solving, his head's down, hands over his ears. He does not want to hear a single thing or know a single thing about what's going on the table beside him.
And doesn't it work for him? I mean, at 5.7, that was such a way to open the average.
Looking pretty cool and calm. Looked like a great start here. A couple
Really
of
did.
rotations in the F2L, but this is looking pretty swift.
Onto PLL. Oh, a bit of a long PLL, but a 6.63.
6.63
That's a
for Riley.
Really good way to continue the average there. I believe that's the fastest solve we've seen on the second scramble so far.
Indeed it is.
So Riley, fastest first solve, fastest second solve. He's really putting himself in an excellent position here.
He's really giving himself the best possible chance to take this win and take it by a lot. He knows that there's some fire-powered solvers coming.
Oh, a few lockups with Charlie there. It's a decent last layer cases, but just a few too many lockups and a 7.84. He's none too happy with himself there. He knows he's capable of better. Hopefully he'll produce it on the last two. Here's Riley, repeating the pre-solve ritual. He looks calm and collected. He's produced two great solves on the first two. Will he repeat it this time?
He's got the leg tucked under himself, flapping the hands just to make them as dry as possible.
Maybe shake the nerves out a little bit.
And here we go. Let's get that vibe that something's about to happen.
Oh, the turning is rapid.
It's burdened by a couple of lockups.
Ooh.
He writes another sub-7 though, 6.96 for Riley.
Looked like a few lockups on PLL there. Maybe not the cleanest solve, but still producing a sub-7 despite the mistakes.
The beginning of that solve was so unbelievably fast, but it was around about that last slot and last layer where it just started to come undone for him. Even still going to put him in the lead for the time being, even though he would likely expect better from that.
Charlie maybe not looking too happy with what he sees, but here he goes.
Underway onto his OLL now, and PLL.
A few lockups on that G-perm, and it's an 8.41. Really not the sort of time here to be looking for. So that puts his best possible average at 7.68 and his worst possible at 8.43. So he can't take the top spot on our Oceanic podium.
And as it stands, he can't even he won't probably even be able to take the top three because it's looking like Riley Dexter is going to secure himself a spot at the top.
I mean, only 3 solves in, so technically anything can happen, but he's had such a strong start. He's almost guaranteed himself a spot at the top.
It's not very likely, is it?
No.
He's an experienced competitor, has competed in many a head-to-head final in his time.
And here he is, 4th solve about to be underway.
Using quite a bit of inspection there, and underway. It's a smooth start. Just a couple of rotations and pauses to find some pairs.
Ooh.
Recognise the ZVLL pretty quickly. It's an 8.98 to finish though.
It looked like a few turning mistakes in there, maybe. The nose starting to get to him a little bit.
even still, all of the times that he solved before aren't bad counting times for him. So we're just hoping that that 8.9 isn't going to give way to a bad time on the last. Charlie Egan's on his final solve now. It's looking pretty good solve. 6.62, so that's going to be his best possible average. However, his best possible average is only going to place him at the moment 4th on the Oceanics podium, given that Riley is certainly going to take the win.
Speaking of best and worst possible averages, Riley looking at a range of 6.44 to 7.52 seconds. Anywhere in that range will put him on top of the Oceanic podium for now. So he is guaranteed first at this stage. But he has a lot of people left to solve, and he will need something. Well, you got to imagine he'll need something towards that BPA if he wants to win this all.
Best possible average being 6.44. I can definitely see that as a time that's going to take out the win.
Definitely, but if he wants to get that, he will need somewhere around a high 5. It's a tough ask, but he's very, very capable of it.
Riley Dexter final solve. He's sewed up top spot for now on the Oceanics podium. But by how much is the question? This is a great start. Onto last layout, ZBL. This is Express. 6.18. He's getting close to that best possible average. It's going to be a 6.59 average that gives him the overall lead. And that's a very comfortable first spot for the time being. By over a second.
By over a second. So currently Ryan Tan in second with a 7.65, but Riley Dexter in first with a 6.59. That's a really solid average. There are a few people who beat that in the previous round, but it'll take some doing to beat it in this final setting. 6.59. That's a great showing under the pressure. And Riley, I think, has done just about all he can to win this Oceanics. Now he just has to sit and watch.
He did absolutely everything he needed to do, but you're right. Ryan Tan is finally dislodged from the top spot by quite a margin. And now it's just up to what everybody else can do. 8th seed from the previous round. We're starting to get into the low 7-second seed time territory. Had a banger of a competition so far. 8th seed of New Zealand. It is Dwayne Ramos.
He's our defending Oceanic champion. Who can forget that electric celebration 2 years ago? He's been on fire, and when he's on fire, he's almost unbeatable. Will we see him defend his title? Will we see him get another mid-6 average? That's what he needs to win, and can he do it?
Notably, he's the only solver in this final that uses a different method to the rest of the solvers. Using the Roo method, you'll see the very flourishing kind of style, finishing with the middle layer turns. And in 7th seed, international powerhouse, commentator extraordinaire, Philip Lewicki. Nice of him to pop down for this competition.
Qualified with a 7 flat average, so all our remaining competitors after this will have sub-7 averages they qualified with. But Philip very capable of sub-7 on a good day. Dwayne with a bit of a warm-up solve here.
Dwayne's had a lot to celebrate this competition. He's broken from start to finish 5x5 national record single, one-handed continental record, and a national record mean for 7x7, and a national record single for one-handed in the final. So he's had a lot to celebrate this competition.
He's already taken 2 Oceanic titles in 7x7 and one-handed.
This one in particular is one he's looking to defend from 2022, which he won in spectacular fashion.
This solve is really going to set the tone for his average. Can he open it up the way Riley did? Let's find out.
Look a little bit pausey when he was looking for the pieces for that second block there, solving the corners now.
It's a rapid LSE though. 7.48. It's a decent way to open the average, but it's not as fast as he would have liked. He will need to pick up the pace throughout these final 4 solves if he wants to dislodge Riley off that top spot.
And Philip on the sunset stage. Not sure how much practice he still puts into speed cubing.
I think he's just here for the good times, to be honest. Looks like a very long F2L. What's going on here?
And then OLL here, it's going to be a bit of a lackluster solve, unfortunately, by Philip's standards. 11.77. That's a me time.
Yeah, it's a me time too. That was an odd solve. Looked in my eyes like he made a few mistakes in there. Maybe stop taking it seriously towards the end.
I don't think he's holding any importance in what happens in this round.
On the other hand, Dwayne, I'm sure is. He'll really, really want to defend this title.
So defending champion at the biggest competition of the year, at the final competition of this year. He'll be looking for something good to back up his 2022 performances.
Second block, similar look, a bit rough, but LSE is smooth and a 6.70 to finish it up. He's had really good LSE in these first two solves here.
It's moving in the right direction, but if he wants to take the lead off of Riley Dexter, he's going to need to solve even better than that.
I think he just needs to address those issues he's been having in the second block. Looks like it's been a bit of a sore point from those first two solves. But 6.70, that's well within the range he needs to get. He does need to pick the pace up, but not by too much, really.
Just feel like shouting out James Holdsworth on the stream for no reason in particular.
Just comes to mind, eh?
Wait, is that Laser Monkey?
You might be right.
Wow. Philip Lewicki, better solve this time round, 8.11.
Still a ways off his qualifying average, which was 7 flat, but not quite as many mistakes in that solve.
At least he's got the 11 after the decimal point rather than before the decimal point this time.
That's the side you want it, really. Anyway, here's Dwayne, starting inspection on his third solve. He does need to pick the pace up, but he's demonstrated he's capable of it. What will he do on this third solve? Here he goes. Oh, it's decent. There we go, 6.13. That's more the sort of solve we want to see.
We were talking about him needing to move into the right direction if he wants to take lead out of Riley, and that's exactly what he's looking to do here.
That was a rapid last 10 pieces for him.
And look at him, he's just enjoying himself a little bit, having a little bit of a boogie round.
I mean, he's had a very enjoyable day, as to be said. Hopefully, this can be the crowning moment for him to end off the perfect day.
All the New Zealanders watching the stream are very happy with what they're seeing, I'm sure, whether in the venue here in Perth, Western Australia, or at home. There goes Philip. Going to be some ways off what got him in the first round, 9.02 unfortunately.
Again, looked like a very long F2L. Got to wonder if there are just a few mistakes in there. Now, this is a critical solve for Dwayne. He's got faster every solve so far. If he can do it again, he'll have a great, great BPA. This is such an important moment. One of the most important moments of Dwayne's cubing career. Can he pull it together? Can he find a good solution? Can he execute it perfectly?
Solve number 4. That second block was looking better. How's the LSE?
And it's good.
Good. 6.62.
There it is.
He's counting a 6.62 and a 6.70 for the time being. His best possible average is going to do it. And even his worst possible average is going to put him at least second for the time being. But we know that he wants much better than that.
He definitely does. He wants that top spot. It's a 6.48 best possible average he has. That is a little ways ahead of Riley's current average, which was 6.59. In order for Dwayne to get that, though, he does need right around a 6.46 on his last solve.
Philip shaking his head at this scramble, a lot like we saw Charlie doing as well.
Might be a bit of a tough scramble for CFOP. Will Dwayne do better with it on Roo?
Dwayne's already done better with it on Roo.
You're
9.20.
You're correct. I forget. So maybe not Philip's sharpest round here. He does have an 8.78 best possible average, which means he can avoid getting last spot in this final. But I think he's just chilling. Now, really important solve for Dwayne here. He needs right around a 6.46, I believe, in order to take that top spot, if my maths is correct.
All right, here we go, underway. This is going to determine whether Dwayne's possible to defend the title. Solving the corners now, this is looking good.
And there it is, 6.39. That's a great solve.
And it is going to take the lead over Riley by 0.02 of a second.
It's so close, so close. And Riley once again denied. We said it was a solid average. We said it might be enough for the win. It isn't, though. Dwayne, 6.57, taking the top spot off of Riley. Now the only question remains, is that going to be enough to hold out for the last 6 solvers?
Yeah, we said that Riley Dexter average could hold a long while, and instead it gets broken by the very next pair that we've seen.
Oh, it's heartbreaking, isn't it? You feel for Riley so much, but Dwayne, he's put together a really compelling case to defend that title. 6.57, will that be enough?
Oh, no. So Philip getting a pop on that solve, just choosing to DNF it.
Again, Philip just here for the good times. I mean, he managed to get a spot in this final. He enjoyed himself. He had a fun time on stream. That's all that matters for him. I think it was a good experience for him overall. And Philip Lukey ending with a round 10-second average. Now it's a reaction from Dwayne reminiscent of of what he did last time. But he does need to hold on for 6 more solvers. It's a tough ask, but it's very, very possible.
And these 6 solvers that are coming through, well,
The
it's
talent
going to
here.
be a difficult task for Dwayne to hang on. But for the time being, let's let him have his moment.
He's going to be so stoked. Again, he's done everything he can.
Title defense successful for the time being.
For the time being. But 6 more names. Can any of them do it? We're about to find out.
These next 2 seeds that we have coming in have also had very successful competitions. Alexander Vucic, a couple of OCRs and national records in there.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking to see if he can add the 3x3 to that as well. He's the first competitor coming into this final with a sub-7 average in the previous round.
Not so much known as a 3x3 solver, more of known as a Megaminx solver this year, 4x4 and 5x5, but he is really solid in 3x3 as well. He's sub-7 on a good day. But he would need, I believe, a PR average in order to take that top spot off of Dwayne. And here he comes, Alexander Vucic. One of the breakout performers of the year for New Zealand. Taking the 4x4 and 5x5 NRs, taking the 2x2 NRs. Breaking Megaminx OCR several times. He's one of the most talented solvers in the country. Can he take that top spot or a spot on the podium?
Now seed number 5, a bit of a dark horse. You wouldn't expect to see him up this high, but it's Liam Heidecek. He's taken the win in 4x4 already by 0.01 of a second, and even that came as a shock win, but his good luck continued to roll on, and he is in the 5th seed.
He qualified with a PR average in the semi-final, 6.80. He'll need another PR and a big PR in order to take the top spot. But it's a good day for him so far. Can he continue the momentum? We'll find out in just a sec. Now here's Alexander locking right in. He's another solver of extremes. When the momentum's behind him, he's so good under pressure. Sometimes it's hard for him to perform.
Facial expressions are so intense.
Oh, he's a very, very intense solver. He's super aggressive. He's super intense. But when it works for him, it works and produces some sensational times. There we go.
Aggression coming to the fore. We've seen that turning style all weekend, and it's been working for him.
Produced a few lockups this time, though, in a 7.68. He's angry with himself. He knows he can do better. It's a decent start, but it's not the kind of start he needs. if he wants to take a spot on the podium.
Alright, in comes Liam Heidercheck. We have no idea what he's about to lay down, but he did lay down a 6.80 average in the first round, so anything is possible for the New South Welshman.
Oh, a few pauses there. It's a long F2L on an OLL, and oh, there it is, 8.46. To my eyes, that might have been a ZBLL. I believe
it did look like a ZBLL. Was it a pie case? I think it even looked a bit like a pie case.
I didn't quite catch it, but I know he's a ZBLL man.
Going back on the stream, you should let us know if that was a pie case or not, because my eyesight from the 15 or so meters it takes to get to the solving station is probably not the greatest.
Now here's Alexander, really focused. He knows he needs to pick the pace up, and he knows he's capable of it. Will that aggressive turning style pay off in this time? We'll find out right now. A few pauses, few lockups, but it's quick turning. Yeah, a few too many lockups on the LSLL there and produce a 9.52. Really not moving the direction he needed to. And so it's a really tough ask now for him to produce the kind of average he needs to end up on the podium, because that 7.68 would be counting. I mean, there's only 2 solves in and anything can happen really, but it's a big, big ask.
Right, so Liam Heidercheck started off with an 8.46 on his first solve. Of course, his seat time coming in was probably a little bit fast for him, 6.80. I don't think he'd agree that that's the times he's going to be getting in this final.
Oh, long PLL there, and 8.75. So he's maybe looking like he'll end up with a mid-8 average, something like that, at least going by the first 2 solves.
Alright, Alexander Vucic now. We have on the ocean stage.
The turning
looks like we're solving pretty well at the moment.
Oh, the pipe. No. 8.54. Just too many lockups in that OLL. It was really good F12, but just all fell apart at the end for him there. Really unfortunate.
Not the way that you want it to go.
No. Now the third spot on our Oceanic podium is still a little bit up for grabs, 7.65. Alexander could maybe get that if he gets some really good last 2 solves. Could take that off Ryan Tan. But other than that, he's looking pretty out of it as far as the Oceanic podium is concerned. And we have 4 more great solves to come after this.
Very interesting OLL
Yeah.
there with the S-slice. It's just a little bit lucky on the G permit, it looked like there. 9.5, so unfortunately Liam not solving up to his seeding time, but that might have been a bit disproportionately good for him, so
Yeah.
I think he can probably be a little bit forgiven by that.
And he looks like he's happy anyway. I mean, he's had that unbelievable 4x4 win. So
By 0.01 of a second, might I add. Alexander Vucic.
the turning's quick. PLL, another lockup, 6.86. It is the best solve we've seen from him so far, but not quite what he would have been after. And that locks in his best and worst possible averages. His best possible average is 7.69. It's not quite faster than Ryan or Chris, so he can't get a spot on the Oceanic podium, even with his best single. But a 7.69 average in this sort of final would still be something he can be proud of.
Locking up into a 6.86 is kind of nuts.
Yeah, well, that's Alexander for you. I mean, when he's on, he's so on.
Hoping for his sake and for everyone at home that he can lock in on the last and get something really, really nice to lock in his BPA. For now, we'll look at Liam Heidercheck. Has 2 8s and a 9-second solve on his first 3 solves. Hoping that trend doesn't continue, going for a white cross here.
Looks a little better to my eyes.
Yeah, looking pretty fluid throughout.
Ooh, the PLO fell apart a little bit there though, 9.46. So it gives Lima best possible average of 8.89 and worst possible of 9.26. Now here's Alexander in for his last solve. Hopefully he can just pull together a nice single to redeem this average a little bit. Missed a few turns there. 6.55, wow. That was a, I'm not sure if that was a ZBLL or just a PLL skip. I think possibly just a PLL skip. But it was either way his fastest solve. And so he ends up with a
7.69 average, placing him currently in 8th spot overall. Liam Heidechek on his final solve. 8.899 is the timeline of the first 4 solves. What's it going to be this time? Looks like best possible. 7.44 it is.
So both competitors securing their best possible average on that final solve now. Liam Heidechek ending up with an 8.89 average. Place him in 14th place so far. Again, not the kind of average he displayed in the previous round, but after that 4x4 win, he's got to be happy with this day's performance. So Dwayne's held on to that top spot for another pairing. He needs to hold on to it for 2 more. Every remaining competitor is from Oceania. In fact, all from Australia.
Big names have already come by, but there's no stopping him here.
Huge names to come.
4th spot in the previous round with a 6.66 average. Tasmania's only competitor at this competition, but representing them well, Jody Brewster.
He is your Oceanic record holder for 3x3 single, taking it off Felix a couple of years ago. He's an amazing, amazing solver at his peak. Maybe a little inconsistent, but he did get 4th in the previous round. And we can hear the applause. He is a crowd favorite, Jody.
Introduced at the top of his entrance as the Oceanic continental record holder. There's many adoring fans and friends in the crowd.
And the camera loves him.
Listen to the applause that we're about to hear for Toby Seufert. He's a fan favourite for sure. And a bit of an underdog coming into this competition, but there's a real possibility that he wins.
I mean, you say an underdog coming into this competition. Last year, the Australian national champion, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
He didn't have the chance to defend it this year, unfortunately, not attending Australian nationals. But he has a point to prove here. Qualified with a 6.63 average. He needs a little bit faster than that to take the title, but not too much. It's very, very doable for him.
We still think of Toby as an up-and-coming cuber, but genuinely, he's already there.
Oh, he's established, isn't he? I mean, after you've won a national title, you can't really say up-and-coming anymore. You're there.
You're the guy to beat at that point.
Exactly.
We still think of Toby as this fresh new face, but genuinely, it would surprise me if he doesn't end up on this podium.
Oh, he's a weapon when he's in form. He was in pretty good form that previous round.
Earlier this competition, he set the fastest single solve ever at an Oceanic Championship. The 4.5, it was the first sub 5. That might be a lie. But it's definitely the fastest that we'd ever seen at an Oceanics. Either way, Jody Brewster of Tasmania is on his first solve.
A few too many pauses there, unfortunately. A couple of lockups on that OLL. And PLL 922. Not quite the sort of solving we'd like to see from him. Just a few too many mistakes on that solve. He has put himself in a tough position now with a rough first solve, means the rest of the average needs to be pretty much flawless. It's a tough ask, but we know he's capable of it on a good day.
Alright, Toby Sleufert sporting the fresh new buzz cut.
It's a look I like on him, actually.
The look speaks volumes, but so does his solving. I get the feeling we're about to see something epic coming from Toby's average.
Few lockups at the start of F2L. Oh, it's a rough F2L.
Unfortunately so, 7.56 isn't the start that he would have been after.
I mean, he finishes it off in decent fashion, 7.56. It's workable, you know, he could count that and still get a decent average, but it'd be a big ask. Now here's Jody about to start inspection on his second solve. With a rough first solve, the second one is critical. He can't afford any more mistakes. .29, and that's, I mean, nothing's over till it's over, but with that counting, it's it takes some doing to turn that into the sort of average he'd be looking for.
Alright, here is Toby on his second solve. Has been a pillar of consistency for the Queensland 1 team in many Rubik's relays in the past, but can he do it for himself? This is Toby Sleufert's second solve. Solve looking a lot better than the first. Pretty efficient, maybe just a little bit lucky on the OLL. 6.45.
6.45 with a few lockups too. That's some great solving right there.
Looked like it could have been improvable, but even still, that's a pretty good time for him.
And it is crucially below that first place average that we've seen from Dwayne so far. So the mark to beat is 6.57 from Dwayne. Toby's done it once. Can he do it a few more times?
See Jody in inspection right now. And yeah, just a little bit pausey on those first two layers, but he does have pretty smooth turning that's showing itself now. That was a decent solve. 7.07 for Jody, moving in the right direction.
Definitely.
He's got a 9, 8, and a 7 so far, but so by that logic, we should be seeing a 5-second solve at the end of this average.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure he is capable of it. I mean, there's an argument to be made that with a counting 8.29, the pressure's come off a little bit, and maybe he'll be able to pull together some great solves in these last two.
Toby Sleufert solve number 3 in inspection at the moment. He's gotten a 7 and a 6. Couple more of those in the right direction. We might be seeing a new leader. It's a little bit pausey, but the turning looks okay. Here's the OLL. There it is, 6.94. Another one of those sub-7 solves.
The 6.94 is counting. He does need a good solve on the last one for
Yeah, he will.
for first place to be possible, but doesn't need to be that good. Just needs to be right around a low 6.
Just remember that fourth scramble that we've seen has left a lot of people shaking their heads, so we can't be too confident, but I know that Toby has done a lot of work on his efficiency recently, and hopefully we'll be able to glean something out of that scramble.
It's a smooth solve for Jody. 6.44, there it is. That looks so relaxed. And he's pumped. And the audience loves it.
So the trend continues. We've gone 9, 8, 7, 6. Theories holding true. Will we see a 5?
I mean, we joked about it, but we might do. And a 7.27 average would actually, so that's his best possible average, 7.27. If he can capitalize on that, that will potentially put him on the Oceanic podium for now. I mean, he would need Toby to get something rough on these last two, but it's possible. It's the slimmest chance. Anyway, here's Toby, about to get underway on his fourth solve. Reminder, he needs a low 6. First spot to be possible. It's a rough start, but moved through F12 decently. Last layer, and
it's going to be a 6.7. A little bit of disappointment in the reaction. And it's warranted because that's not going to be possible for him to eclipse Dwayne's average.
His best possible average is 6.72. Dwayne and Riley both have subbed that. So in fact, the best he can do if he gets his best solve on the last, is 3rd place on the Oceanic podium, and that's with 2 solvers to come. So Toby not putting together quite the sort of average he would have been after coming into this round. Still respectable, but the field's just so strong.
Jody Brewster, 5-second solve incoming. It's a
Or
bit
maybe
behind the
not.
bench. Whoa! Oh,
Oh.
yeah, I was thinking.
I mean,
Another
it's
6.
it's not far off, and he's happy enough with it. And the audience is happy with it too.
And with that, Dwayne is guaranteed to be on the Oceanic podium. But we know what spot he wants to stay, and it's the one he's currently in now, being the defending champion.
I mean, it's going to be such a tense spot for him on that tentative podium that he's sitting on right now. He's watched pair after pair of solver come and fail to beat him. And there's only 2 left after this.
Toby underway. It's a pretty decent solution in the end, 6.49. It's getting close to that best possible. Gets him a 6.73, currently placing in 3rd. No guarantees for where that will be over the next coming groups though.
So the current Oceanic podium and overall podium with no international solves in the top 3 is Toby Seufert in 3rd with a 6.73 average, Riley Dexter in 2nd with 6.59, and just 0.02 of a second ahead, Dwayne Ramos with a 6.57 average. It is so close, and there's only 2 people who can shake up that order now.
Here we are, it's all come down to this moment. The final 2 pairs of the 2024 Oceanic Championship. In 2nd seed is going to be Phoenix Patterson. He's had a bit of a lackluster competition, all things considered, unfortunately missing out on the winning 2x2, his main event, the one he's the former Oceanic record holder for. But he can take some solace in placing so high in the previous round. 6.22 is very close to a PR for Phoenix.
And you've got to wonder, after that 2x2 performance, does he have a point to prove now? And would he trade the 2x2 win for a 3x3 win?
The answer is absolutely he would,
Exactly.
without a doubt.
I mean, the idea of becoming the Oceanic champion after such a heartbreaking 2x2 round, you've got to hope he can manage it. It's a tough ask, but he did get that in the previous round. He qualified with a 6.22 average. It's pretty comfortably sub what Dwayne got in this round. Can he repeat that performance?
And the 1st seed, one of the most consistent performers. He came to this competition with 14 sub-7 averages in a row. Although perhaps none under this kind of pressure. We await the solves of the number 1 seed, David Epstein. He has a point to prove.
And you've got to imagine that he was the favourite heading into this competition. He's had an absolutely dream year. He finally got sub 6 at the tail end of last year. This year, he's been one of the most consistent solvers in Oceania. Maybe a little behind Felix, but really good at solving in that low 6 kind of time range. He's had a good competition. He was so close to getting the 4x4 Oceanic champion title. Also, just a couple of weeks ago, he managed to get the Oceanic champion title in FMC, in fewest moves. And one last crowning achievement for this year, he's also the reigning Australian champion in 3x3. He finally got that title earlier this year. And if he can win it on this stage, it would be the crowning moment of an absolutely perfect year for him. He's definitely capable of it.
That's the current leading average by Dwayne Ramos.
6.57.
And still standing.
Dwayne is guaranteed a spot on the Oceanic podium. It's just a question of which colour medal he'll get now. A few mistakes in F12, maybe a few lock-ups, but onto OLL and then PLL. It's Lockie, it's an 886. Again, we've seen a few people fall on the first solve. You are allowed one mistake because you can have one non-counting bad solve, but that does mean the rest of his average needs to be flawless. 8.86 is not going to cut it. Now here we have David preparing himself, about to start inspection for his first solve.
Right, here goes David, possibly the favourite for many people leading into the competition.
That's a good solve.
To be pretty efficient. Olo here and PLL. 7.14. Not what he'd have been after. Has to solve better than that.
Looks like a good start to the F12 on that solve, but just fell apart a little bit in the back half. .14, that is crucially over that 6.57 mark. Remember, that's the number in mind, 6.57. That's what Dwayne got on his average. That's what these guys need to be beating.
Phoenix starting his second at the moment. Must be a dream for him to be placed this high, and he's taking full advantage of it. This is looking pretty speedy. Here we go, 7.12. It's still outside.
It's just a fraction faster than that solve that we just saw from David. But 7.12, 7.14 from David, those are the sort of times that you could count, maybe, and still get a really solid average if you can pull together some really great times in the last three. David now looking to pick up the pace again a bit. He needs faster than that, but he's very, very capable of it. He got a 6.02 average in the previous round. Almost PR for him.
David Epstein 7.14 at the start. It's not a bad time in the grand scheme of things, but he is capable of so much better. This solve is not looking like it's going to be there.
It's a rapid finish though, 8.42. He really does need better than that. Again, we said he can count that 7.14. It is possible, but it makes the task that much more difficult for him.
We don't want to say too much too early or put much doubt, but is that the nail in the coffin? Is it going to be Dwayne defending the title? It looks like it will be.
I mean, Dwayne's going to be sitting on the edge of his seat right now. It's so, so tense at the business end of this final.
Here's Phoenix on the Ocean stage. Solve number 3.
Let's go. It's a decent start.
It's looking a lot better.
Yep.
Oh, +2 on that solve. It's going to be an 8.84 for Phoenix.
+2s have just plagued this final, haven't they? They've ruined a few
all
good
day.
solves. And it could have been a sub-7. He was moving in the right direction with that sub-7, but wasn't to be, unfortunately. And 8.84, that is going to be a counting solve for him. So that pretty much spells an end to his chance of getting on the Oceanic podium. Again, 2 solves left, so anything is technically possible, but it would take a minor miracle. So at this point, you've got to think, really, David is the only person who can take that title off of Dwayne.
Phoenix is completely out of the running. For him to beat Dwayne's average, he would have to count a 3-second solve, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see what David Epstein's capable of here.
He's moving through the solve decently, but F12 a bit long. And a 7.13.
7.13 for David. I imagine it's going to be more of the same. 7.14 is also counting. He's going to need to count a 5.42. He needs that on the next solve. Otherwise, it's going to be Dwayne Ramos defending the title.
5.42, mind you, that is doable. It's hard. It's a really tough hill to climb.
He might be able to get one, but he needs to get 2 of them.
Yeah.
He needs both of them.
It's hard to imagine, but we've seen more dramatic finishes today.
Pyraminx underway now.
It's a pretty decent solve. OLL and
Lockie on the lefty moves there. It's
It's
not a great
8.75.
OLL case, and the execution doesn't do him any favours.
Yeah, a few too many lockups in the last layer there. There's going to be another counting 8 for Pyraminx.
It's 5.42 for the win to be possible.
Could this be the deciding solve of Oceanic 2024? We're all waiting with bated breath to see what David's going to do now. He's been probably the premier solver in Oceania this year. He is capable of it, but it's so tough.
He needs a 5.9 to get on the podium. And that's on both solves again. Is it going to be? Doesn't look like it's going to be. I think David's going to miss out on the podium altogether, and there it is. It is 100% confirmed. Dwayne Ramos defends his Oceanic champion title. The only Rue solver in the finals does it for 2 competitions in a row.
And Dwayne he's achieved it. He's accomplished the title defense. He wasn't the favorite heading into this competition for a lot of people. That would have been Dwayne, maybe Riley, maybe Toby, maybe someone else. But Dwayne has managed it on the biggest stage. He's done it once again. And you got to think now, in 2026, can he maybe do it for a 3rd time?
Could
is
he
it going
do
to be a
the
dynasty?
three-peat? And there it is. The exclamation mark on a dream competition for Dwayne Ramos. It just gets better and better and ends in the best possible way. Pyraminx finishing up 7.78.
A few too many lockups from at the end of that solve, but he does finish with a decent average.
It's going to be close to the BPA. 8.46 is going to place him in 16th place after David finishes his average. So there it is, your podium as well decided. It's going to be number 3, Toby Seufert with a 6.73. Number 2 is Riley Dexter, 6.59. Again, missing out on his elusive major title. And Dwayne Ramos goes back to back. The start of a dynasty. 6.44 for David Epstein, but it's too little too late. Dwayne Ramos is your 2024 Oceanic champion in Perth, Western Australia. Does it for the 2nd time in 2 consecutive championships.
What an unbelievable way to finish off your competition here.
And there it is, confirmed.
One of the greatest 3x3 solvers in Oceania. One of the greatest OH solvers. Well, the greatest OH solver in Oceania. He's won 3 Oceanic titles this competition. He's set an Oceanic record. He's defended his title. What more could you possibly ask for?
Give the man a round of applause. It's the least you could do by being in the presence of this man. Technique, impeccable. Solutions, impeccable. Nerve, impeccable. It's poise, it's composure, it's talent, and it's bloody gorgeous.
It's just a complete package, really. Dwayne Ramos doing it again. I mean, for me, that was a dream coming into this competition. I thought maybe he can do it. Maybe he can accomplish the title defense. But it was such a big ask. It was such a tough field. Riley, Toby, David, Jody, so many accomplished solvers. But Dwayne, under all that pressure, against all odds, finally managed it.
Dwayne Ramos on top of the world.
What a final.
The celebrations underway already.
And Team New Zealand has got to be ecstatic. I'm ecstatic as a member of Team New Zealand. And anyone in chat watching from New Zealand has got to be so stoked with that. It's been a dream day for New Zealand cubing. Winning 7x7, winning 6x6, winning one-handed, Megaminx, 3x3, 5x5, Pyraminx.
They might have
so
only
proud.
had a team of 11 strong, but they've made their presence felt here on the other side of the continent. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you all for tuning in. Please do stick around. We are going to get to our awards ceremony in due time. With any luck, we're going to be getting Dwayne on stream as well to chat about that win.
I might see if I can grab him for an interview now, actually. And this will be a repeat of 2 years ago, an interview with the winning moment, Dwayne Ramos.
Dwayne Ramos is the Oceanic champion. It's the story of the day. A dynasty forming, perhaps. We'll wait and see. In 2 more years, we'll know the answer for sure. But right now, the moment belongs to Dwayne Ramos and nobody else but Dwayne Ramos.
Which side is this going? Left or right?
It goes on your left.
Oh wait, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
My boy, Dwayne Ramos goes back to back, signing many signatures, as many as he can get. I'm going to try and not keep you for too long before you're going to get swarmed by everybody.
I'll do all this later. Give me like 2 minutes.
Yeah, just hang out at the back of that wall and he'll be with you in a couple minutes. All right, easy. Dwayne Ramos.
Hello.
Back-to-back Oceanic champion. How does that sound on the resume?
Unreal.
Is this the start of a dynasty? Are we going to see the Dwayne Ramos three-peat in 2026?
Oh, we'll see. I'll be so old by then. I'll be like 20.
No, peak performance, mate. Peak performance. You just got to keep time for it in your life. Oh man. So yeah, Dwayne Ramos has put the exclamation mark on a dream competition for him. He had one-handed Oceanic records and national records and 5x5 national records and 7x7 national records.
Oh my goodness.
In terms of the competitions that you've come to in your career, this has to be the best, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's still. There's only, like, compared to last Oceanics, I had a few, like, oopsies. And, like, I didn't really, what's the word for it? Like, take it well. But for these ones, I feel like I've improved much more, like, mentally, and just like took those obstacles with like stride and stuff.
Yeah, obviously, you know, cubing's a sport full of ups and downs. You can't sometimes control it, but it seems like it's just been your day every single day of this comp, and it ends in the best possible way. Oceanic title. What's the plans? Are we going to go for more NRs? What are we going to do from here? Obviously, back-to-back was probably your main goal coming into this competition, but what's the plan from here? What's the Dwayne Ramos arc going to be?
What's the plan? All right, tonight I'm going to get Baskin Robbins, or at least ice cream. I really like ice cream. And then cubing-wise, I don't know, just have a fun time at Worlds, hopefully get a podium in OH. And then other than that, I don't know, just stick with my uni stuff. I'm kind of falling behind in that.
Worth it though, worth it.
Yeah.
All right, so that's Dwayne Ramos, your 2024 Oceanic champion. We'll see him back here for 2026, I'm sure. Potentially Auckland?
Ooh. You didn't hear it from me. You didn't hear it from me.
Well, you didn't hear it from me either. Hush in chat. Keep that very quiet. Seeing you on home turf, defending the title in 2026 again
Thank
would
you so
be
much,
insane.
Michael.
That's right. Well done, Dwayne. Go enjoy. Go sign some cubes. Dwayne Ramos, 2024 Oceanic champion. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Could be the start of an arc forevermore. Hello, Philip Lewicki.
Hi.
Have fun.
So you saw the best competitor. I was the worst competitor.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got to get both sides of the spectrum. It seemed like you were just having a bit of fun out there.
I wasn't having much fun. You know, the waiting area got pretty hot.
Yeah.
People started going a bit crazy.
Were you outside or were you in the foyer kind of area?
No, we were in a back room and they couldn't figure out how to turn the AC on.
No.
And so people were riding around on the trolleys in the waiting area, sticking their heads in the freezer.
Oh yeah, just doing everything you
people
can.
basically lost their minds.
Yeah.
And
see, I would have liked to stick a camera in there and just like see what life in the life of a top level 3x3 solver is like. And if it's heads in freezers, it's riding around on trolleys, you know, seems like living a dream to me.
Yeah, it was quite impressive. Dwayne managed to stay out of it. He stayed cool. He had his headphones in the entire time. You could tell he was going to do well.
Yeah, he had a one-track mind. His mind was set on one thing and one thing only, and it was defending that Oceanic Championship title. In the end, he did exactly that by 0.02 of a second ahead of Riley Dexter. We've talked so much about Riley being unlucky in the past, and this is probably just going to be another stepping stone to when he eventually does get something good. But for the time being, it's Dwayne Ramos, and it's his story, and it's his competition. It's been his competition, the entire competition.
He's got to have a nice WCA live page for this comp.
Yeah, look at the NRs, look at the OCRs. You've got to see it all.
That's amazing.
All of it. And yeah, this small New Zealand team making their presence felt by no method more so than winning the head-to-head final. In fact, he didn't place any better than third in any of the previous rounds, and that was all the way back in round one. So he's come from the clouds, but he's done the job, and that's all that matters. Must be nearly time for awards, eh? Might need to bring a cockatoo up there. All right. Might see if we've got anyone that can fill in the gaps. Let me see if I can find a Lachlan Stevens or two. All right. Do you mind if I leave stream in your capable hands for a moment?
Sure.
No worries. I'll try and source a second competitor while we all get set up for awards.
Okay, chat. How's it going?
Stay hydrated.
Yes. Stay hydrated. Don't let the heat get you. It's a hot day here in Perth. You know, as an Ohioan, it's a bit challenging for me, the heat. I'm just waiting for the awards. I suppose we could summarize the podiums. So we had Dwayne Ramos first place, Riley Dexter second place, and Toby Seufert in third place. It would be fun to see Oceanics in New Zealand. They did manage to break, I can't even count how many NRs at this competition. And they won the States Relay. Do stick around for awards. Let's see, what were the... Dwayne Ramos from New Zealand got first place with a 6:57 average. What are we here to talk about?
Hello.
Hi.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for the awards. Michael left me here.
Well, everyone else is... All of the other commentators are getting an award in something, I believe. Maybe not Lucky, I don't remember.
Except Lucky, perhaps.
Mm.
I was just wondering how many...
So that's why they've all disappeared.
I was just wondering how many national records New Zealand broke at this competition.
And how many first places did New Zealand get?
Quite
it
a
was
few.
Quite a New Zealand
Yeah, well,
sweep.
Dwayne Ramos by himself did quite well.
Mhm.
So we had the continental record one-handed average by Dwayne Ramos. We had the 2868 Pyraminx average, sorry, 2862 Pyraminx average by Alexander Vujic.
Yeah.
That was a continental record, also from New Zealand.
think that's, was that it?
Yeah, Alexander Vujic also had a 25.71 4x4 national record average in the first round.
9 golds were New Zealand. Incredible showing from New Zealand this year.
Dwayne Ramos with a 7x7 national record average, 2:15, taking the Oceanic Championship with that average. James McDermott from New Zealand with a 1952 national record 3x3 blindfolded single.
Pretty impressive.
Just unbelievable. Chat's saying New Zealand won 9 out of 17 gold, and they set national records in basically every event. Dwayne Ramos with a one-handed single national record of 7.12 in the final on the last solve. It was spectacular. He already had the win locked, but it's nice to see.
Was that from this event or from
Yes.
New Zealand Nationals?
No, that was here in the finals.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Incredible showing from New Zealand this competition.
yeah, perhaps they should host the next one since they seem to be the team to beat. Yeah, so Dwayne Ramos won the Oceanic Championship for 7x7. Square
Setting a
one,
new national
Square
record
one
with
went to
that.
Henry Isles, also from New Zealand,
Oh my
with an
gosh.
864 final average. 6x6 went to Henry Isles from New Zealand with a 133.67 average. Clock went to Lachlan Adams-Romain from Australia. 5x5 went to Alexander Vujic from New Zealand with a 46.66 average. Pyraminx went to Alexander Vujic with a 28.62 continental record average
Sheesh.
from New Zealand.
Impressive. Truly impressive.
4x4 went to Liam Hajducek, who had a PR average in the final, 27.37. Kind of a slow final. Everyone's struggling a little bit, except for the internationals, who came first and second overall. Skewb went to Eli Pineda, who set a new continental record with a 223
Average.
average. Yeah.
Congratulations to him.
2x2 was dramatic. Everyone +2'd their final solve except Lachlan Adams-Romain, who finished with a 164 average and first place. One-handed went to Dwayne Ramos with an 876 average and a 712 national record single from New Zealand.
An amazing comp from Dwayne today. Showing up in so many competitive events with so many good cubits.
Yeah. Pyraminx went to Elias EU with a 2.03 average. 3x3 blindfolded went to Charlie Eggins in about 15 seconds. He sat down, got a 13.96, and the competition was basically over. Something you might want to check out if you missed it is in Charlie's final solve, he had like a sub 4 second memo. I mean, it sounds fake, but go watch the video. The solve ended up being a 15.38, but that memo was spectacular. We also had James McDermott third place on the, mid 4, okay. Not sub 4, okay. So I guess I was spreading fake news. 4.6, okay. So, and then Dwayne Ramos takes first place from New Zealand. So New Zealand doing very well.
Dwayne really carrying.
Yeah, Dwayne with a few of those, but also Henry Isles.
And James getting some
Yeah.
good ones in there as well. Great Oceanic Championship overall. And also with a lot of these competitors coming straight off of the New Zealand Championship.
Yeah, see, that's what makes it even more impressive.
I know, right?
Those New Zealand competitors had New Zealand Championships last weekend, and they flew, what is it, like 6 hours?
6 or 7, depending which part
Yes,
of New Zealand.
6-7 hours from New Zealand to get here for the Oceanic Championships in Perth.
And there's a pretty significant time difference as well.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's a bit, you go back in time. So you're just waking up a bit earlier and going to sleep a bit earlier.
That's not too bad. That might actually be to the New Zealand competitors' advantage.
That is true.
Because they would be in
Used to waking up earlier.
better form.
Yeah.
It's rigged. They had a warm-up comp. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
That's true, yeah.
But a lot of the Australian competitors also went to that comp. And yeah, we had a lot of Australian records as well. So what do we have? Skewb average from Eli Panetta. Michael Tripodi's 4x4 blindfolded single, his first solve of the comp. He gets the continental record. Amazing, amazing showing.
Yeah, Michael Tripodi.
And he like celebrated, but it's always funny when I see blind solvers celebrate. They're always so quiet.
Yeah, they're trying not to make any noise, but you can tell they're extremely stoked, and all their friends gather around and they get some hugs.
Yeah, really amazing.
Yeah.
What else from Australia did we get this comp? Clock single from Lachlan Adams Romain.
Yeah, and we also had Pyraminx average, Jamie Atsu.
Oh.
37-27. That was actually a bit of a disappointment because, okay, actually he broke that in the finals, but in the first round he had a 34-60, and there was a crazy BPA on that which didn't pan out. Yeah, so first round the BPA was really good, and you got a 38 on the last one, counting a 37, still getting a 34-64 average. So there was a lot of potential there. Definitely go watch that back if you haven't. Yeah, Chris Mills got an Oceanic podium with a 41.80 Pyraminx average.
Well done for Chris.
Third place.
Another one for New Zealand.
Quite a ways behind Jamie Atsu and Alexander Vucic.
But in terms of other records, we also had a few international records. I know Kieran got a few.
Yeah, so Kieran had actually 2 6x6 NRs. He had a 116 on day one, and then in the finals, he had a 115. His first two solves were 113 and 112, so we were really excited, but then the final solve was a 120, so it was just a small NR. He'll only get credit for one of those. Actually, no, they're quite far apart. He might get credit for both. Let's see.
Fustian got a few as well, didn't he?
Yeah, so Fustian with the 4x4 blindfolded single. That's on the same scramble that Michael Tripodi had the continental record. Theodore Chan from Singapore also got a national record of 147.35 on 4x4 blindfolded in that exact same scramble, the first solve of the competition.
It was a really good one. 3 national records, 2 national records, and 1 continental record on that scramble.
Yeah.
So very, very good scramble, and amazing skill from these competitors to recognize that.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for the awards, where you will see the top competitors receive medals, and for the very best, they'll receive some nice trophies. They'll also receive certificates signed by many of the organizing team. I'm not sure exactly which members, but several of the organizing team members have signed those certificates.
And a very well done to the organizing team. This comp has run so smoothly, so little issues. It's a big comp. There's a lot that can go wrong, but really they've done an amazing job. And, you know, it's always a worry with these bigger comps that something will go awry and then you'll run super late. But even all the events have been running super on time. It's been a really well-run comp, and I really applaud the delegates and the organizing team that were involved with getting this comp up and running.
Yeah, so they won't receive as much credit as they deserve, but you should always appreciate the organizers, especially the organizers of these very big competitions. It takes months of work. That's not an exaggeration. And it all comes down to that one weekend where everything comes together.
Yeah, and completely volunteer-driven. These volunteers work so hard. I was talking to Zach before this comp started.
Yeah, Zach is the lead organizer of the
with
competition.
Charlie. But Zach was putting in 15-hour weeks on top of his full-time job just to get everything going in the last month or two. So he's really done an excellent job, pulled out all the stops. And as someone who was doing some things with data, some things with running and judging, it has run so smoothly. Also, all the volunteers on the day, we've had so many competitors choose to come and judge or run or scramble, even when they could be practicing. You know, these events are all volunteer driven, but everyone's like little contribution really counts.
Yeah, and you can see we don't have the. So we see Ethan Pride is preparing to give the awards to the competitors. I'm actually not sure what the stream sees. What do you see? Hey stream, what do you see?
Do you see the stage or do you see us?
I'm not sure. I think they see the stage.
I think they see the
They
stage.
might be looking at us.
Oh. Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's the stage. We currently see you.
Oh,
Okay, they're looking at us.
Okay, so
We have some of the team leaders preparing the awards now on the main stage. And I think we'll have... Is it a roaming cam or will we have a main cam pointed at the stage?
I think we'll have
Or something.
this cam pointed over there.
The one that's...
Yes,
Okay.
we will.
Oh,
let's take.
let's
oh,
let's
beautiful.
take a preview.
Let's take a look.
Let's see.
Okay, so that is a member of our wonderful stream team who has been doing great work this weekend. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We had some technical hiccups. There were a few days we weren't able to go live, but when we were live, we hope the show was entertaining.
Yeah. I think like I tuned in for a little bit at least, and I really enjoyed getting to hear some really good insights from our stream team, all of which are very experienced competitors. They know what they're talking about, so it was really exciting to also see different guests come throughout the stream as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're just still waiting on the awards.
I think you should see the stage.
Oh, there's the stage.
Or that's the podium that we're looking at right now. So
Yeah.
we have an actual podium. People can stand up there and receive their awards. You know, do the thing where you bite your your medal after
and,
you get
and I
it.
think you're now seeing the medals. So those look pretty nice. Gold, silver, and bronze medals for everyone. I believe we'll also get a roaming camera to get a close-up of the competitors. Or no, we'll just have the stationary camera that you were just looking at us on.
Yeah. But amazing job from all the volunteers. All the design work as well. This comp has been beautifully done.
Yeah, they have some beautiful artwork on the
Oh, they're showing us one of the awards.
Oh,
So this
wow.
is the FMC award. You can see, I think it's the bronze one that they're holding up. Oh, look at
Wow,
the back of
a
that.
gorgeous
That looks
design.
beautiful.
Wow. So these are definitely the
Custom made.
best medals I've ever seen for a Rubik's Cube competition.
Shame you can't win one.
Yeah, maybe I
But-
should move to Oceania to get myself one of these awards.
Beautiful,
You
beautiful
can see the
awards.
Perth skyline there with the bridge of Elizabeth Key, and
Some
yeah,
of the
and
most iconic
we
buildings
also
in
had
Perth
some
skyline.
beautiful cube covers that you saw all weekend, custom designed, and every competitor actually got to take one home as part of the goodie bag.
Yeah. So all of these designs on the backdrops of the stages, those were all done by James Holdsworth, one of our Perth delegates. He's done a lot of design work along with Dallas McNeil, the president of the SCA, and another delegate from South Australia. They did all the design work for this
Yeah,
comp.
and it worked out beautifully. We had some just fantastic design work,
Mhm.
and it really
Really elevates the comp.
it elevates the vibe of the comp. It elevates the professionalism, and
Yeah.
it's so nice to be able to take one of those gorgeous cube covers home.
Yeah, I actually don't own a cube cover currently, so,
Yeah, so-
and yours is pretty
Yeah,
banged
it's gonna
up.
be a big upgrade for me.
Yeah, beautiful. The cube covers that you've seen the competitors use
So,
all weekend have
You
been.
can actually see Jody Brewster standing behind the partition.
He is so tall.
Wow.
I'm a very short person, and when I first met Jody, I stood next to him, and I don't think I even come up to his elbows. I'll be
Wow.
honest. He is very, very tall.
Wow. So Jody Brewster, a giant among men.
Well, the cube covers that you've seen the competitors use all weekend, those ones have the design of the backdrop, which is a bit different to the cube cover that we got in our goodie bags, actually. So the backdrop design has this kind of red to yellow gradient and this water feature. But James actually was thinking ahead, and he thought, let's have one that is a light blue so that when competitors get it, they can give it to their friends to sign, because this is a bit of a messy, it's kind of hard to sign over some of the birds and some of the darker areas. So the ones that, if you're in the venue, the ones that you have in your goodie bags, they are really, really nice if you want to get other people to sign them and take it home as a souvenir. That's Jody Brewster.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, Jody! Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so
You're so tall. So we're now waiting for the award ceremony.
yeah, so that's Ethan Pride, Dallas McNeil, and James
Holdsworth. Yeah. Getting everything ready.
team leaders.
Amazing, amazing job. As always. I think Australian comps are some of the best run in the world, having been to a couple comps. You've experienced many comps outside Australia.
I would say these are quite well run. It's hard to compare because comps outside of Australia are much larger generally, although I do remember the World Championships in Melbourne being quite well run, and that was a huge competition. But it's not quite the same like running a 1,000 person comp, or in the case of Worlds next year, 2,000 people. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, comps don't scale very well, so I've seen some different ideas. One thing that's been tried by the Cubing USA staff is mixing up, dividing the competition into groups of like 200. But yeah, these comps are definitely very well run.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting on the awards.
Speaking of Worlds next year, has Warm Up Seattle filled up, do you think?
Yeah, let's check it out. I know Chris Mills was able to register this morning.
A lot of the commentators this morning were trying to register for Warm Up Seattle, which opened as we were meant to go live. So they were all on their phones trying to register just before the rounds this morning.
No, it's not full. Only 104 people. So
get in.
If you're hoping to go to Warm Up Seattle, definitely check out that rego and get it sorted as soon as possible.
Will you be going to Worlds next year, Philip?
Yeah, most likely. Try my best.
All right.
So Lachlan, could we get a close up of those graphics on the back?
Beautiful, beautiful graphics. As looking at our sponsors again, we've got Rubik's as our main sponsor, and also we are supported by the City of Perth and 9 News here in Australia.
Yeah, so big thank you to the headline sponsor of this competition, Rubik's. And thank you to the organizers of this competition for such pleasing graphics.
If you are interested in coming to another comp, maybe you're from Australia, maybe you want to come to Australia, Speedcubing Australia has comps all the time in most cities around Australia. So if you're visiting Australia, there's a high chance that you'll be able to come to a comp here, meet some of the favorites we had this weekend, maybe even stand next to Jody Brewster and see how tall you are compared to him as well.
Yeah, that's always fun.
It is. It is indeed.
Okay, so we're still waiting on the awards. If you're just joining us, the final results are that New Zealand dominated. And in particular, Dwayne Ramos.
I mean, New Zealand and Australia always dominate in Oceanic.
Yeah, but you know, New Zealand does not have nearly the population of Australia, but they took over half of the championships.
And they took the States plus New Zealand Cup.
Yeah.
The Rubik's
so
Relay.
they asserted their dominance over basically everyone here. And it
amazing,
was,
amazing.
It's quite impressive.
Very impressive, in fact. All right. And thank you for joining us this weekend on the Oceanic Championships. It's been really fun. I've had a lot of fun.
We are still waiting for the awards to start. 148 of you still here with us on YouTube. I hope you're having a pleasant evening, morning, afternoon, middle of the night, wherever you are in the world.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on those awards. It's going to be great to see all those New Zealand competitors up on the top.
Amazing showing from New Zealand.
Yeah, I guess we should maybe stop saying it over and over again.
Oh. But I think we also had a healthy showing of international competitors.
Yeah, the international competitors actually did quite well. So
yeah, how many?
I was saying New Zealand dominated, but really the international competitors won 7x7. New Zealand actually won square one. 6x6 was won by the international competitors.
Mega did.
Clock was Australia. 5x5 was the international competitors.
Kieran specifically.
Yeah, Kieran and
Kieran
also
and
first gen Fushada. Okay, and 4x4 was also Kieran and first gen in first and second. Skewb.
It was Eli.
Yeah, so that was Australia. 2x2 was Australia. One-handed was New Zealand. Pyraminx was Australia. 3 blind was Australia. And 3x3 was New Zealand. So, yeah.
But a healthy showing. And we had how many different countries here?
20 countries registered. I'm not sure exactly how many competed.
Ooh, we have a nice showing of our delegates hard at work. I think they are either double checking scores or making sure that everything was entered in properly. Doing my job, essentially.
So that's James Holdworth and Charlie Van Oren.
Yes.
And Charlie is one of the lead organizers of this competition. So he's been hard at work for the last several months making this happen.
And James was one of the team leaders here today. I was talking to James the other day because he said, "Oh, my feet really hurt." And then I asked him, "How much walking have you done?" And he's done over 20 to 30,000 steps every day of this competition.
And that's indoors.
Indoors, just walking around, delegating.
31,000 today?
31,000. Wow. Insane. Like, I don't do that much.
Well, he deserves to sit down now.
Yes.
That's quite a few steps.
But yeah, I think it's amazing how many countries came to this event. We're tracking Youth and Pride right now. You came representing the USA.
Yeah, we had 2 United States competitors.
I was one of the Singaporean competitors.
Yeah, we had several Singaporean competitors.
Even a Singaporean record in 4x4 blind.
Yeah.
Amazing showing from our international competitors. Yeah. And a lot of international competitors, they either live in Australia or they live in New Zealand. So for them, it's not really as big a trek, but it is something that they enjoy doing.
There's
coming down
Phoenix
and
Patterson peeking out of the partition. Oh, and there's
and Jody Brewster.
Jody Brewster. I think he's actually on his toes there. He's not quite that tall. But
he's giving us a look. Oh, and it's Captain Cook. Oh, hi, Captain Cook.
That is the Stream Team mascot there.
Wow. Our mascot on the Data team is a snake. Yeah. But it's amazing what we have done this comp.
156.
Ooh.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. If you've just joined us, perhaps you're not actually watching. Perhaps you're watching back the the content that happened recently.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been waiting quite a while for these awards to start.
I think there must be some delay, or they're just double checking some of the finals, because when you enter in, this is some background behind the scenes from the Data team. When you enter in the scores live, it does make it harder for you to double check, because you are entering it from what you see on the displays, not what you see on the score sheets.
And
so double checking is hard.
Sometimes they also miss solves, and that can really confuse things.
Yeah. Or sometimes it's not entered correctly, so then it changes. So I think 3x3 was definitely entered incorrectly, but hopefully no one was announced Oceanic champion, and then when the double checking happens, something is different.
Yeah, I think we should be good with the podiums.
I think so too. Yeah. But it's been a wonderful weekend. Very hot outside though. In the venue actually, it's been air conditioned. But
What happened to Kieran's times?
oh, I'm not sure.
People are saying
In three, I think they're talking about.
in 3x3. Oh, his times in 3x3 have been removed.
Oh no. Maybe something happened.
Oh, well, can we get a close-up of those flags?
Lucky. Can we get a close-up of all the flags represented here at the competition?
Yeah, so you can see how many flags we had. That line goes on for quite a while.
Australia's first, and then that's Bhutan, I believe. Then Brazil. I think they're in alphabetical order. China, France, Germany, Hong Kong.
Yeah.
I think Indonesia. And then it keeps going down and down.
Yeah,
I guess yours would be pretty close to the last as
yeah,
USA.
I'm right there at the end.
Singapore is somewhere along there as well.
All right. Is Charlie about to make an announcement?
Oh, I think we're getting started with awards. Oh, Seacon.
Okay, good evening everyone. We're now going to get started with the awards ceremony. So we'll get started with presenting awards very, very shortly. But before then, I just want to give out some thank yous. First of all, competitions like these and competitions in general wouldn't be possible with all of you. You know, all of our competitors and attendees being so generous with helping out with judging and staffing and running and scrambling. So can we give them a big round of applause? I'd also quickly just like to give a thank you to our And lastly, before I hand over to Zach to start the awards, you know, massive events like these require a lot of work, a lot of hours ahead of time. And while I'm one members of the main organising team, and you know, hours per week for a while, Zach has frequently been doing 15 to 20. He is really the powerhouse behind this event. So can we please have a big round of applause for Zach? Okay, I think that is it for my thank yous. We'll get started with the awards ceremony. I would like to first invite up James for the Rubik's relay. All right. So for those of you who didn't last night, we would have seen the Rubik's relay happen in the evening. It was very exciting, and I'm sure a lot of you would already know the winners of that event. But we also had a prize for best rest. That was the team that was the most entertaining or interesting costume, judged by our brilliant stream team, Michael Capone and Jody Russo, who was commentating that event on the screen. So the choice that they went with there, we got 3 of the same person on the team. Queensland 1, Charlie Evans, Lachlan Adams and Toby Silver. You can collect your stations from Charlie. Now, what we'll also be doing very quickly is just going over the podium of the event one more time for the winners and second and third for Rubik's Relay. So coming back again, in third place for Rubik's Relay, Queensland Marble. In second place for Rubik's Relay, the team of David Epstein, Ryan Dexter, and Zane Chowdhury have Victoria won. And the winners of Rubik's Relay 2024 and Rubik's USA Oceanic Championships, making up Chris Mills, Dwayne Ramos, and Alexander Dish, New Zealand won. Thank you very much for the opportunity to let me run Rubik's Relay yet again, guys. Much appreciated. I hope it was all entertaining for all of you. So I will pass it over to Dallas for a few more words.
Before we get to our official awards, I have one other very special award we'd like to present to Patrick Cleveland. Patrick has just completed his 100th delegated competition. Represents an enormous amount of work on Patrick's behalf, and I'm sure everyone can cheer him on as one of our most important delegates in Australia. So thank you very much, Patrick, for all the work that you've put in. Alright, we'll get on to the official awards now. Thank you, Dallas. I would now like to invite the international competitors to the podium. First up for the international competitors is Andrew Tanji Bang, taking out third place in 3x3 multiply, representing Singapore. Representing Ireland, Kieran Beard, taking out first place in 7x7, 6x6, 5x5, and 4x4. Next up is Andrew Burgess, representing the United Kingdom, taking out third place in Pyraminx. Representing Indonesia, taking out second place in FXC, third in 4x4 blindfolded, third in square one, third in Pyraminx, second in 6x6, second in 7x7, third in 4x4, showing third in 5x5, and second in 4x4 is Oceanic Shaba. Last but not least, Theodore Chan, representing Singapore, taking out second place in 4x4 blindfolded and third place in 3x3 blindfolded. Taking out second place, representing Australia with a result of 22 out of 25 cubes solved, Amy Smith. And in first place, with a result of 45 out of 49 with an average time of 2.23 seconds, representing Australia, Eli McNeil. Taking up third place with an average time of 2.90 seconds, representing New Zealand, Dwayne Rubik. In second place, representing Australia with an average time of 2.10 seconds, Ziki D. And in first place, representing New Zealand with an average time of 2.03 seconds, Elias Yu. Now to invite the Pyraminx podium to the stage. In third place, with an average time of 41.80 seconds, representing New Zealand, Chris Mills. Taking out second place with an average time of 34.27 seconds, representing Australia, Jamie Boxer. And in first place, representing New Zealand with an average time of 28.62 seconds, Alexander Richards. Now inviting the clock podium to the stage. In third place, with an average time of 4.13 seconds, representing Australia, Amy Smith. And in second place, representing Australia with an average time of 3.76 seconds, Kyle M. Jones. And taking out the clock Oceanic champion of 2024 with an average time of 3.25 seconds, representing Australia, Lachlan Adams Rubik. Now inviting the one-handed podium to the stage. representing Australia with an average time of 10.57 seconds, taking out second place, Riley Dexter. And in first place, with an average time of 8.76 seconds, representing New Zealand, Dwayne Ramos.
Oh, Dwayne! Thank you, Ethan.
Now inviting the 3x3 blindfolded group to the stage.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I have anything on this. Somebody's apple on it.
Oh, that's Sparkle's
Oh,
one.
yes,
Yeah.
that's key. You gotta keep that.
In third place, with the best time of 19.52 seconds, representing New Zealand, James McNeil. And in second place, representing Australia with the best time of 17.86 seconds, Michael Chapoti. And taking out first place of 3x3 blindfold with the best time of 13.96 seconds, representing Australia, Charlie Edwards. Now inviting the 7x7 group to the stage. In third place, representing Australia with a mean time of 2 minutes and 41 seconds, David Epstein. Representing New Zealand, taking out second place with a mean time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Henry Ives. And in first place, representing New Zealand with a mean time of 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Dwayne Ramos. Now stay with me, please, while there's a rearrangement, because in third place, representing Australia with a mean time of 1 minute and 37 seconds in 6x6, David Epstein. And in second place in 6x6, representing New Zealand with a mean time of 1 minute and 34 seconds, Wayne Ramos. And in first place, representing New Zealand with a mean time of 1 minute and 33 seconds, Henry Ives.
661 average in the junior.
And taking up first place with an average time of 46.60 seconds, representing New Zealand, Alexander. Now we're inviting the 4x4 podium to the stage. Thank you, Zach. And Charlie.
Love you.
Signing off straight. What is there some special plan? See you later, everybody. Bye with the quick player.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a very long day, a very long competition. We've presented all that amazing time. Thank you again all for being here. At this event, it's amazing. Enjoy Christmas and New Year breaks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Charlie.
We'll quickly get this sign-off underway. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank everybody who tuned in to the Oceanic Championships 2024. A lot of rides, a lot of ups, a lot of downs.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff happening, and a lot of staff behind all that stuff happening.
Some of the staff are right here.
All the important stuff are right here. Thank you all on the stream team for the work that you've done. I feel like Obama giving Obama a medal right now, but that's all. Oceanics 2024 done and dusted. Thank you all. We'll see you in 2026. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Did it just die?
No, I started that earlier.